encounter.
Okay, thank you very much.
Teddy, unfortunately losing out on the toss. What would you have done?
Yeah, we have like the ball. I think given the due fact that night, yeah, giving our bowlers the best opportunity during the day.
Okay, tell us about your team compositions for today.
Cutson comes in, he's making his debut today, so I just want to wish him all the best.
And more personally, taking the captaincy role of a team like Windward's, lots of big shoes to fill. What would you say? How would you rate your performances so far?
I think it's okay so far. I think captaincy comes with a lot of pressure. I think I've handled it pretty well. I think there's also senior players around me who can help, so that's really helpful for me.
What are some of the areas you'd like to improve moving in today's fixture?
I think through the middle phase, batting all 50 overs, I think that will help us hugely throughout these games.
All right, Teddy, thanks a lot for your time and all the best in today's encounter.
Thanks.
Well, folks, the word from the middle is that the Jamaica Scorpions, they've won the toss and they will have a bat first. It's toss time here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in a must-win situation for both teams. Let's get to the captains. Firstly, introducing captain of the Jamaica Scorpions, we have Brad Barnes. From the Windward Islands Volcanoes, we have Teddy Bishop. And our match referee overseeing in today's encounter.
Thanks.
Well, folks, the word from the middle is that the Jamaica Scorpions, they've won the toss and they will have a bat first. It's toss time here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in a must-win situation for both. Well, folks, the word from the middle is that the Jamaica Scorpions, they've won the toss and they bat first.
Hello, 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 hello. Yeah, what were you asking? Do you have a match summary from the Trinidad, from the games before we get to just straight into wickets and runs, Ned and Minley and Barnes? Yeah, that's the last time Jamaica played. Yeah, let's just have, we can flash them for 10 seconds. Yeah, yeah. All good? I'm aware of that, thank you. Leslie confirming that it's a straight throw to the toss after Envision. Do you remember, anybody remembers how Stacey and Adams began the pitch report? How did Stacey and Adams begin pitch report? Cap, hold on. Cap presentation going on. Cap presentation. Right here by the field. TI. There's another cap presentation. Nice. Honestly, what do we do without TI? The man is the leader on this. TI, you're the lead cameraman. Thank you. Yeah, Pete Summer out. He got a cap. He's making his debut. Jordan Johnson is making his debut. Well, I don't know if to call it a change because he was already playing the last game before the rain.
Oh, he was.
Remember they tossed? So it's two changes. Salmon out, Campbell out,
Munson.
Mansing in,
Munson old.
or Redwood is playing.
Yeah.
Who you're talking to me? Oh, he can't. Yeah, he's not hearing you. Yes, I'll make sure he. Yes, label him on the close. I'll ask him a question. This is initially, right? Nice, thank you. Nice. That first answer give us some beef so they can name you. I'll just ask you the importance of this tournament back in your day. Confirm. Leslie, just let's run through one more time. When we get to out of the toss with Sachin, you're hearing me? We're getting straight to the summary. TTRF versus Jamaica. We're getting to Minley and Barnes wickets. Then we're going to Leewards, Windwards, Matsem. We wouldn't have a Windwards Barbados Mat summary. No. That would be too hard to build. Correct? I thought we used that in the last game, didn't we? No, we didn't. here, I guess, but that wasn't the last game they played. Leave out the leave out the second match summary then. Okay, leave out the second match summary. Sorry, Ashraf, for all the changes.
Just in case you're wondering. You are an asshole. Huh? No, he deserves it.
Our leader, our captain.
The
Sure?
biggest fucking asshole.
Yeah, the biggest.
Our captain?
The absolutely biggest asshole.
I won't allow you to.
Right here.
See, I thought you were resigning too much. You are resigning. We are blessed to bring blue skies and bright sunshine from the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. It is the Jamaica Scorpions taking on the Windward Islands Volcanoes in the final day of preliminary action in the CG United Super 50 Cup. We look forward to the journey. Yeah, it's been an interesting journey to say the least, because it's been one filled with rain. Trinidad and Tobago has been wet this month in November. So for a team like the Windward Islands Volcanoes, outside of the top two, this is a real opportunity for them to make that final two positions. Remember, top two will play in the final here on Saturday. The Scorpions, they need something special, maybe a miracle, if they are to get through after today. It's been a long time since we've had this type of sunshine. Look at it, guys, amazing. Great to have you as well as the sun with us. We are so excited for action today. Let's get straight into it then. Let's head out to the middle a bit earlier. Sachin Ramsubag was with the captains.
It's toss time here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in a must-win situation for both teams. Let's get to the captains. Firstly, introducing captain of the Jamaica Scorpions, we have Brad Barnes. From the Windward Islands Volcanoes, we have Teddy Bishop. And our match referee overseeing proceedings today, Mr. Stephen Proverbs. Jamaica Scorpions, captain has the coin. Give us the flip, Brad.
Heads.
Heads is the call. It's a tail. Brad, you've won the toss. Tell us what you're going to do and why.
Yes, I'm looking to have a bat today. The pitch looks like a good one. I'm looking to put a good total on the board and try to build some scoreboard pressure today.
Your competition did not go out as planned. A couple interrupted, rain-affected matches. What's the mental like going into today's match?
It's very frustrating. We've been preparing for a year now, but I just tell the guys that this is the last game. Just have some fun and just hopefully come out on top today.
You said it's been lots of preparation for you.
Yeah.
What are you going to be doing to prepare you and your team to stay intact for matches probably to come in the near future?
I mean, these things do happen. You know, this cricket, we just have to come up. This is our job. We just come up and just play cricket. That's all we have to do. And
you yourself, what have you achieved during this year's tournament?
I got a few wickets and I got a 40 the night against Trinidad, so I'm just looking to better my performance today, so that's what I need to do today.
And team compositions for today?
Yes, young Jordan Johnson is making his debut today, and Andre Bailey is also making his debut, so we have two debutants today. And Tamari Redwood, leg spinner, is in today.
Well, Brad, all the best to you and your team in today's encounter.
Okay, thank you very much.
Teddy, unfortunately losing out on the toss, what would you have done?
Yeah, we would have liked the ball. I think given the due fact that night, giving our bowlers the best opportunity during the day.
Okay, tell us about your team compositions for today.
Cutson comes in, he's making his debut today, so I just want to wish him all the best.
And more personally, taking the captaincy role of a team like Windward's, lots of big shoes to fill. What would you say, how do you rate your performances so far?
I think it's okay so far. I think captaincy comes with a lot of pressure. I think I've handled it pretty well. I think there's also senior players around me who can help, so that's really helpful for me.
What are some of the areas you'd like to improve moving into today's fixture?
I think through the middle phase, batting all 50 overs, I think that will help us hugely throughout these games.
All right, Teddy, thanks a lot for your time and all the best in today's encounter.
Thanks.
Well, folks, the word from the middle is that the Jamaica Scorpions, they've won the toss and they will have a bat first.
Yeah, thank you very much to Sachin Ramsubai. The Volcanoes then maintaining that core. They've won one and lost one. So look to that exciting top order for the Scorpions. Well, a few changes. They brought in Bailey in the last game. He will officially make his list day debut for Jamaica. And so will Jordan Johnson, the exciting talent at the top of the order. Look out for Tamari Redwood, who we saw in the Breakout League as well. Right, Jamaicans are everywhere because one is alongside me, a man that played 181 games for the West Indies team, of course, at the highest level. Jimmy Adams is here. And Jimmy, when we get to you in terms of this tournament, I remember you captaining in 2000. It was before I was born, just saying. What is the importance of this for West Indies cricket?
Well, I think this is where we get a chance to get a sneak preview of what the next generation could look like. These young men are the best of what is left. When you look at the international team that are touring, and at the other level, the under-19s are playing at the same time. So this is the best, and this is the platform that they've been looking for. They've been preparing for a year, and they've been looking forward to using this as a springboard to international honors.
100%. And let's reflect then on what the teams, what confidence they come into a game like this with. For the Jamaica Scorpions, Jimmy, it's been 6 days since they've last played. It was here at this ground when they took on the Red Fours. What will they be looking to take from that game and maybe forget?
Well, they bowled well. They bowled very disciplined. Marquino mainly led from the top, and he had really good support from Javar Royal, left arm spin, and also the captain Brad Barnes with his off spin. Both of them, himself and Milne, got 3 wickets apiece. Batting, it was a little bit of a disappointment. There were starts, but they didn't carry on. So that is an area they'd be looking to better today. If any of the batters get in, they're going to want to go big. It's a really good wicket. They're going to want to cash in.
Yeah, mainly 20 wickets last year. Remember, folks, he finished second on the overall wicket-taking leaderboard. He's played international cricket for the West Indies in December of last year when he played against Bangladesh in St. Kitts. So that will be fresh in his mind. Looking forward to seeing the captain, Brad Barnes. We're seeing him in a different light this year. What has stood out to you?
Well, I think at the end of the day, if you look at his last performance, he had a major role to play with the ball. 10 overs, 9 overs, sorry, it was, of really good off spin. He got his 3 wickets. And also, he was a top scorer. He got 40-something not out at the end. So his role is crucial, both batting and bowling, and also the man in charge making decisions.
Yeah, you can see Barnes. We've actually seen him in all dimensions. We've seen, as you said, with the bat, obviously with the ball in the wickets, in the field as well, taking a great catch to dismiss Jason Mohammed. And as a young man, he's been given the leadership. So very exciting. Let's switch our focus now, Jimmy, to the Windward side of things. They've had 2 performances, one that they'll take a lot from, 324 chasing here, and the other they lost to Barbados Pride, bowled up for 137. But if we go to their bowling first of all, the experience of Kenneth Demba, the off-spinner, what do you think he adds to this bowling lineup?
Well, just the experience. If we look at that first game, when he was tasked with having to bring some control from one end in the game, and he responded really well. He took 3 critical wickets, hauled back in what could have been a 350 plus score. So he is the one who really set up that win for the batters then to come and chase down on a really good wicket.
Yeah, look forward to that off-spin battle then today, folks. Demba versus Barnes, and Barnes has worked his way up. Of course, we've not had a lot of games. Terence Hines with wickets this morning against the Leeward Islands, much like Carrier and J. Paul. But Barnes and Minley will be looking to add to this tally maybe today, and if they can get into that final on Saturday. Let's go to the Windwards batting, Jimmy Adams, because Darren Ned put on a spectacular display in chasing 324. Did it surprise you in any way?
Well, I don't know the young man, but what I would say is that was a really magical innings, right? To set up that win with a high quality 90 odd. The disappointment for me is just that the young man has not gotten an opportunity between then and now. Everybody would have wanted, having gotten a start like that, to have had another opportunity in the interim. But he comes with a big score under his belt and a good wicket here.
Yeah, some of those shots there, superb. I look forward to seeing him today, a man with West Indies under 19 experience. Right, what is the experience of conditions? It's time to find out because Stacey and Adams a bit earlier took a look.
We're here pitchside at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, where we have great news for you. We have propitious weather conditions for cricket. Currently, there is a strong breeze blowing across the ground, and if that continues, it will add a bit of tactical flavor to today's proceedings. But what about the surface? I think a lot of teams coming here would have been thinking about the moisture content because of the rain around. But as I get closer to the surface and have a knock and feel for it, it's quite hard underneath, which suggests that it should be really good conditions for batting. I've seen here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy though, there's something for everyone. I've seen seam movement, I've seen spin, and I've seen batters go on to score big runs. So today it's about application, and we should be in for a cracking contest.
Thank you so much to Stacey there, and Jimmy, just standing out here, you can see the wind is really pumping today, the highest it's been since we've started the tournament. What impact could that have on the dew factor?
Well, it might impact Joe, but it will certainly have a tactical influence in terms of which boundary batsmen target, because there's a boundary downwind which has been a favourite for many batsmen so far in this tournament.
Bowlers, you've heard from the legend. Batters use the wind as well. Right, these two teams, they've once tasted victory. They'll be hoping for it again. Who can return to the final? It's the final day of preliminary action. We're coming to you live from the Brian Lara Cricket Academy after the break.
teams are as follows. Jamaica Scorpions, Brad Barnes captain, Romy Morris, Germany Blackwood, Kino Minley, Javel Glenn, Kurt McKenzie, Tamari Redwood, Carlos Brown, Javar Royal, Andrew Bailey, Jordan Johnson. Windward Islands Volcanoes, Terry Bishop captain, Sunil Lapis, McKenny Clark, Darrell Cyrus, Johan Jeremiah, Kristen Murray, Kenneth Demba, Shadrach Descar, Dylan Douglas, Darren Ned, Stefan Pascal.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying, yeah. Let me see how the fielding is.
Hello and welcome back to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy final match day in the CG United Super 50 tournament. Before we head to the grand final in a couple days' time, it's the Jamaica Scorpions up against the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Just a reminder of the teams then for the Jamaica Scorpions. A couple debuts there. Andre Bailey will be the first time that he's playing for his country in this format. Jordan Johnson, he's played list A cricket before, but never for Jamaica. Tamari Redwood is also in that playing 11. Like, Minley has been amongst the wickets. It's the batting department, though. They'll expect more from Kirk McKenzie, Jermaine Blackwood, and the like. Well led by Brad Barnes so far. For the Windward Islands Volcanoes, they too have debutant Curtin Murray. Will be playing his first game for the Volcanoes. They had a good start when they played their first match at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, and they'll be hoping for something similar upon return. As a reminder, the Scorpions won the toss and they decided to bat first. And Captain mentioned that is their preference because of the scoreboard pressure, and they prefer to bat with a free mind. Kirk McKenzie has had a couple starts, but not really carrying on. Has he learned from those previous errors? Alongside him, Carlos Brown looked in good nick up front, but searching for more consistency. That would be the opening pair in wonderful sunshine here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. McKenny Clark will be opening the bowling from the southern end. I'm very happy to get this break in weather. It's been sustained rainfall over the last few days. Last match here abandoned. Not very often you find a match at this venue abandoned, but we're all set in wonderful conditions. First ball of the contest. Not signal. Mentioned that there's a little bit more latitude for bowlers down the leg side. Umpire Candice Laborde deciding that that's close enough to not signal a wide. 8 list A game for Candice. Recently was part of international cricket as an official. Wonderful to see her elevation. No doubt inspiring others to come along. That's wonderful all along the ground for 4. What a good start from Kirk McKenzie, and what a way to welcome Stacey. Hello and good afternoon, Stacey.
Hello, Samuel. Hello, everyone. What a wonderful start indeed from Kirk McKenzie. Perhaps missed an opportunity on the first delivery, but that time, nice balance, hands through the ball and placing it in that vacant area in the cover region. Really good start from Kirk McKenzie.
Yeah, that has brought about a change in angle. Wrong the wicket now, Clark. Edge and taken after a strike for 4. McKenny Clark changes the angle and he strikes back. Wonderful start for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Disastrous for the Scorpions, winning the toss and batting first. They lose one early.
What a riposte from McKenny Clark after being driven for 4. Cock McKenzie has to go back. Seemingly, I see they're looking up at the scoreboard. I wonder if they're going to have a check of the no ball.
Yeah, first point of contact, so that looks okay. Yeah, there is something just behind the line. The Windward Islands fielders are already returning to their position after having celebrated. And so I think that dismissal will stand. I'm just waiting for confirmation. Mackenzie might be hoping against odds that he's not out, but there you go. The first wicket officially down. He goes for 4 for 1.
Number 3, Johnson.
Left. That's off. Staying here, right? Bowler's coming right down wrong. 3 balls left.
And what a start for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. They lost the toss, but with the ball, after being struck for 4, Clark, he himself strikes back, continues around the wicket to the new batter, Jordan Johnson, on debut. And there is some swing on offer.
Yeah, getting that ball to talk, Ollie McKenny Clark. He was driven previously, changed his angle, and perhaps just pulling the length back a bit. And McKenzie looking to replicate the shot, finds himself edging to the keeper.
He gets off the mark, first runs for his country, Jordan Johnson. Nicely tucked away for 4, so another boundary in the over. First one.
Yeah, that will feel good for Jordan Johnson. His debut match, getting off the mark. It's somewhat of an edge, an inside edge that flies past fine leg who's in the circle. A bit straight on that occasion from McKenny Clark, attacking the pads.
That too has brought about a change in field. The fine leg going back to the boundary. Third coming into the inner circle. Still trying to find his radar, McKenny Clark. Yeah, there is some swing. He's just hanging it there with a lot of temptation. 8 for 1 after 1. Other matches today at the Queen's Park Oval, the Red Force up against the Hurricanes. The Hurricanes getting to 213 all out in 49, so some bonus points there for the Red Force. The Happy Eagles against the Pride. Another no result at that facility. All matches scheduled there, none have played. And then this one here, at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. This youngster, Kurtson Murray, on debut for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Stacey, what can you tell us about him?
Yeah, young left arm quick from Grenada. He's from St. Andrew, Grenada. Seems like a lot of great cricketers are from that region. A quick single taken, really good running by Brong and Johnson. Brong getting off the mark as well. A good fuller length also from Cuts and Murray to start.
Yeah, there is some swing on offer.
That's the off stump.
Yeah, there is a strong prevailing wind on that open eastern side here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. You can see there that it's blowing quite strongly at the moment. So it will assist Murray, who's bowling from that northern end, get the ball to swing away from the left-hander. Yeah, but what a moment it is. Just 19 years of age and playing your first match for your territory. In this case, the Windward Islands. Something that he'll remember for a long time. He's got that chain already. All right, can he get that away swing? Good length.
Yeah, really good start so far from Murray. His twin brother will be proud. He has a twin brother that also plays cricket. He bowls the left arm slow orthodox though. His twin brother is probably glued to the set, hoping his brother can produce the success for Windward Islands today. His introduction, well, you have the umpires on the screen. Lyndon Rajkumar from Trinidad and Tobago in his 15th List A game.
Right, so a nice test. One debutant to another. Two left-handers. Jordan Johnson sparkled at the under-19 level, a tour to Sri Lanka where he was in brilliant form, played for the West Indies under-19. This is the moment that you remember for a long time, receiving a cap from Jimmy in Blackwood. Man who has played for the West Indies and knows all about it, Jermaine Blackwood, will be passing on some advice and information to the youngster as he starts his journey for his country. And hopefully for him, it's a long journey, not only for Jamaica, but also once he elevates to the senior team. A lot of potential. A lot of persons have spoken about Jordan Johnson. He's very strong through that offside region. Played first class for the academy team, first class cricket already. Inauspicious start to his first class career. He'll be looking to make a better fist of it in List A cricket for Jamaica. There's some aggression there, but met with control and only a single. That is disappointing running from Jordan Johnson. 10 for 1 after 2.
Movement.
Do we have a current constable, Leslie? Yeah, the engine room of this Jamaica Scorpion team, Blackwood, Glenn, Barnes, Morris. They're hoping, though, that these two can put up a recovery job. They won the toss, remember, wanted to set a total. It will be Clark to continue. Stacey, you did the pitch report. What do you make of the conditions given all of the rainfall over the last couple of days?
Yeah, surprisingly good. When I was on my way to the park, I was expecting the pitch may have had some moisture in it. but it didn't seem like it had any moisture in it to start. I'm not seeing any sort of hold on the surface as well, which indicates as much. Nice and hard as well. So it should be a good surface for scoring runs, and we know later on there is that dew factor also.
Just waiting for that length from Jordan Johnson. Young captain Teddy Bishop, another one of the youthful leaders. Yeah, just having a closer look at the pitch. There is some grass, mosaic sort of underlay, but no moisture to speak about, which is, as Stacey mentioned, quite surprising given the amount of rainfall that we had. A couple days ago, that abandoned match, the outfield was covered in water. The drainage, though, as we've said so many times in the past, that this facility, absolutely phenomenal. Slip has been dispensed with, short mid-wicket now for McKenny Clark, so just the one slip in position. It opens the blade, gets it in the gap, will have to run. It doesn't seem as though it will get there. And this time it's better running. They pick up 3. I just wonder if Candice wants to have another look. Does she, or is she satisfied?
Much more alert to the third run there, Jordan Johnson. The delivery in the last over, the last delivery in the last over. Wasn't looking for the second on that occasion, coming through for the third. I think she'll be satisfied that he made his ground quite comfortably.
Back to right arm over now. Clark to the right-handed Brown, so he has to make the adjustment from one batter to the next. Yeah, some bounce and carry there as well. Many persons will remember McKenny Clark, Stacey, from the CPL at this venue, where he took a couple sensational catches. A one-hander on the boundary, and then running in to take one quite low off the ground. But this is his main skill set, fast bowling. This is where he wants to make his mark. Not as a batter, though he hit a couple sixes to win a game previously. Not as a fielder, but more so as a fast bowler.
Yeah, we've seen Windward Islands. And the matches they've played so far used him in different roles with the ball. In the first game, he came on as the first change. In the second game that they played at the Queen's Park Oval, he opened the bowling. But with Kian Gaston out of the attack, he is the leader of the attack, McKenny Clark. He's bowling in really good areas so far.
Just saw the fourth umpire there, Vicky Daniels, so a couple women officials involved today. Wonderful to see that aspect. Yeah, he's given away a run. The footballing skills in St. Lucia, known for football. 14 for 1. Yeah, that's the points table. Pride at the top on 31 points. Their match today abandoned. The Red Force in match in progress as we speak. So they should get closer to the Pride. The Volcanoes, they have an outside chance. If they can get enough bonus points and force a victory here, they can potentially challenge one of those top 2 teams. But look at the Happy Eagles, 4 matches abandoned without a ball being bowled. In one of them, actually, they batted first, and then the match was abandoned. But 4 matches that ended in no results, and you only have 5. Quite unfortunate.
Yeah, quite disappointing for Guyana Happy Eagles. Rain has been following them around in this contest. Even the game that they got on the board, on the field with, it was curtailed due to rain.
Yeah, look at the no results column, guys. See how many of those matches ended in no results. Quite a lot. And that's in there, and straight to the fielder. Just had to move to his right slightly, Demba. A little bit of a fumble, but he's held on. And a first wicket for Kurtson Murray. What a moment for the 19-year-old, getting a wicket on list day debut. And he gets rid of the other debutant for Jamaica. Wonderful stuff.
Yeah, what a feeling for Kurtson Murray. Trying to drive that one on the up. Not the sort of length you should be playing that shot. Trying to get it over the head of Kenneth Demba. Takes a simple catch. And the young man, Kurtson Murray, quite calm. As he gets his first wicket, Jordan Johnson has to go back for 8 off 12, 15 for 2.
Very experienced international Jermaine Blackwood out to the middle with his team in a spot of bother. 15 for 2, 3 centuries in list day cricket. What will they do for another one today? The Windward Islands Volcanoes, well, they're 1 wicket away from a bonus point, and Stacey will be talking a lot about bonus points today, because that's what the Windward Islands Volcanoes would and should be focusing on. If they want to challenge top 2, they have to check as many boxes as they possibly can in terms of bonus points acquisition. The first one in power play 1, if they can get 3 wickets, they can get that 1 point. And then take things as they go along, because they need those additional points to get into top 2 position. More than likely, Red Force will get up to somewhere close to that 30 plus. There's still some swing, no wide signal again.
Yeah, the Windward Islands, they'll have to do a lot. They are chasing that top 2, as you mentioned. Have sort of a multi-layered battle on their hands. They have to win this game. They also have to accumulate as many bonus points as possible. And I also feel that they'll have one eye on that contest between Trinidad and Tobago and Leeward Islands, hoping that somehow Leeward Islands can restrict Trinidad and Tobago from pulling off a victory or picking up bonus points in that game.
A gentle push. There's a lot of timing in that shot. Gets very close to the boundary. Good running as well. Come back for 3. Right, for those of you who have been following the bonus points allocation, well, this is what it looks like. From a batting perspective, 6 runs or more and losing less than 2 wickets. From a bowling perspective, 3 or more wickets. So at this stage, more in favor of the Volcanoes to get a bonus point by getting 1 more wicket. And then as we go through the various phases, that's what the Volcanoes will be looking at quite intently. Look out for the run in between these two. Blackwood is quite quick, but there has to be that communication. And just continuing along with these bonus points, dot ball percentage. There are a couple points up for grabs there, because if you can convert more than 50% of your innings in terms of run scoring opportunity, you can get 2 points. If you score a century at a strike rate 90 plus, a point. Among all of those others there. What do you make of Kurtson Murray? I'll ask you in the next over, Stacey. Have a think about it. Couple overs from him so far. 19 for 2. Kurtson Murray, the man from Grenada, on debut for the Windward Islands Volcanoes, picking up his first wicket. And that would settle him no end. There would always be nerves for any player playing their first match. Clark continues. Yeah, that ball just angling in back to Brown. He has the ability to swing it away as well, McKenny Clark. I was asking you about this youngster, Stacey. What have you made in just the 2 overs? I know it's just a couple overs, but what have you made of him?
Yeah, so far I've noticed he's operated on 2 main lengths. He's been fuller, looking for swing, looking for any assistance from that length. When it hasn't worked, he's looked to pull back his length, gone a touch shorter, and into the body of the batters, and it's been quite successful for him so far. So impressive start. Impressive start from the youngster, Murray, holding his nerve quite well.
And in terms of all of those, or quite a lot of the matches being abandoned, Stacey, as a Windward Islands Volcano team, or even as a Jamaica Scorpions team, this is their last match day. What's the sort of mental space that these players might be in? What are, I suppose, the expectations in this final match, given the state of the table? And that's Wayward. That's an additional run, and they've run one as well. Yeah, the mental state of, I suppose, players on both teams, Stacey. That's Bai's signal.
Yeah, that was an interesting call. Thought it was very wide. Dylan Douglas had to do a lot of work to get a glove to that one.
Right, 2 slips in for Blackwood. New to the crease, just a couple deliveries. And there he goes. That's typical Blackwood style. You get close to him, it doesn't matter what stage of the innings. The first maximum for the Scorpions.
Yeah, step hit there from Jermaine Blackwood. Fuller delivery from McKenny Clark. A modicum of width offered as well from Clark, and with the fielders being in the boundary, he just had to get it over their head, and he got a really good hit connection on it because it went all the way for 6. There you go, just some width offered. Good extension of the arms into that shot from Jermaine Blackwood. Really good connection as well.
Yeah, the length, just pull back slightly. I think that is the length that he has to hover on for as often as possible. A couple deliveries ago, though, not signal wide down the leg side, and I was sort of wondering why, because this was given as buys. That's inexplicable. I'm not too sure what happened there. It must have been just a little bit of a miss from Candice. That's fine. And this one is signal wide.
Yeah, that one is definitely wide on that time. One before wasn't signal wide, it was signal buys.
A lot of responsibility on his shoulders, though. Jermaine Blackwood knows that he is the senior batter in this team. And that touched something she's given. He looks disappointed. It did touch something on the way through, no doubt about that. But I just wonder, what did it touch? Was it a thigh pad? Was it glove? Was it bat? Candice Laborde thinks it's glove or bat, so we'll have a closer inspection. Didn't sound too woody, so I don't think it's bat. Yep, it does look like that thigh pad on the way through. It doesn't matter now, though. Blackwood has to go for 9 and a bonus point for the Volcanoes, 27 for 3.
Incoming batter, Super50.
3 wickets down inside 5 overs. The Jamaica Scorpions, after winning the toss and deciding to bat first, Javel Glenn, the new batter. Scintillating century last season for him. A couple 50s to go with that. But do they need someone, anyone, to step up now? It's been decent new ball bowling from Kurtson Murray on debut, as well as McKenny Clark. And what is really good conditions out in the middle. Yeah, wide, a little bit too wide on that occasion.
Indication from umpire Rajkumar. Yeah, but he ain't strangled down the leg side. Not a good feel. There was a sound. Umpire judging him out, caught behind. He wasn't too pleased by that decision, Jermaine Blackwood. He saw the disappointment in his face when that finger was risen.
Yeah, that is skill. A couple just swerving back into the right-hander. That one holding its line and going across him. So something different to think about. Wonderful stuff.
Yeah, Carlos Brown just having a feel for it outside the half stump. Remember his dismissal against Terrence Hines when he played against Trinidad and Tobago, edging behind. That occasion much wide on, just having a feel for it. 28 for 3 in a lot of trouble, Jamaica. So they'll need these two to stitch together some sort of partnership. It's a tough game, has been a tough tournament for Jamaica. Finds themselves at the bottom of the table. A lot of rain-affected game, and also that game where we all thought they would have won that game versus Trinidad and Tobago given the low par total. They don't want to finish this tournament on a high though. So far, it's been tough going, especially after winning the toss and deciding to have a bat first.
Yeah, and they'll argue that that's what has brought them success in the past. Remember that they got to the final last season, and I was reminded a couple of days ago that the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they are still the defending champions by virtue of winning in 2023. Last year, no champion was declared. So that's one for the statisticians. It will be an anomaly. In that 2024-2025 season, no champion of the CG United Super 50 tournament. But this year, fingers crossed, weather permitting, we'll have a champion. Will we have the defending champions defending their crown, or would we have a new champion? Well, we are still waiting to see who the finalists are. That's the beauty of this bonus point system. Because of the allocation and availability, nothing is decided as yet. Look at that, wonderful stuff. Really impressed with the 17 deliveries or so from Kurtson Murray. High skill, some pace and bounce, and importantly, Stacey, the left-handedness, the variety.
Yeah, his lengths have been immaculate so far, Kurtson Murray. And that's something that the coach spoke to me about. Told me that that point of difference is what they were searching for. Additionally, they were not picking up a lot of wickets in the power play, and they needed that, especially if they are to make a charge towards that final.
Yeah, apart from the wide first up, dot deliveries thereafter. 28 for 3.
Middle, please. Middle. One more, please. Right time wrong to you. Middle and leg. A little thing. That's it.
Mackenzie Johnson, Blackwood, batters dismissed, and they'll play no further part with the bat for the rest of this match. And we're still very early in the contest, only 6 overs done. So that's a lot of sitting around. McKenny Clark wrong, the wicket continues. Yeah, he's just hanging that ball out there, isn't he? Teasing and tempting.
Yeah, hoping to get the fielders behind the stump in play. Sunil Ambrose there, lying in wait in the slip. Looking to get Glenn playing an injudicious shot. Perhaps just reaching for it outside the off stump. So far, he's opting to leave it alone. I think Jamaica should be thinking about that repair job right now. 28 for 3. Shouldn't be searching to score a lot of runs, but surviving is key in this period.
Yeah, I think generally that's the modus operandi when you're playing 50 over cricket, especially with weather around and the pitch being covered for an inordinate length of time, that you generally give the first few overs to the bowling team. You just go into, as you mentioned, maybe a defensive mindset, survival mindset, then get yourself set, because it will get increasingly better as the sun bakes the surface. It will become easier for batting. So it's just an initial period, maybe a half hour or so, where you need to give to the opposition bowlers. And if you can survive that, then you're into the game. But if you lose 3 wickets inside the first 5 overs, then it's very difficult to come out of that. So this is where the concentration and the application, the game smarts and the intelligence comes into play.
Yeah, and as a bat, if you want to compete with the best in the world, you have to be able to make adjustments. You have to be able to see what the bowling team is doing, what is happening out there with the ball, and make the necessary adjustments. So far, I haven't seen that from the Jamaican batters. Javel Glendo, he's looking at what McKenny Clark is doing, and he's paying respect to him. So perhaps that is the best thing for them in at this point in time, Jamaica.
Yeah, some information will be passing out on the field as we go throughout the course of the day. The earlier games, one already abandoned without a ball being bowled, the other one at the Queen's Park Oval in progress. So as soon as that one is finished, there will be the calculations and it will be fed to the teams, the Windward Islands Volcanoes in particular, so they'll know exactly what they need to do to challenge for top 2. Once a single and prudently sent back. That was non-existent, 28 for 3.
A quick look at the performances for this year's tournament. Cook Mackenzie on top of things so far with 43 runs in for the Scorpions. They have been rain affected quite a while, but they continue to try their best to finish on a high. Who knows what can happen in the other match? Mathematically, it is a possibility, but realistically, could be otherwise. Good afternoon to you, Jimmy Adams.
Hi, Sachin. Yes, a little bit of a rebuilding effort now being called for from the Scorpions batsmen, Brown and Glenn. Carlos Brown having opened the innings with Kirk Mackenzie now batting with the number 5, Javel Glenn. As you quite rightly said, both teams, well, the Windwards are desperate to get points to qualify for a final. Jamaica, they are pretty much filling a fixture in this game. But what these two batters do have is a really good surface, good batting surface, as we were told from the pitch report with Stacey Adams earlier.
Full toss and got the treatment it deserved. Lovely cover drive from Brown.
So this is probably the worst delivery that Murray has bowled inside his 3.5 overs. A low full toss and Brown quickly on it, placing it well through the extra cover region. And that is his first boundary, moves him to 8. He's faced 19 deliveries. But the Windward Islands bowling has been pretty steady, pretty disciplined since the beginning. Both Clark and Murray have been asking questions, and they've been rewarded with 3 wickets, 3 Scorpions wickets. And they're going to be hoping that they can continue to squeeze.
What can the Jamaica Scorpions do, though, to get as much experience, and not only experience, but get as much knowledge of the conditions, knowledge of just playing at this level in this particular match? They haven't had much match time, and you can have how much fitness off the field, But match fitness is something that's totally different from practice or fitness drills, batting in the nets, etc.
Call for a single turn back, and at the end of the 8th, 32 for 3.
Glenn, ball and change.
3 wickets to go down so far with the score on just 32. The Jamaica Scorpions would need to post something formidable today. But for the Windward Islands, they would be extremely happy with their performances so far, especially noting they have already picked up a bonus point. So if they want to get themselves in a second position to qualify for Saturday's final, they need to obtain as much bonus points as possible. Will be Ned picking up the attack from the southern end of the ground.
Ned, one of the key performers in their first round victory over the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, had a good game with both ball and bat. So the Windward Islands Volcanoes will be looking forward to him having an impact here. But you asked at the end of the over, Sachin, about the Jamaicans approaching it, having not had much match practice. Another good delivery. It's really important, especially with lack of match practice, that you might want to take maybe a little bit more time, a few more balls than you normally would have to get your innings started, just to make up for the fact that you haven't been playing regularly. This game doesn't allow you too much time for that, but on a wicket like this, you can always catch up later on. It's such a good surface that it might be what you're willing to give up now to get yourself in and then to really go hard at the back end.
Edged on another one. Ned has got his man. Glenn has been there for quite some time. Edged and taken. Another wicket goes down. And the Windwards, they're wagging their tails high and hard.
Well, we talk about the channel of uncertainty. That is it. He had to play, or he thought he had to play, Glenn. And he ended up hanging his bat, getting that outside edge nicked, and an easy catch through to the wicket-keeper. So Glenn has to go 9 balls for his not, and it's 32 for 4.
Will be the skipper coming in to do battle for his team. He will have not only the world of time, but he will have the weight of his team on his shoulders. Can he carry through to the end? That will be the question. We've seen some very soft dismissals so far, some innocuous looking shots, and also some good bowling, especially from Ned. That was a perfect delivery, a peach to get the wicket of Glenn. But will the lanky figure of Brad Barnes stand tall today? Only time will tell.
And this is the reason why he's here, forcing Glenn into a forward defensive push Just angled across him, and excellent lines, and an easy catch in the end for the wicketkeeper. Bit of a mix-up. Yes and no, maybe, could be, might be, but in the end, both batters deciding that they would retreat to their respective creases. The last thing Jamaica can afford now is for one of these two players to be run out. So a little bit of a mid-pitch discussion between both batters. All is settled, and the Jamaican captain settles down once again.
End of a successful over from Ned. It's 32 for 4 after 9.
Carlos, same thing happening in 40.
Standout for the Windward Islands Volcanoes, certainly Darren Ned. Not only with ball in hand, but his all-round performance so far. It's been a real sedate start for the Jamaica Scorpions, opting to bat first. And even in the match abandoned 2 nights ago, they were batting first as well from the coin toss. That match was not even a ball was bowled in that encounter. So certainly a different ploy as well. Looking to get themselves in a different situation. Most teams, when winning the toss, opting to bowl first. Big appeal, but probably brushing the trouser, the thigh pad. Yeah, confirmation from the umpire, brushing the thigh pad. We've seen some consistent bowling today, though.
The Windwards have been very disciplined, no doubt about it. This is an odd delivery from young Murray. He's been pretty much gun barrel straight, going across the right-handers, a little bit of swing coming back occasionally. But they have built pressure. Brown, the opener, on 9, but having faced 23 deliveries, they haven't given many scoring opportunities.
Brown has been there for quite some time, so he would have known the conditions already, having that discussion with his captain. Is maybe offering some words of advice. Play it out a little bit. Face some more deliveries, get yourself in. It certainly is one of those surfaces, when you get yourself set, you can score runs freely. But that's totally dependent on the bowling on the other end. If the bowling is as disciplined as this, all you can really do, push it into the gap, pick up an odd single. But we've spoken time and time again about proper strike rotation. That strike rotation would certainly be tested today.
I think one of the things that we haven't seen either from Brown, and this is not being hypercritical, but in certain situations like this, batsmen will have maybe a go-to shot, which is a boundary option, maybe advancing down the wicket or backing away to leg and hitting into pockets, maybe over cover, over mid-wicket. We haven't seen that from Brown. Probably because he hasn't had a score in this tournament. He hasn't had plenty middle time. But we haven't seen the Scorpions trying to break the shackles, being proactive about it.
Sharp single taken, but more importantly was the swing on that last delivery for Murray. Lots of inward swing that you would naturally get from the left-hander, but that one in particular swung tremendously. pitched outside the off stump and swung back in a whole lot. So certainly some welcome signs there if you're a fast bowler.
Another quick single from the Scorpions to finish the 10th over. First power play finishing with the Jamaica Scorpions on 35 for 4.
It's been a real one-sided power play. One that favored the Windward Islands. That was their first wicket. Beautifully lined delivery. The next one, keep continuously looking and asking the batters questions. That was Jermaine Blackwood, and the final one to go down, Javel Glenn. It really was a one-sided first power play, one in which the Windward Islands would be very proud of their achievements so far, bagging 4 of the Scorpions' wickets, and their top order exposing the middle order as well. Confirmation the end and the start of the power play as well. Reminder, lots of bonus points up for grabs, so no one had it safe in this competition. It's a nice looking shot. Doesn't have much timing on it, but may get very close to the boundary, gets there in the end. So good welcome boundary for the Scorpions.
Well, when it left the bat, we thought it didn't have enough legs on it, but Brown got enough on it. These bats these days are pretty big, but the ball had enough legs to just beat the Windward Islands fielder into the cover point boundary. Brown gets his second boundary for his innings, moves him to 14. Wide signaled. So 4 fielders being allowed out in the second power play, and the Windward Islands using a third man, a fine leg, a deep point and a deep square leg for the right-handed Brown. Typical field placing for this period of the game.
Another great delivery from Ned, but that one kept a bit extra low than what we've seen so far. Probably hit one of those miniature cracks that the surface does have. Interesting. Certainly an area to look at. Yeah, confirmation there from the batter. Certainly kept a lot lower than usual. One of the first we've seen in the tournament so far. Outside edge, but in a safe zone. Will get a single, though, to come off strike. Remember, folks, the winner of this tournament will pocket a US $100,000 prize, 50,000 US being awarded to the runner-up, while the 3rd and 4th place teams will benefit from 25,000 US each. So certainly lots up for grabs. That final takes place on Saturday. So ensure you get all your plans taken care of before 2 p.m. Whoever is in the final, you can expect high-octane action. Jimmy, 100,000 US?
Would induce me to put my pads back on.
Come on, get those boots back on. Take off the headphones, gets the boot back on. Let's see you back on the field. I'm sure you would have taken on some of these faster bowlers.
Not at this stage. I'm happy to sit and watch them.
Of course, CG United being part of all the development that took place during this tournament, and spends yet another year with us. not only contributing to the success of this, the CG United Super 50 Cup, but the holistic development of West Indies cricket. We hope that it continues. I'm sure it will. Seen some really rewarding moments over the years. Slower delivery to end the over. 11 gone, 41 for 4.
Just go there for. No, you can't. Yeah. I can't gloves, bro. What's this there? Start again, eh?
Wickets in the first, fourth, fifth. Certainly not the start you would have wanted if you won the toss and elected to bat first. You wanted to take full advantage of a fresh surface. But they're looking to attack even more now, the Windward Islands. Ringing in the changes will be the first time we will be seeing spin for today. Daryl Cyrus will pick up the attack from the media center or the northern end of the ground. 18 wickets in his list day career so far, 4 for 54. He would want to get another 4-fer, or maybe even a 5-fer.
Milan? Milan, that's crazy.
This is good cricket from the Windward Islands and the captain, Teddy Bishop. 4 wickets down into a new power play. Ideal time to introduce your leg spinner.
Come off.
Jamaica looking to rebuild, so that allows your leg spinner hopefully to settle into a spell. And Cyrus has been given his 4, using all 4 outfielders that are allowed. Deep cover, long off, long on, and a deep square leg.
Come twin.
So he's got really
You too.
a good situation in which to come into his spell, and he'll be hoping to get hopefully 10 overs under his belt and some wickets along the way.
Oh, yes, Puff. Oh, yes, Puff. Keep going, Puff.
The real challenge is to see the leg spinner control the lines and lengths. Yes, you have that protection on the outfield, but can he control the zones in which he pitches those deliveries? Good areas. You want to have the batter thinking twice. Should I play forward? Should I go on my back foot? Always in that indecisive mode. Can he continue to bowl like this? Pitched up and driven, but protection still nonetheless. It really is a difficult thing to master. Leg spin.
It definitely isn't an easy skill, but it's worth its weight in gold if you have someone who knows what they're doing. A dot ball to finish the 12th. Jamaica Scorpions 44 for 4.
That really paints a picture. 53 dot balls for the Jamaica Scorpions in their tally of 44 runs so far. 4 wickets tumbling for them, and the Windwards, they would be extremely happy with what they have done so far. And I'm sure if Jimmy Adams were their coach, he'd be extremely elated what is transpiring. The Windwards, that is.
Thanks for making that abundantly clear. Thinking about two, but deciding not to. No, the Volcanoes have bowled really well. They've been disciplined, they've been consistent, and you talk about dot balls. I'm not sure which is the head or which is the tail, because wickets build pressure, and it's hard to get going when you're a new batsman in. So they've gotten 4 wickets. I think a combination of good bowling and wickets has made that dot ball tally very high for the Scorpions, but it's been really good, disciplined bowling from the Volcanoes this afternoon, sorry.
Want to see more of this. Running between the wickets, pressuring the fielders, having them on their heels, thinking twice. And even skipper Bishop just having a bit of an extra punch of emotion there, thinking twice. Should I have a shy at the stump? Should I just hold it? They've already completed that single. But Ned has been exceptional so far, 1 for 7 from his 2.2. Really is the real in-form man for the Windward Islands, with both bat and ball.
Another good delivery from Ned. Thick outside edge on to third man. I think it's so important for players of his ilk. They become sort of like the fulcrum in a team, because they are part of the 50-over bowling attack, but they're also batting in the top 6. And when you have an all-rounder like Ned having a good tournament or having good games, it really gives captains options. You know, you have an extra bowler. You can fiddle your bowlers a little bit more because your all-rounder is having a good game.
Just a quick update from the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain. The TNT Red Force in hot pursuit of 213, set by the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. They're currently poised at 111 for 1. However, there is a rain interruption, and the good old story of the rain. Hope that the rain does not have the last say in that encounter.
It is hard to believe, sitting here looking at cloudless skies, that we have a rain interruption how many miles away from here?
In a straight line, probably about 15 to 20 miles, but with the meandering road conditions, look at those conditions, folks. It is a perfect beach day, Jimmy. Let's head to the beaches. What are we doing here? Don't we love cricket?
Another dot ball to finish the 13th over. The Scorpions now 48 for 4.
Barbados Pride, after their match was washed out at the UE St. Augustine, they got 2 points. They're poised on 31. That's all they're going to obtain. For the TNT Red Force, you can add 4 points to that, obtaining 4 points during today's encounter, so they're poised on 26. It really is a battle between the Red Force and the Windwards. Can the Windwards pull the rabbit out of the hat and take a big jump over the TNT Red Force? It really is dependent on what transpires with that match today, Jimmy. If the rain had the last laugh, certainly all eyes will be glued to this contest.
When you talk about rain having the last laugh, rain would be almost on a comedy hour here, having played a role in so many fixtures in this tournament up to date. It's been the one drawback for having had the tournament at this time of year. But that single brings up the Scorpions 50 in the 14th over. They'll be happy to see 50. They'll be not so happy that they've lost 4 wickets getting there.
Cyrus has been on point so far. I'll remain quiet, guys. Turn my microphone off.
Well done, Sachin.
Turn my microphone off. Jimmy, you take over from here.
Oh, my word. Don't worry, Sachin. It happens to the best of us. Swept fine. Not sure if he got bat on it, umpire. Umpire now confirming wide. So young Cyrus suffering from commentator's curse here, having been hexed by my fellow commentator, Sachin.
You're very mean, Jimmy. Well, that's okay, though. That's okay.
There we go, there we go. He's back. He's back, Sachin. Don't worry, he's back.
That's much better, Cyrus. Looking good, feeling good, I'm sure, Cyrus. Let's get it together.
Good, Puff. Come, Puff.
Another single for Brown, who has been there from the beginning. 38 deliveries for his 20, and so much riding on his ability to really bat deep in this innings. Jamaica depending on this partnership, but a lot also on him. Need him to convert this start into something big and potentially match defining. Excellent delivery from Cyrus to finish the over. 2 more runs to Jamaica. It's 14 completed. And the score is 56 for 4.
Beautiful day at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Shadrach Descartes, who picked up 3 wickets in the Volcanoes opening fixture here against the Leeward Islands. So just 3 overs for Ned, who will probably have a big part to play later on. Yeah, Jamaican rebuild has been slow, but it is progressing. 24 now, the partnership between Barnes and Brown. And special good afternoon to Shakira Salmon.
Good afternoon, Nikhil. Good afternoon, viewers. An interesting start to this contest. Jamaica under some pressure, but there's still lots of time to rebuild and get to a respectable score.
Yeah, the SCART from Prale in St. Lucia. Same village as Darren Sammy and Gary Matherin, two West Indies players. And Sally, I was looking online, and obviously everything we see on the internet is not right. But it said the population of that village is just 350 people. Need you all to verify, all the people listening in St. Lucia, verify that on social media. But if that is true, you've got two West Indians and maybe a third West Indian produced in a village of just 350. Amazing.
Yeah, maybe if I'm St. Lucian with a young girl or boy playing cricket, I'd be moving to that neighborhood.
He does a lot of spear fishing in his free time. Descartes. Beautiful. It has been superb control and an exhibition of seam bowling for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. They're rewarded.
Yeah, rewarded with the big fish. He does like fishing, doesn't he, Descartes? Yeah, this is the big wicket. It's the only batter who's been able to get set on this surface. 42 deliveries, and then he manages to nick one through to Dylan Douglas. Good from Descartes. Not so good for the Scorpions, though. Carlos Brown has to walk back for 22. 58 and half the side dismissed. And time for a drink.
Pascal. Good.
Can Dwight on EBS hear me speak right now? Dwight, put a thumbs up. Half the side down, and disappointing for the Scorpions, who would have been hoping to win this game, needing as many bonus points as possible if they are to make that final on Saturday. But with Morris, who batted at 3 in the last game, there's still hope. And this is what's gone on so far. Shakira Salmon, dominated by your colleagues, the bowlers.
Yeah, very pleased to see the fast bowlers getting wickets, some decent deliveries in between, asking questions of the batters. Yeah, trouble both edges. McKenny Clark without Keon Gaston playing today. And some wickets surrendered. But every time Jamaica Scorpions tried to fight back, somehow the Volcanoes were able to get a wicket. Yeah, a couple of good shots played in between, but so often 4 catches to Dylan Douglas behind the stumps. No one really able to build a meaningful partnership. Last one to go, Carlos Brown 43 deliveries. He wasn't able to carry on. Volcanoes well on top at this stage.
Yeah, McKenny Clark. 2 for 19 for Clark. Opening the bowling today with no Keon Gaston. And also very impressed with the under-19 Murray. Left arm seamer, 1 for 15. But they bowled well as a group, each individual player chipping in. And discard the latest. Romain Morris, as I think Shakir Salman pointed out a bit earlier, batted at 3 in the last game with Johnson in. He's gone down to 7. So they're still batting left, even with a Javar Royal to come. And these two in the middle, both members of the Kingston Cricket Club, so know each other very well. Slip in place. Get 2. Or will they? This could be tight. I think he could be gone. It is a disastrous start for Romain Morris. And pure elation for the Volcanoes.
Yeah, absolutely devastated, Romain Morris. You can understand what they were trying to do. They're not able to get the boundaries. They wanted to push hard and put pressure on the fielders. But this is suicide. If he is out, it is suicide. Yeah, Ryan Banwari with a decision to make.
Well, he's pretty much made his way off the field, Morris. He's gone now. He's literally in the dugout. So he's very certain that he was short, which tells us all we need to know, really. But this will confirm it. And as soon as Dylan Douglas removed the bails, he ran straight to the fielder. Gone by a mile. Would love to see the running again to find out who was the batter, which batter wanted the second run. Dismissed. That is the last thing the Scorpions could have afforded. 59 for 6.
No, not done that. If I saw 1 hour, I might reach. Ready? Yeah? Alright. Now, boy, jog in the 2 and chip them.
We need that running. We need that running.
Hey.
Javar Royal does have a list day 50. And after he was run out, Sally, Morris looked straight at Brad Barnes. So I just mentioned they were club mates, would have a good understanding. Very next ball run out.
Good, Bob.
Obviously not good enough. Can we see the running from the run out?
That's middle.
Anything from the run out. Anything.
That's
Yeah.
off.
I see that. You don't be
Off
googly.
stuff, yeah. It's coming right down, move it.
And not for the leg spinner, Sally, but I know we look at fields quite a bit. One thing Teddy Bishop has done today, even after the power play, have the extra fielder in the circle for his seamers. Continuing to apply that pressure.
Yeah, well aware of what they need from this game. They need to find a way to get as many points as possible, as many bonus points as possible. So he's trying to make sure he's attacking the batters, creating opportunities to get as many wickets as possible and as quickly as possible. Caveat to that, though, they did dismiss these too early. They don't get a chance to get that bonus point when they're battling for Bahu who gets the 100.
And we're going to show you that run out shortly, but that was pure chaos. First ball. We're just talking about the need for rebuild, Sally. That no was very low. 63 for 6. Abijay, Mansingh, Pete Salmon, and Kerry Campbell. 3 changes for the Scorpions from the last time they played here. All right, Shakir Salmon, talk us through this.
Yeah, you would assume it's his call, Romain Morris. He's the guy coming back to the danger end. Yeah, very poor judgment. He's so far out of the picture. Yeah, really poor judgment. But credit to the fielder on the boundary. I think it was Kurtson Murray who got to the ball quickly, fielded it cleanly, and then with the perfect throw next to the stumps, got off the boundary really quickly. Remember, folks, there is a bonus point for 2 run-outs. They have 1. So far with the picture, Romain Morris. And you're right, he turned and looked at Brad Burns. But I think it had to be his call. I think he's disappointed with the fact that he chose to come back for that second run.
I wonder, Sally, if as soon as he hit the ball, it was wide of the field and he thought, that's 2, right? Let's be positive, let's get going early and put some pressure back on the Windwards. And this is where you have to give the fielder credit. And he's running to his left and left-handed as well, as you beautifully pointed out. So I wonder if he just didn't anticipate the ball getting back in that quickly.
Yeah, look, Nikhil, every time the ball goes to a sweeper, you're thinking 2 initially. But when you dip, you have to check first. You don't fully commit to the run just because initially you felt as though it should have been 2. And certainly he's played enough cricket to know that, Romain Morris. You understand the thinking. They wanted to put pressure on the fielders by running hard. There was never 2 runs there.
Elated Dylan Douglas. Good from the scar. Maiden, 63 for 6. Yeah, this was the situation, folks, entering today. The Red Force currently doing battle with the Hurricanes. Volcanoes starting 5 points behind the Red Force. The Red Force have already picked up 4 additional points. They're at 26 now. 9 clear of the Volcanoes at this stage. Big trouble again, almost. And they're 85 runs, the Red Force, away from 4 more points. So that'll be 13 clear of the Volcanoes. Of course, the Windward Islands have already picked up 1 point for their power play bowling. I know it's a lot to follow at home. Bear with us. We're breaking it down for you. Just checking to make sure he got back. Brad Barnes in the crease. Could be waiting on another bonus point, Shakir Salman, because 2 runouts, we've not seen it all tournament, but 2 runouts gives you a bonus point. Well, could have been closer though, closer than we initially thought. And good on the umpires as well to check to make sure, because this was one that you may have said, yeah, pretty straightforward, but definitely a lot closer. And I think even Brad Barnes anticipated. Ambrish is having a little fun at the moment. He's telling Brad Barnes he's out, but he's not.
Look on the screen.
Well placed for a couple. And Shakir Salman, you've got your coaching certificates. What, as a coach, do you say to a player after a run out like that, given the situation of the game? How do they view that?
Yeah, you probably don't have to say anything to the player, though. I think Romeo Morris walking back to the dugout knows he's made a mistake. There's to be any conversation. Probably want to know what his thinking was. Then you be honest with him. There was never a second run.
Oh, yes,
Yeah, neatly played. Did it late to get hit behind point. Brad Barnes.
Yeah, we saw him in that first game, Barnes, getting to 41. Showing some attacking intent when wickets started to go down. We know he's got that gear as well. You certainly trust Royal to form a partnership and maintain a position with him, at least for the next 5 to 10 overs. Nice attacking length from Cyrus.
Yeah, certainly encouraged by the field set. 2 fielders at cover and a slit. So really encouraged to toss the ball up further length.
Perfect execution. And Barnes' aggression continues. 71 for 6.
Anything you can do to try.
6 wickets in 18 overs. will please the Volcanoes immensely, Shakira Selman. And it's the manner as well in the way that they've gotten the wickets. Nice length, nice control of it. Not that time, should be a couple. Nobody's at mid-off. Ambrose is at a wider position. Nobody's at long-off, rather. Just shifted his approach last couple overs, Barnes.
Yeah, when he started the toss, he was pretty happy with his returns. Firstly with the ball, but also that 40 that he got last game. But he pointed out that he wanted to improve on previous performances. Sits down. But into the 19th over means he has more than enough time to get a list A half century. And here's that control of length. You were talking about that created opportunities. That one swung back in to Kurt McKenzie. This one slightly going away from Javar Glenn. Yeah, and then Curtis Brown caught on the crease. But a good length once again by Shadrach Discard. Yeah, decent deliveries. Wouldn't say unplayable, but decent deliveries. By bowling those deliveries repeatedly and keeping that discipline, they've been able to create pressure and get wickets.
And I suppose sometimes you'll be able to tell us better, Sally. Sometimes as a bowling group, you see wickets going down, you think we need to continue to attack. But they've just controlled and, as you say, perfectly been disciplined, and they've gotten results because of it. It's patience.
Yeah, and I think we spoke about that previous games as well. You want to be patient as a bowling group, also as a batting group, but you definitely want to be patient as a bowling group and bowling partnerships. So what this guy is doing now is he's followed up what McKenny Clark and Curtis Murray did in the opening spell. That is so important and sometimes overlooked. Don't need to bowl a magic delivery. How long can we keep it in areas where we're asking questions?
This is really good from Teddy Bishop. The mid-on fielder just looked to him and said, let me go back to long on for the catch. He said, no, stay. Given the situation of the game, he doesn't mind Barnes playing these shots. It brings them in the game to get a wicket. Sticking to his 3-deep field with a wide slip or gully left of screen. Well bowled, Shadrach Deskar, 75 for 6.
I want to my 24, yeah? There we go.
Oh, sorry. Let it. That's it. The end square.
Wickets for everyone other than Cyrus. The 4 pacers, which will please captain Teddy Bishop. We're about to see another option being introduced. Volcanoes' best bowler this season. There's Teddy Bishop. Denver 5 wickets in the 2 games so far. A 3 for here and then followed up with 2 for 36 against the Barbados Pride. And with the off spinner on and 2 right-handers, does Brad Barnes decide he's going in this over because he's seeming like he wants to play shots? Will he continue with that intent? Critically, leg side is with the win, folks. There are 3 deep feeders, leg side with long off. Interesting end choice, Sally, to bring in from this end.
And to be fair, it's the end he got those 3 wickets from in that game you pointed out. Nikhil got some turn. Really got the ball to dip as well.
He does go. It's Royal, though. It is with the win. And I think he does brilliantly well at the deep mid-wicket boundaries. Johan Jeremiah to save that from going for 6.
Yeah, good effort. Whether or not it goes for the maximum. Johan Jeremiah. I just wonder if perhaps the assisting fielder could have gotten into a better position to complete the catch. Of course, the umpires have to check to make sure he didn't touch the boundary rope or he wasn't in contact with the field beyond the boundary with the ball in hand.
And this is the risk as a captain when you bring on your off spinner from this end. Batters know they've got a good chance of clearing that boundary. Jeremiah did well there. How well did he do? It's a valiant effort. But did he save 6? Look at that right foot. So after the catch is taken, we need to check if the boot is making contact with the rope there. So after he completes the catch, his momentum carries him over that boundary rope. And does Ryan Banwari think that that has made contact there? With the ball in hand, do you think, Sally, that left leg is making contact?
I wouldn't want to be Ryan Banwari making this decision. It does look as though he's just made contact with the boundary. Yeah, confirmed. Maximum. Good effort by Jeremiah, but not good enough. Goes for a maximum.
I have seen in cricket 6 then out a lot.
Right, so will Royal go again? He's already gotten 7 from the first 2. One of the reasons I asked the question, Sally, is because the wind today seems a lot more powerful than usual. So I wondered, as a captain, do you then use that to assist your off spinner?
I wonder if somewhere in the back of Teddy Bishop's mind, though, he would have been thinking Darryl Cyrus isn't going well. That is the bowler he would have wanted to go well from this end. Ask the right-handers to go against the turn. Tries to create something, Javar Royal. But because he hadn't gone as well as the other bowlers and this car is in the middle of a really good spell, maybe he felt with the pressure on, he could risk bowling Denver from this end. And again, like I said, he took the wickets from this end last time. So it is a risk. He's hoping it'll pay off.
20 overs belonging to the Windward Islands, 82 for 6.
That's the over. If he's not running, don't throw it.
Yeah, such an important day. Remember, it's the last day of preliminary action in the CG United Super50 Cup. And it is a change of ends for Darryl Cyrus, so 4 expensive overs from this end. Northern end, now he's coming from the southern end. Candice Laborde on field today. Got a story about Candice, Selly, give you after this ball. There's a catching fielder, extra cover, just left of screen. You can see his shadow. I found out a couple of days ago, Sally, that Candice Laborde, who we loved hearing at the recently concluded Women's World Cup, that beautiful Trinidadian accent, but she's in the army as well, so disciplinarian, along with her umpiring skills. Yeah, she was part of that umpiring team at the last World Cup in India. Great to see her making her strides. Used to play the game at the club level here in Trinidad.
Yeah, she's achieved so much in quick time as well, Candice Laborde. She's also a part of that inaugural under 19 World Cup in South Africa a few years ago.
Jeez, you.
Jacqueline Williams as well, Sally. For someone from the Caribbean to be on field in the final of that Women's World Cup, thought it was really good for the direction we are heading as a region. Some bite there. And I'm hoping that we can inspire other females of all ages around the region to get into this, because it's another way to be involved and such an important art form. Some confusion. You just saw Vicky Daniel there, the 4th umpire today. Another one of those female umpires getting involved.
And Nikhil, so many opportunities for young girls to be involved in this sport on the field and off the field. Yeah, trailblazers like Jacqueline Williams. Really inspiring young girls all around.
$84 for 6.
Captain Brad Barnes unbeaten on 21. Royal 11, this partnership 25. They need something to extend for a significant number. 84 for 6, tottering after winning the toss and deciding to bat. It's been all Volcanoes this afternoon. You'll be very pleased with their efforts. There's still that strong wind across, and discard continues. There should be at least a couple. Just picking up pace as it heads towards the boundary. And what a debut for Kurtz and Murray. Opening the bowling, getting a wicket up front, involved in the run-out. Memorable day so far. He'll want a victory, but more importantly, the men in green will be searching for enough points to get into top 2. Can they do it, Stacey? Good afternoon again.
Good afternoon to you, Badri. Hello to all the viewers. You look at that points table, quite tough for the Windward Islands, but They've given themselves every chance in this game, the way they have come out with ball in hand.
Yeah, wonderful to have all of you along with us. Wonderful weather today. We did have that abandoned game a couple days ago. We have a rest day tomorrow and then the final on Saturday. We still await who will be those two finalists. But we do hope that we get good weather for that. And this time around, a champion is crowned.
Come on, you go for 4.
Stacey, your first time in this tournament, how has it been for you?
Apart from all the bad weather around, it's been quite an exciting experience. I've learned quite a lot. It's really good to be here.
In there, and what a catch, diving away to his left. Another wicket falls. And just look at that celebration. Carnival is just around the corner in these parts, this cat. Maybe you can join a band. But it's Barnes who has to go, the captain of the Scorpions. And they really are tottering now.
Yeah, the celebration from Descartes, not sure what to call that, but Barnes just looking to force the issue, trying to get it up and over that cover area, but a really spectacular grab from the captain, Teddy Bishop, and the celebration. Not sure what you'll call that one, Badri.
Yeah, it's a St. Lucian jig. And Barnes has to go for 21, 87 rather for 7.
Let's go, guys, let's go.
Yeah, it's been all the Windward Islands Volcanoes today. And again, another wicket. Debutant. He was listed in the playing 11 a couple of days ago, Andre Bailey. But that game was washed out without a ball being bowled. So it is in actuality a debut for Andre Bailey. Another debutant. We've seen quite a few of them actually in this tournament. And so that's, I suppose, one bit of positive. A new crop of players emerging, representing the various territories. No CCC, no academy in this tournament. And so a lot of players have reverted to their areas of domicile. Discard, though, another wicket for him. A couple now. Successful over comes to an end. 87 for 7.
Yeah, much to do for Jamaica. Skipper just trying to get it up and over. Not in control. And a smiling Teddy Bishop takes that catch.
All right, Cyrus will continue from the southern end, wicketless. And I just wonder, if I'm Teddy Bishop, what am I thinking in terms of bonus points? 7 wickets down. Do I go to my bowlers who already have wickets? And a full toss, drill past him for just a single. Yeah, do I go to my two bowlers who already have 2 wickets. So McKenny Clark has a couple. Discard, by virtue of getting one in that last over, has a couple. Yeah, firmly struck away from him. If Descart gets a couple more, he gets his team a bonus point if that economy is of a certain number. And so too McKenny Clark. Is that something worth considering with 7 wickets down? Just let them bowl from either end until the overs run out or the team is bowled out.
Yeah, I'm with you there, Badri. While I was off air, I was thinking to myself, when will he bring McKenny Clark back into the attack? Because at that point, he had 2 wickets. Descard had 2. Descard perhaps will continue at the other end. But why not get McKenny operating in tandem with him? I know they'll also be thinking to dismiss Jamaica as quickly as possible.
Dropped. The fielder was just brought in there prior to that delivery. Tossed up, finds the edge, almost a plan coming to fruition. But Jeremiah couldn't hold on.
Should have been a simple catch. In and out. Down it went. A smile to boot because they have them 88 for 7, but you want to dismiss Jamaicans as quickly as possible.
Well, I don't know. I really don't know if they'll want to dismiss them as quickly as possible. Maybe another chase of 300 like they did against the Leeward Islands Hurricanes is what they would have hoped for to get those bonus points. With a small chase, fewer points available. That catch, though, that really should have been taken, Stacey.
Yeah, it really should have. And you mentioned 300. That's a big ask of the debutant Bailey and Javar Royal, albeit not impossible. Just driving that one straight in. Look at Pascal's reaction. He couldn't believe it.
$88 for 7.
That's it.
They had to get another wicket. What was the score of the power play one? The power play was 34. So that means 9 wickets for last 7 overs. Just 25 runs being scored. The Volcanoes need another couple wickets before the 40th over to get another bonus points. They'll be thinking about bowling them out before that. That's quite a long way away. Not 40th over. And the Scorpions, can they last until that stage? Discard continues into his 5th.
Yeah, must give credit to the Windward Islands, the way they've come out in this game. A lot of pressure would have been placed on them coming into this matchup between them and Jamaica. An appeal there, but looked to be an inside edge. Stark contrast to how they operated in that first game with ball in hand. Yeah, looking to attack the stumps, but inside edge saving him on that occasion.
Do we have Royal dismissal against Yannick Carrier? I think it was a googly that smoked him. Javar Royal and the debutant Bailey looking to stitch together something. The Scorpions winning the toss. They wanted to bat first. They've struggled while chasing. So they wanted to try something a little bit differently. Not too many captains win the toss here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy for day-night fixtures and bat first. Quick single. And for a couple of reasons. One, there's always the preparatory moisture on the surface, so that first half an hour or so is always tricky. And if you don't get past that, you're struggling for the rest of the 50 overs, and that was the case today. And the other important factor, the dew factor, which comes in quite significantly at night. And so the team batting second usually has the upper hand. And then, thirdly, with the weather around, there's always a possibility of some bit of rainfall, and Duckworth, Lewis, and Stern coming into play. So 3 reasons why teams generally bowl first here. Barnes, though, for the second game in succession, won and wanted to bat. I just wonder now, at 90 for 7, how does he reflect on that decision? They did win 4 times batting first right here last season. So that's something that they factored in strongly. Extra added to the score, and they weighted their decisions based on that.
Yeah, deciding to go back to something that worked for them the previous year. They've been battle hard in Jamaica. The weather, of course, and losing a game that they really shouldn't have.
A single to end 24, 92 for 7.
That's the over.
Wonderful conditions. Javar Royal facing up against the leg spinner. He was dismissed against this bowling type when they played against the Red Force. It was Yannick Carrier on that occasion, absolutely befuddled. Look at that, folks. No clue as to what happened there. Can Cyrus repeat the dosage? It's a single off strike now.
Yeah, ripping googly there from Yannick Carrier. It was quickly onto him as well. Now they bring the second slip in for Andre Bailey. I think they wanted Javar Royal to get that single to have Bailey on strike.
And can he get that outside edge again? He'll be hoping so. Really tossing it up.
I think he'll be more hoping that Johan Jeremiah can take the catch if he gets to that edge. But Bailey is off strike now.
One googly googly up out of there. Watch out.
Good bit of footwork in the deep. Good running as well. All around good cricket. Well swept. Halfway stage of the innings in terms of overs anyway. 96 for 7. wicket in the first over, 3 wickets in the power play, 4 wickets actually in the power play, in power play 1, which affected the way the innings has progressed. Dropped it down the leg side. Should have been another wicket keeper's catch. He's had so many so far in the innings. Not able to hold on, Douglas.
Yeah, just tickling that ball down the leg side, and Douglas diving to his left, unable to hold on. Second drop catch from the Windward Islands. Some panic starting to set in, Badri.
Difficult catch? Difficult catch?
Yeah, that, in my estimation, 2 easy opportunities going down. And that's something you want to instill in your team, that when you're on top, you have that ruthlessness and you finish things off. You don't get yourself into a strong position and let things slip. Not that it's slipping away, but that you want to be that ruthless team that finishes off oppositions. So 2 easy chances.
Yeah, and it's not as if Royal and Bailey are unable to do it with the bat. Both batters quite capable. Royal, we know, we've seen him on the scene around in CPL and in this listed tournament. Bailey making his debut, he's carded as an all-rounder. So 2 capable batters in the middle still for Jamaica. And they'll have hope that these 2 can try and stitch together a partnership and give them something for their bowlers to come out and bowl too.
Yeah, there is protection there. Footwork again, not ideal, but he gets the job done. And seen a couple fielders now in successive overs using their feet to stop the ball. Yeah, first opportunity, perhaps as easy as they come in that direction. And that too should have been taken down the leg side. So in the space of 3 or 4 overs, chances going down.
Over.
99 for 7.
Have a look at that scorecard, dominated by the bowling attack of Windward Islands. Brown, Barnes getting start, but not able to carry on. Just have a look at that scorecard. Brown and Barnes getting start, unable to push on, but dominated by the pacers from the Windward Islands attack.
Yeah, I think he's had enough. He's had enough of Cyrus just tossing the ball up. He wants to take him on, and I quite like the fact that the mid-on is in position. I wouldn't mind the long off coming to mid-off as well. Haven't seen too many googlies from Cyrus though, which is a wicket-taking delivery. 100 comes up for the Scorpions. 100 for 7. Yeah, that's slow by any metric. Balls per 50. Does Royal now resist the temptation? He has the long on for Royal. Why not just keep him at mid-on? Gamble a few runs to get this innings over quickly. Yeah, Gets enough of it, does he? Yes, he does. That's Royal for you. I figured as though they had enough of him just tossing the ball up. Another maximum off the bat of Royal.
As effortless as you like from Javar Royal. He is a dangerous customer.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Sometimes as a commentator, you make mention of a particular field and ask the batter to, you know, hit the ball over the top. But even with the long on and long off in position, a lot of West Indian batters still decide to take them on. So the thinking is to bring the fielder in for him to take a chance and go over the top. And they will argue that even with the fielder out, these batters still take the chance to go over the top. So why bring him in? Can't argue with that though, because our batters, they just can't resist. Sensational delivery to end. Good pace, good turn, 106 for 7. $107 dots. 106 runs. So more dot balls than runs in this innings. Just an update at the Queen's Park Oval. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in pursuit of 213. 181 for 2 in the 39th over. So well on course for victory there. And in all likelihood securing a top 2 finish. So it seems as though it's Pride versus the Red Force. Still have this game though. And once that game ends in, I suspect around the next half an hour or so, Stacey, the Windward Islands will know exactly what they need to do, if they can do anything, in order to supplant one of those two teams.
Yeah, a lot for them to do. Keep mentioning they've given themselves a chance. Drop 2 catches though. And coming into this match, they would have had one eye on that table. And I think an ear to what is happening in that match with Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, what they're hoping for is another run out to give them a bonus point. To bowl the opposition out, they have a bonus point for power play 1. That will give them at least 3, potentially 4. And then they chase down that target in a very high run rate, give them another point. And then the victory. Will that be enough though? That's the question. Edged, an educated edge between the slip and the wicketkeeper. I don't know how deliberate it was, but he was angling the bat in that direction.
Yeah, no false slip in place. That field is very wide. Looked as if he was trying to get it past point, but hit high up on the bat and he got it in between keeper and slip. A very wide slip. Now he's getting closer, more in that first slip position. Perhaps a little bit too late now.
Yeah, direct hit needed. He does hit direct, but the batter well and truly in. Get another run as well. Yeah, comfortably in there, well past the crease. Does decide to go for the third umpire, Ryan Banwari. And behind the stump, and it seemed as though he was comfortably home. The ball
Just checking to
was
make sure.
behind the batter when it hit the stump. In other words, the batter ran past and then the ball was coming in. And the standing umpire still decided to call for some bit of assistance. So he's inside comfortably, but I suppose he's just making assurance doubly sure.
Yeah, not the best technique. Should have been looking to slide that bat. Instead, he just poked it in, Samuel. Really should have been sliding that bat in. Luckily, he's still there. I was looking at it for a moment and I was wondering if he's going to be caught short because he didn't have the proper technique of sliding the bat in.
Yeah, I suspect he saw the throw and how slowly it was coming in, and he ran past it, so no need to slide in. If his foot is inside that return crease. 114 for 7.
Been a lackluster Scorpions batting performance. Javar Royal, who's mentioned a number of times about his ability with bat. And Bailey's gotten a start on debut.
Sorry.
Yeah, we just saw one over of Kenneth Demba, who's been the leading wicket taker for the Volcanoes this season. Now he's going to come from the southern end, so a change of ends. Seen this a couple of times from Teddy Bishop today with his bowlers. How can Bishop now prize out these last 3 wickets in quick time with the bonus points and wanting to win the game? Don't think he got a hand on it. And neither did Darryl Cyrus, who can't stop it from going into the boundary for 4.
Yeah, well struck by Javar Royal. Continues to time the ball very nicely. Firmly struck. No hand on it by Kenneth Demba. Valiant effort on the boundary by Cyrus. And it's interesting that he hasn't gone back to one of his opening bowlers as yet. Kenny Clark has proven he's quite capable with the older ball. Does have those variations.
Yeah, great point, Sally. And with Royal and the partnership motoring on, you wonder if maybe just a change, like we're seeing from Demba, but even from the other end, Descartes has bowled 4 overs in this spell. Might be a good time to get Murray back from the end he started. Opposite end, 118 for 7.
Oh, shit. So. Batsman, there's a bowling change right hand.
Yeah, highest partnership for the Scorpions so far today. 31 between Royal and debutant Andre Bailey. Scorpions will be hoping that can continue to grow.
Here it is, Shakira Salmon. They've got the earpiece on out there. And then McKenny Clark is bowling from the end he did not start from. 2 for 19 so far. I think many Volcanoes fans, Sally, will be looking at McKenny Clark and what he can offer as a skill set outside of the power play. Saw in the breakout league a couple of times he's bowled the leg cutter, working on the back of the hand throw ball as well. But now what is his plan without that away shape he got early on?
Yes, they've been employed. You look around at the field and you think he's going to try to hit back of a length. Yeah, just around there. Not wanting to get too full with mid-off and mid-on the circle. Kilo, I think I remember seeing McKenny Clark a few years ago when he was a part of the West Indies on-19 squad. He was training with the West Indies on-19 and saw him bowl some really good Yorkers from around the wicket. It's quite impressive because there aren't many bowlers who can bowl around the wicket to the right-hander and keep the stumps in play. Outside of maybe Dwayne Bravo. It's taken him years to master that. I was very impressed with his skill in this phase and at the death.
Yes, Ali, and to build on that, I think it's an exciting time for the Windward Islands with their pacers that are coming through. Keon Gaston is one that's not playing today, but he showed in the CPL. Remember there was a game when Karen Pollard actually applauded him for bowling Yorkers. He's shown he has the ability to bowl that wide Yorker in addition to the store ball.
Yeah, you will hear many coaches, their head coach was a former fast bowler, Kenroy Peters. And many coaches will tell you have to develop skills with the older ball. The ball doesn't stay new for too long either way. So what can you do in the middle phase of the innings to get wickets? Then also, how can you slow the scoring at the back end?
Shane Schilling for the right of screen and Kenroy Peters left, or was left. He stuck to that wide line and good from Bailey. Still very positive, although they're 7 down, they're still taking the opportunities to score. Shane Chillingford, one of many past players who have been involved. You see Sir Curtly Ambrose with the Leeward Islands. Desmond Haynes is a consultant for the Barbados Pride. Last time this team won this competition, this man was an instrumental figure. Of course, Riyad Emirates with the Red Force. Ryan Hines with the Pride. Wide again. 4 runs from the 30th. 1-2-2 for 7. And will be time for a refreshment break. 122 for 7. And there's been some low order fortitude shown. Morris went run out, but Barnes, Royal, and Bailey. Last 10 overs, 40 for 1. So decent from the Scorpions.
I put Tony back for early, the Scorpions. Kurt McKenzie, the first one dismissed, and then it was the first wicket at this level for Kirsten Murray. Jeremy Black was triangle down the leg side. Javel Glenn, he's had a terrible series so far, few games. This round looked good, then found a way to be dismissed, caught on the crease. But this you think was the most disappointing of all. Good fielding from the debutant once again. Romain Morris run out looking for 2. And Brad Barnes got set, and then felt an outstanding catch by skipper Teddy Bishop. Yes. Volcanoes have been well in charge today. Lost the toss, asked the ball first, and the seamers, they have stood out. 2 wickets apiece to discard, and McKenny Clark, 1 for debutant Kirsten Murray, and Darren Ned, he has contributed with a wicket as well.
Just remember what's at stake here, folks. The Windward Islands need to win convincingly with a good share of bonus points if they are to get through to the final. They started the day 5 points behind the Red Force, who are on the verge of victory against the Hurricanes at the Queen's Park Oval. We're going to update you and this soon. But in a couple of minutes' time, the Volcanoes will know exactly how many points they need from this fixture if they are to go through. They've got to win it. By no stretch of the imagination finished just yet.
Come boys, you know what's happening after a jinx break, eh? You know what's happening after a jinx break, boys?
Corporal Candice says we are ready. And can Royal continue and this partnership flourish? That will be the big talking point for the Scorpions. Slip in place. And 3 deep leg side with long off on the boundary.
Okay, I'm still wondering, perhaps I expected a change after the water break. If they could go back to 2 seamers, Bahers have scored a lot easier against the spinners. Yes, Andrea Bailey was dropped off the bowling of Daryl Cyrus. You just wonder, you don't want to let this game drift. Seize the crucial moments. This is a moment. Get as many points as possible, as quickly as possible. Make it very easy to win the game.
Keep thinking back to that initial power play, Sally. 35 for 4. You wonder had they just, and you have to give credit to the Volcanoes. They bowled some brilliant deliveries that deserved the wickets and got them. But a couple of attacking shots, you wonder had they just been 2 down, and Royal is showing you the value on a great batting surface. It's been easy in these 55 deliveries. He's raced to 37. Can you imagine they were maybe 125 with 4 at this stage instead of 7? Then all of a sudden you're looking at 250, 270.
Certainly, Nikhil, and the batters that have been dismissed, especially the top order, the Scorpions say will rule a missed opportunity. It is a brilliant batting surface. And I suppose my one disappointment across seasons is just the reluctance of batters to fight through tough periods. Always going to get tough periods, and your ball is going to move around a little bit. Can you get past that, survive that? maybe raining some shots until it gets easier.
It's across the board because you've had in the 6 innings so far, the full completed first innings in the tournament. 3 of them teams have been bowled up for under 200. The Volcanoes themselves happened against the Pride. One, 2, 5 for 7.
What about if you try punch on edge on?
200 at this stage, the current rate, if they can keep wickets in hand. Lot of overs. And Royal building on an impressive season in 2024 with the bat. Got that 73 last year in the semi-final. Javar Royal, his first list day half century. It was in the semi-final against the Leeward Islands. Just 42 balls. Javar Glenn got 100 in that game. Had a good year last year. 13 wickets in the tournament. Ball, we'll see him later. Persisting with that wider line, McKenny Clark. And for those wondering why offside is into a heavy wind, still consistently pushing across the ground.
He also has a heavily packed offside field. I feel as though if Javar Royal is able to notch up a second list day half century, he'll probably appreciate this one more because he's had to play something that's not his normal game. Normally a very attacking batter. He's almost reined in his normal, his natural instincts to play a responsible innings.
And when he's got the chance to attack, he's been very calculated, but he's executed well. 2 sixes and a boundary in his 39. Denver hasn't really challenged either of these batters. Ned has only bowled 3 overs. Cyrus did get some purchase from that end, 2 overs for him remaining. Could go back to Murray as well. This will test a young captain in his first tournament.
Yeah, he's opted to remove the slit and place him at short mid wicket. Good move, I think. I was wondering how he could just bowl a few deliveries at Andre Bailey in particular. Create some type of pressure, keep him on strike for an extended period, and maybe force him to play an exuberant shot.
He's used his 1 bouncer in the over. Does he go into the pitch again? Cross-seamed. And hence getting a bit of lift. 1-2-8 for 7. It's a different Volcanoes bowling lineup this year. There's no Ryan John and no Gillen Tyson, Shamar Springer, names that we saw in last year's edition. Actually was looking at their team. I think they might be the youngest team in the competition, with a Stefan Pascal at the top of the order. He's just 20. Demba is one of the older members of the squad. And obviously they've changed over leadership now, Selly, to a Teddy Bishop, while still retaining Cyrus, Ambris, and Demba, the more experienced guys. Shane Shelling for right of screen. So I wonder now if this is something they stick to going into the 4-day season next January. Of course, a lot of those guys spent time at the West Indies Academy, like McKenny Clark.
Yeah, 6 players in the squad under the age of 25, Nikhil. And you do suspect it's a team that will be looking to build. You will have to be patient and give these guys an extended run.
Yeah, going to be signaled no ball. I think it's for the front foot, which is rare for a spinner. And it means then that Andre Bailey's going to have a free hit. So big opportunity this ball to continue to wrestle that momentum and put some pressure back on the Windward Islands. He can change the field because they ran 1. So long off comes in the circle. He has an extra fielder leg side. So 4 on the leg side boundary. And that's exactly where the fielder was positioned. Into the wind, remember. Kenny Clark threw in the ball. Sally, watch this. Shadow at Descartes. I don't know if we picked it up. Yeah, we did. We had a great view. He picks up the ball and then he just lets it go, trying to tease and tempt the batters. And Bailey, it almost worked. He thought it was a misfield. They could get through for another one. Nice bit of thinking from the experienced Descartes. Don't throw it too far. Might go into the boundary. To Clark, Sally, next in.
Yeah, maybe just for one more or Kirsten Murray. But Denver has to change from the next end. 134 for 7.
Yeah, breaking news. Red Force 214. Amir Jangu in his first game of this season from West Indies duty in the runs. McKenny Clark. Remember why this is critical, folks. The Red Force enter today 5 points clear of the Volcanoes. They've gotten another 4 for the win, so that's 9 points. And at least 4 bonus points. We will update you when it's fully been tallied. So 13 points clear as of now of the Volcanoes. A comprehensive win. The Red Forest at one stage, they look like they get it a lot faster. And it's fascinating, Sally. Not every team has an analyst, but they're well aware of the bonus points. They'll be down there, coaches, assistant coaches, calculating how many they need. But also the Volcanoes have got a board where they literally write out targets for specific phases. So they'll be working out where they can get these bonus points.
Yeah, the Volcanoes having the advantage of playing this game in the afternoon. So they obviously would have been staying abreast of what was happening in that Trinidad game. But at that interval, we're sure they're going to change that word and point out how exactly they can get the points that are needed. And of course, the best way to go about it, you don't chase every point, you just want to get one more than Trinidad or Barbados.
That, yeah, Barbados it's a good point. We're talking about Trinidad in second. The Pride can be caught as well. 50 partnership up. Yeah, Pride were 15 points clear of the Volcanoes coming into this. So yeah, both ways they've got to chase someone. And I wonder if you're the Scorpions, you get to 200, fight your way to 220. Maybe the Volcanoes having to chase bonus points. Maybe changing their approach slightly, that brings you in the game. Because they were bowled up for 137 against the Pride, so it's possible that the Volcanoes can be dismissed. Yeah, a number of different things in the midst of a beautiful battle between Royal and McKenny Clark. Both are very chirpy, and they're both saying a few words after each delivery.
Yeah, one thing we do know about Royal is he never backs down. He loves the battle. He seems to enjoy it more when someone is chirping back to him. Yeah, you're right. I'm sure the Scorpions will be trying to get into the heads of the Volcano batters, encouraging them to chase the points and hoping that they'll make mistakes and give them an opportunity to win.
That's a challenge for Kenroy Peters with a young group. You know, they've got the experienced guys, as you said it, 25 and under, 6 guys in the team. So there will be that hunger. They will be well versed of the bonus points, being active on social media, so they will know, coach, we've got to go. Got to get it. Got to do this. But I assume Kenroy Peters has got to keep them composed and say, fellas, we got to win first. Extra fielder going out deep leg side. Mid wicket, square leg, fine leg on the boundary. They've been superb in the field today. 139 for 7.
And then Rajkumar just wants to make sure batsman grounded safely before the stumps were hit.
24, we had to switch, we had to change the ball. Yes, I did. I stump for the yeah, goddamn.
These umpires definitely like being sure. Better use the technology if you have it. So Ryan Manwari working hard, like McKenny Clark has in this spell, going into the pitch, trying to use the dimensions and the wind factor. Vicky Daniel, the fourth umpire, leaving with the ball. And the reason is because at this stage now, remember, new rule, 34th over, you bowl with just one ball. Trying to bring the bowlers back in the game, maybe some reverse swing later on. Softer ball for the spinners to utilize. Partnership has snuck up to 52. And so is the scoring rate, above 4 and over.
I'm surprised to see Teddy Bishop continuing with Kenneth Denver. They're scoring at 5 and over off Denver. Just feel there's an opportunity to get one of the other pacers back in. If for some reason he doesn't want to go to young Kirsten Murray from that southern end, maybe go back to Darren Ned or Shadrach Discart. Discart has 2 wickets.
Could it be a case of feeling obliged to go with your senior bowler, given that Denver's bowled the best for them in the first 2 games?
You have to play situations. He isn't bowling the best today. And they're certain of what they need to do. They need to bowl out the team for that additional bonus point. Go to your bowlers who are likely to get you the wickets. And we're not saying Kenneth Denver won't get a wicket here. But you think when you're looking at what all the bowlers have done, why not go back to the youngster on screen, Curtis Murray? He's been good with the ball. He was good in the field. And you feel as though his confidence would have shot all the way up.
Bowlers in.
Really searching for that second bonus point in the run-out route.
Evan Murray, I'm warming up and telling the captain I'm ready to go. Maybe that's what he's doing by getting his sleeves off.
I wonder what would be stopping Teddy Bishop from going to Darren Ned. 3 wickets in the game here. Already 1 wicket in just 3 overs. Has the ability to bowl that a Yorker, which maybe is a different approach to what we've seen from Clark and Descartes. And left of screen has got some decisions. Good problems to have, I suppose. Still 15 overs after this. So if you're a Scorpion fan, you're still in this game massively, because at this rate you get to 204. You think maybe a push from Royal. If he can continue, you get to 220, 230. Game on. Easy, very easy at this stage. 1-4-3 for 7.
Not the top of the batting card that any team would have been proud of. However, a really nice reconstructive side of things. 56-run partnership between Royal and Bailey. That has done all the job, all the good jobs for the Jamaica Scorpions. Will be Murray to return back to the attack, and certainly we have seen the Jamaica Scorpions defending and also attacking as well. But what we've also seen that the Windward Islands, they've been very, very intentional in the way they are approaching this period of play, especially where the run-out routes are concerned. Hello, Jimmy.
Hi, Sachin. Yes, it's been an interesting passage of play. Volcanoes would have been trying to finish the Scorpions' innings. Don't really have the kind of firepower that you would need on a surface like this to blast teams out. So they've gone about their business very patiently, the entire attack. The pair of Royal and Bailey putting together a really valuable partnership to give Jamaica something competitive with which to work with in the second half of the game. Partnership, you've said, currently 57 from 84 deliveries. Young Murray in his 6th over, having previously taken the 1 wicket for 16, now electing to bowl around the wicket, angled into the 2 right-handers. Different from his earlier overs where he chose to bowl over the wicket, going across them.
You probably want to think, though, the conversations during the water break interval, what were the talks like among the various huddles? For Jamaica, it certainly would have been to try their best to bat out the innings, but certainly a massive intention, a change in the way they've approached the game from the Windward Islands. Real loopy delivery, slower ball from Murray.
Wrapping his fingers around that delivery.
No! 36 completed, 145 for 7.
Come on, fellas. RBW coming here, fellas. Come on, Danny. Go, Danny.
Assistant coach Shillingford patrolling the boundaries, sending various messages across to his players on the field, and certainly would have been making various calculations in the dugout, providing various scenarios as to what will transpire. Down the track, hit in the air. This could be wicket number 8. It is comfortably taken by Cyrus, and Demba continues to rock the cradle of the Scorpions.
Well-flighted delivery, and Bailey shimming down the wicket, only managing to find the safe hands of Cyrus at a long on. So in the 36th over, the Scorpions have lost their 8 wickets, 145 for 8.
Coming back to Kilo,
8 wickets have tumbled for the Jamaica Scorpions at one position. Certainly looking very down and out will be Markino Minley to come to the middle to face the music. Will he be dancing or will he be withstanding, defending or attacking? It's all based on the messages that he would have sent out, the matchups currently on the field. Again, tactical approaches, Jimmy, from the Windwards. Who do they go to next after Demba completes this over? 2 bowlers with 2 overs each, 2 wickets each rather. Should you see them in operation again?
It's definitely something for them to think about. They're hunting for maximum bonus points here, and with those 2 bowlers, Clark and Descartes, both on a couple wickets each, and only 2 wickets left to fall, it is something for them to consider. That was the last wicket to fall. Bailey advancing down the wicket, not getting enough bat on it.
Unofficially, the TNT Red Force still in 2nd position. So lots of hunting still to do for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. And they will certainly be hunting for more. End of the over, 37 gone, 145 for 8. Two wickets apiece for Clark and Descartes. 1 wicket each for Murray, Ned and Demba. We were discussing one of these players who already have 2 wickets should have been reintroduced into the attack to maximize on a possibility of more bonus points. But McKenny Clark, his last time he bowled was over number 34. So certainly a period of recovery for him. You need to have player management as well. Speaking of player management, Jimmy, we've seen the emergence of a genuine all-rounder in Darren Ned. Is the process now of managing him? Yes, we haven't seen much of him due to the rain interruptions, etc., but it really is about managing our players, isn't it?
Well, that's part of it. But I think the disappointing side of it is having players like that and with that ability in a situation like this, not being able to play because of just the amount of bad weather that has encircled Trinidad and Tobago in the last 10 days. Certainly whetted our appetites during that first round, but unfortunately we haven't been able to get another good look at him. Hopefully we'll see more of him tonight in the second half.
Full toss and gets the treatment it deserved. A diving attempt by Ned. We were chatting so much about him, but he was unable to pull that ball back. Massive effort on the boundary, but a welcome one for the Scorpions. Brings up the 150.
But it's really good that the Scorpions are still managing to put bad balls away. A low full toss from Murray, and Minley was up for it. A brave attempt from Ned. Actually got his hand to it. Wasn't able to completely stop it. But another milestone, another mini milestone for the Scorpions. 150 now in the 38th over. And at this point, still looking for that magical 200. That is such a psychological marker in a game like this.
Coming off the pad, possibly waiting confirmation, but certainly would have been a boundary. Leg buys. Confirmation from umpire Rajkumar, led buys. So 2 boundaries being delivered in this over so far. They're certainly getting the run rate up and running, the Scorpions.
Just getting his lines wrong. Young Murray angled into the right-hander, just barely flicking the pad on the way through. A despairing dive from the wicketkeeper and the man at fine leg. Swing and a miss to end the 38th over. 154 for 8.
At this rate, they can get to upwards of 200. Well, the issue is the wickets in hand. But all will be dependent on Royal, who's on to 49. He's been there for quite some time. Occupation of crease crucial today, and certainly paid lots of dividends for him. What a hard-fought victory for Royal. Certainly a royal innings indeed. Raises his bat. Majesty, he says.
Test match here, please. What's that?
So that's wicket number 9 from Demba. Well-flighted delivery, inducing the attempted sweep from Markina Minley. And the very delivery after Royal gets to his half-century. The Windward Islands Volcanoes break this partnership. Don't think there was any doubt about that one. Would have definitely hit the stumps. So Minley has to depart. He goes. He goes for 4 from 10 deliveries. It's 155 for 9.
Number 11, Javar Royal. I think that man don't make pussy either, but I say there's something wrong. Right. Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah.
159 for 9 inside of 40 overs means another bonus point for the Windward's Volcanoes. Tamari Redwood, the youngster, 19 years of age. He has a wonderful opportunity now to showcase his talents with the bat.
I'm not allowing my co-commentator to predict any more scores from this point on. We will just see how play unfolds. And the youngster is off the mark, sweeping well, just in front of square for a single. Jamaica will be really disappointed though on a very good batting surface. They've really failed to capitalize. And it's been left to Royal to show them what was possible or what could have been possible. Really batted well. He now might be thinking about taking a few more risks, Royal, but he's done really well for his 75 deliveries faced.
.39 completed, 157 for 9. It's been a real standout innings from Royal. He's done all the scoring really, withstood tons of pressure. Lovely display of power hitting and the timing as well. On his way to 51, it was not only a reconstructive innings, but an innings of class. An innings that withstood tons of pressure. A real stood out innings for Javar Royal. 2 sixes and 1 4. More of a test match like innings from him. But it was certainly a test. He stood the test of time. This is high in the air. Can the innings be completed? No, it won't. Drop chance. Difficult chance indeed.
Young Murray not impressed. Not impressed at all. Attempted pull, gained height, and at no point did he look in any control.
Well, he's certainly taken matters into his own hands. That's a ginormous hit. Utilization of that short delivery and punished with the wind.
Well, if he wasn't impressed at the end of the previous delivery, Murray is even less impressed now. Going hard into the wicket, and Royal was almost waiting on that shot. Put his hands through it very well, and there was no doubt where that would end up. Maximum for him. His third 6 to go with his 1-4. Up again. High over fine leg. It's going to be another boundary. This is a over that Jamaica would have been looking forward to for a long time. Another maximum from Royal.
Really was a poor delivery from Murray. Royal has been there for quite some time. He's now well set. Was short on the leg side, just helping it on its way over the ropes. Good hand-eye coordination as well, showed good balance. Really, 2 impressive sixes from Javar Royal that has now pushed the Jamaica Scorpions way past a total in which they think they would have gotten.
Young Murray really struggling in this over, overcompensating for that delivery. It was up, it was fuller, but not straight enough. So it's 2 maximums followed by a wide, well wide. Royal almost, not almost, falling down trying to reach it. But these are valuable runs for Scorpions. Desperate to get a score that will give their bowlers something to work with in the second half.
Poorly line delivery and helped on its way again. This has been expensive for Murray. 19 runs coming off this over with 2 deliveries left. It's been a real difficult over for young Murray, but certainly welcome boundaries, welcome runs for the Scorpions. Javar Royal really taking it to the opposition. Good comeback in the penultimate delivery. It really confirms his intentions. It certainly is very, very clear. It is to take on the bowlers, get maximum runs as possible, and possibly he will be maybe looking for a single in this ball.
As you said, Sachin, single to finish the 40th over, the end of the second power play. The Scorpions 177 for 9.
Twenty runs coming off that last over. We also have the start of the final power play, where 5 fielders will be allowed outside of the 30-yard circle, a maximum of 5. Kenneth Demba to pick up the attack from the southern end of the ground. Inside edge and mistiming that one. So Royal certainly looking to go big every single delivery.
Will Demba be brave enough to tease him, give it air, bowl it slowly? He rocks back and smashes it, and in the process goes past his highest score in list day cricket. Does Royal, previously 73 before tonight, and that moves him on to 76 from 83. So Royal has really taken charge of proceedings here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. He's enjoying himself.
It really was a short delivery, but the powerful Royal pounced on it. Back foot pull, deposited 6 rows back. That's a mighty blow indeed. How does Demba respond?
Wait, Jerry, wait.
Well, his immediate response is to change his angle. He's decided now to bowl around the wicket to Javar Royal, changing the angle, going across the right-handed batsman.
Turning down that single, not allowing Redwood to be exposed to the danger. Taking full flow, full responsibility for the batting innings from here on.
Good cricket. Good cricket. Leaving just the solitary delivery for this over and probably doing everything to ensure he is on strike at the start of the next Jamaican bench, hoping that he can continue for the next 9 overs and a bit. Can young Redwood survive the end of this over? There's a slip and a leg slip in place. So that defensive shot ends the 41st over. The Royal Scorpions 184 for 9.
Shadrach Discard to pick up the attack. Full toss and in the gap, but the run turned on again. Bit of a gamesmanship on display from skipper Bishop, looking to try to intimidate them to get a single. Lots of points up for grabs again. They need to get as much as possible. Short and tugged into the leg side. That's colossal from Royal. He's really motoring on here now for the Scorpions.
Royal dealing only with sixes at the minute. Poor bowling from the Windwards. Poor bowling from Descartes. He saw what happened in the last over with a few deliveries that were bowled into the wicket short of a length. And he decided to try his luck, and he's come a long way second. Royal pouncing on that one. Hands through, clearing the ropes by a long way. So that shot takes him into his 80s. He's now 83 from 88. And this is a really good partnership of 35 for the last wicket for the Scorpions.
That's better. That's the line you want to be bowling against your power-hitting batter. The man who's taking the bull by its horns and being the responsible one for this partnership that has stemmed at 35 runs. Much better line delivery from Discard. That's certainly one line and length you can be looking at. The other one, full and wide. You do have some protection on the outside, so where does he go? Short and wide and gets away.
Good cricket from the Scorpions. Good cricket from Royal. Really manipulating this bowling attack. He refused that single off the penultimate ball from the last over to ensure that he took strike. Deposits the second ball of this over for 6. Again, refusing to run on the 5th. So will he look for this single off the last delivery? And what will the Windward Islands Volcanoes do to try and keep him on strike?
Do you think skipper Bishop is being a bit too defensive? Bring in your field. Bring in some more fielders in the circle. Prevent that single.
Good cricket. Excellent cricket from young Royal. He keeps strike, moves on to 84. 42 overs gone now. 191 for 9.
The tower that stands tall among the Manhattan right there. When you hear the word Manhattan, you think of One World Trade. 20 runs coming off that over. Certainly a massive towering building there. And all from the bats of Javar Royal. And he continues to face the music from the northern end. Will he continue? Can he withstand his hitting capabilities? Oh my goodness. What are we seeing here? Come on, man. You got there. Hit it into the wind.
I wonder if this is an example of a batsman owning a bowler. Demba might be under a little bit of pressure. Come on, son, wipe that hand. Get that grease off. Grip that ball properly. The battle continues.
When was the last time you saw something like that, Jimmy? Last time I can tell you was when I played primary school cricket. Happened to me.
It's happened, unfortunately, it's happened to me as well, Sachin.
Oh, really? Tell us about that.
No, we can move on quickly.
Come on, man, tell us about that. we love a good joke. The comedy jokes of Jimmy. That sounds nice. No jokes about that. That's a serious blow. That's a Herculean shot from Royal. Massive. Takes him into the 90s.
Absolutely brilliant striking from Javar Royal. Different angle with Demba deciding to go around the wicket has not made a difference for the result. Got it in the slot, cleared his front leg out the way and made really, really good contact. From the minute it left the bat, Demba knew that there was only one outcome.
He goes again. My, oh my. That's sloppy. That is sloppy. An unfortunate bit of work. Will get a boundary and bring up the 200-run mark for the Scorpions.
Short onto the back foot. A bit of a bad bounce for the field at long off. But 4 welcome runs for the Scorpions.
He's 1 hit away. Can he do it in this delivery?
Wait.
So having passed, it seems just a couple of overs ago, his best list day score of 73, Royal now stands 6 runs away from a list day 100. Has he got it? Has he got it? What an innings from the young Jamaican. At a time when his team was desperate for something to hold on to, Javar Royal scores his first list day 100 off just 97 deliveries. He gets a hug from his junior partner, Tamar Redwood, and Jamaica Scorpions are still here fighting on at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
His Majesty Javar Royal given the crown today. We've witnessed a wonderful display of power hitting and wonderful cricketing smarts as well. Intelligent cricket from Royal. 43 completed, 208 for 9.
Incredible. Last 4 overs, 51 runs scored, no wickets lost. This is remarkable. Javar Royal has just played a regal innings. Phenomenal stuff from the Jamaican. Rear guard, counter-acting. Action-packed towards the back half of that innings to give his team something to work with, over 200 being scored. Goes again, 6 again. Another one for Javar Royal. 9 sixes in his innings now. He's pummeling this bowling attack. Hello, Shakira.
Well, hello, Badri. And hello to all of Jamaica who are being entertained by this display from Javar Royal. Walked to the crease when the score was 59 for 6, Royal. And somehow he's been able to rebuild their first list day century. And what a century it was. Just look at that. Rebuilt the innings, rear guard, and every time he got faster. From 90 to 107, just 6 deliveries. Dealing in boundaries since Tamari Windward has walked to the crease. He's played a really sensible innings, one of maturity, one of class.
He goes again, and would you believe it, a 10th 6 for Javar Royal. This is phenomenal stuff at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Quite memorable.
Yeah, ball striking at its best. Doesn't matter where they put the deliveries, no. He's middling it. He tried to get out the hitting arc on that occasion. Shadrach discard. He has to get it wider.
Batting at number 8, Shakira, 87 for 7 and scoring a century at that position. Not often do you find that. And it's been a calculated onslaught from Javar Royal. This innings will be remembered for a long, long time, despite whatever happens from here on end. Falls safely. So he sort of earned a little bit of luck along the way based on the way he's played in this innings. He's shepherded his country on his shoulders. 7 wickets down and staring down the barrel. Perhaps many were thinking about under 100. They're 221 now, folks. The highest ever score by a number 8 batter for Jamaica. 65 the previous, so it's record after record. That's all he has to do, Redwood. See that final delivery out at 221 for 9. Yeah, look at those tall towers from that 40th over mark. And that's when Royal decided to take everyone on and to take things into his own hands. He's been so successful at it. Batting at number 8, remember folks, his team in all sorts of trouble. 10 sixes and 3 fours. A lot of responsibility and maturity, not to mention skill patience and temperament displayed in this innings. He's shown everyone here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy just how good this surface is and just how good he is. Yeah, not often has he missed hit, but he's doing the right thing as well, Shakira, in that he's taking the majority of the strike. He's turning down some runs, yes, but it's 9 wickets down.
Yeah, certainly. Showing clarity of mind. Showing great understanding as well. Really understands the situation, and he needs to face the majority of the deliveries.
That's another one. It's been the Royal show, and haven't we been royally entertained? The umpire has to raise the hands once again. 11 now for Javar Royal.
Yeah, it's the length. It's the length. He goes around the wicket, tries to throw it wide, Kenny Clark, but it's in the air again, in the slot again. And every time they've missed their length, they've been dealt with brutally.
Yeah, how much do you put this down to good batting and disappointing bowling? How do you, I suppose, analyze what we are seeing here, Shakira?
Yeah, credit to Javar Royal and what he's done. Credit to the power he possesses to be able to clear the boundary so many times. Great responsibility, temperament. He's been really sensible in this innings. But you also have to question the execution of some of these bowlers.
And even when he doesn't middle it, it goes for 4. Quite fortuitous, but like I said before, it is well earned and well deserved. Highest individual score now by some distance for Javar Royal, and only the second 100 in the tournament to date. What an innings it has been.
Yeah, fully committed to the swing, Javar Royal. Just wonder about the tactics. And he also wonder how that guy behind Javar Royal is feeling. Remember, he dropped Royal earlier.
At this time he goes another edge, the fielder position exactly where that ball went, and Jeremiah holds on. But what a masterful innings comes to an end. And all teams batting first this season, except Trinidad, have been bowled out inside the 50 overs. Kenny Clark getting rid of Javar Royal as the final wicket to fall. Magnificent knock though, regard action, lots of partnership at the back end when everyone else in that top order field, it was Royal who stood tall. And this will be indelibly etched in his mind and in all of our minds for a long, long time. Finally, they get the wicket.
And giving thanks and praise, Javar Royal. You can see how much it means to him and his teammates. In case you missed it, everyone on the Volcanoes team ran to him to commend him from the knock because it was such an outstanding knock. Batting at number 8 to get 100 and your first list 800 to get your team from 59 for 6 to 231. Now they have something to bowl at. Now they have something they can be proud of, the Scorpions.
Yeah, brilliant and barnstorming from Javar Royal. Let's have a look then at their batting card and you'll see what happened at the top of the innings. Just look at that. Batting at position 8 is where that 100 came from, of just 107 deliveries. Not much to speak about outside of that. Bailey on debut contributed in a wonderful partnership. And the partnerships there, as I speak about, 58 and 76 between Royal and Redwood. Redwood contributing just 1 in that 76. So domination from Royal.
And Kenny Clark was good, especially with the new ball. Got 2 early wickets. Ended up getting that final wicket of Javar Royal. Discard a couple for him. Kenneth Demba under the pump at the start, but he was able to pull back with 2 wickets. Kirsten Murray, excellent with the new ball in his debut game, but ran into the back of Javar Royal as did all the other bowlers. Just 3 overs for Darren Ned, and he too got a wicket.
And so another Super 50 team bowled out well inside the 50 overs. What does that mean for the Volcanoes, though? They'll need 232 to win from 50 overs. We'll take a short break. We'll have some analysis during the mid-innings, and then the chase. Do stay with us.
Yes, Royal. Big ball. Yes, all right.
Enterprising to say the least from a Jamaica Scorpions perspective. 59 for 6 at one stage. They have fought their way to 231, and it is the man from Old Harbour in Jamaica, Javar Royal, with a maiden list stay 100, 124, and that low order fight. 58 between Bailey and Royal, and 76 between Redwood and Royal. And we'll look at the contribution from Redwood. A mighty 1 in the partnership. The bowling, well, 3 wickets for McKenny Clark, and Kenneth Demba 2 wickets, but expensive towards the back end. Wickets apiece for Murray, Ned, and 2 as well for Shadrach Descartes. 231, the Volcanoes restrict the Scorpions to. And we've got the great pleasure of having your company as well as the man to my left, because it was a disruptive knock from Javar Royal. A real treat, our second 100 of this year's CG United tournament. After Kofi James opened it up with 100 here, I've got Javar Royal. Javar, that was some innings. First of all, tell me about this ground, because last year in the semi-final you got 73. Now you've got 100. Anything special about this venue?
It's a nice ground. The wicket is good. I think today it was a bit slow to start, but I think it quickened up after about 30 overs, and I just sticking and wait on my opportunity and just cash in.
59 for 6. How did your thinking evolve, given that you had to manage batting with the low order, and we all saw the aggression as well?
As I said, the wicket was tough. My plan was to just give everybody a chance. The lower order with myself, just bat and give everybody a chance. And I know once I set, I know what I can do. I can hit sixes. That's my strength. So I just go out and execute and stick to my plan for long.
11 sixes. Look at some of them here, and tell me which one to you was the most special.
The one that get me to 100, obviously. But it didn't hit well, but I'm grateful. I'm thankful for the father for the opportunity. Thanks to the coach for giving me the opportunity to go out and execute my skills. I am grateful.
We don't see the hard work you put in, Javar, but what does this mean to you as we see you at the highest score of this year's CG United Super 50 Cup in front of Kofi James, who got that first 100? What does a moment like this mean to you?
It means a lot. It's my first one, so you know it's special. I think this one is for the people back home. My mother and my daughter, her birthday was 2 days ago, so I think this one is for her.
And 231, the score given the conditions, what do you think?
It's a good score. It's just to go out and stick to our plans, stay on the stumps. The wicket is still slow. It's just to go out and execute.
All right, we'll be looking forward to that and some celebrations as well.
Of course.
Some more. Javar Royal, a blockbuster innings. We'll see him very soon. We'll also get the thoughts now of Stacey. You're good, Javar. Thank you, man. We don't want to keep this too long.
Respect.
We'll get Stacey and Adams in as well. But what a sensational 100 it was, rescuing the Scorpions, Stacey and Adams. How do you describe that? What word would you use to describe that?
Well, simply outstanding, belligerent. I mean, I can search for all the superlatives, but I don't think anything can explain it. But what I liked about his innings, it's his gatekeeping. Yes. Apart from the belligerence that we mentioned, I think he took control of that innings. At one point in time, we didn't think that they were going to be able to make 100, but he's taken them to 231, and it's a sort of innings that can send waves of optimism to the bowling unit.
If we talk about the Windward Islands and the way their bowlers started compared to finished, how will they reflect on that innings and that 44.1 overs?
Well, obviously, they started well, and it's an area that they were struggling with in the tournament to get wickets in the power play. They did that, 87 for 7, started magnificently with the ball, but unable to finish well, and I think it's something that will haunt them going into this second innings, but it's also an opportunity for them to try and collect more bonus points in this game.
They had 4 wickets in the power play. That registered one of the bonus points. Remember, they need to get a few if they're to qualify for that final, in addition to the win. And after this run out, you thought it would be a collapse from the Scorpions, but the way Royal, Andre Bailey rebuilt the innings after that Brad Barnes dismissal, and then Bailey fell quickly after, but it was the Javar Royal show, folks. And just looking at the bowling options, Teddy Bishop is a young captain who we know is learning, Stacey. Anything you think he could have done a bit differently?
Well, we were all having that discussion upstairs, and we were looking at the possibility of collecting more bonus points in that game. I think someone like McKenny Clark, they could have introduced him a bit earlier, particularly when that partnership between Royal and I think Bailey was going. He came in late. He wasn't able to execute as he would have liked, wasn't able to pick up the wicket. So perhaps go into his strength option much earlier.
Yeah, got some swing early, did McKenny Clark. That one to dismiss Kurt McKenzie. Then picked up Jermaine Blackwood. And then seeing some of that wide plan and his back-end skills, finally got the wicket of Javar Royal, What about Darren Ned? Only 3 overs. He got 3 wickets here a couple of days ago against the Leeward Islands. Surprised that he only bowled 3 overs?
Yeah, quite an interesting one. I did see him on the edge of the boundary though. I think he was getting some treatment from the physio. So I'm not too sure. Perhaps that's why he didn't come back. But he started well. He was getting shape on the ball, getting it to swing, getting it to seam. 3 overs, picked up that very important wicket as well, but didn't come back. So perhaps it was the case of him pulling up just after his spell.
You guys know what I like to do when we come down for these shots, and it's to test the conditions. And I can tell you, actually, still a bit of moisture. Wasn't expecting that, Stacey, because of this wind. The wind has been at its highest that we've had all tournament. How if you are the Volcanoes, knowing that you've got to try and get bonus points to qualify, but you've got to win? How do you structure this run chase?
Well, you have to stick to your process. You saw that they managed to score 325 runs. They managed to chase that down.
Yes.
And a lot of the batters got starts and they carried on. So you need the batters. First of all, you need to collect that bonus point in the power play. You need to have a good start. And I think what Jamaica did tactically well, someone like Javar Royal, he accessed that boundary, that boundary where the wind was blowing across. And you saw at times it was close, where balls just barely looped over just because of that wind factor. So you have to look at target areas, and you also have to have a really good start. And the batters, if you have a good start, you need to cash in, you need to continue.
Remember, folks, why this game is so important is because what's happened at the Queen's Park Oval a bit earlier today, where we had the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They won by 8 wickets. Quite a comprehensive win. They registered some bonus points as well. So we work it out there, about 13 to 14 points clear of the Volcanoes as of now. But the Volcanoes themselves, they need to win, get those 4 points, and they need to get, of course, bonus points, because 31 and 31, the 2 top teams, remember, will go to the final, and the Volcanoes need 14. How much will they be looking at this in that dressing room, Stacey?
Well, you'll certainly be paying attention to that. You have nothing to lose at this point in time. If you don't go out and collect those bonus points, you're not going to that final. So they will definitely be paying attention and figuring out how many more bonus points they can get in the game, because they did get some bowling bonus points. We'll have to work that out as well. But how many more can we get from a batting perspective?
Yeah, already one I can think of in the power play, the 4 wickets, 1 for bowling out Jamaica as well, and a few more in there. Tell me about the Scorpions, though. They've got experience. We know Royal will come in with a new ball. Marquino Minley has been very good in this format in the last few years. What is the plan if you're the Scorpions bowling unit?
Well, I already said it. Innings like what Javar Royal did will certainly boost their confidence coming out here with ball in hand. And someone like Marquino Minley, he'll emulate the sort of lines that McKenny Clark bowled early on. So he will come out and he will get the ball to swing away. He'll also get it to nip back in, because that's the delivery that he's been working on and is able to execute very well. So someone like him will be very important. We know Javar Royal brings that control at the other end. So it's a matter of starting well, and I think that will set them up in the rest of this game.
Just quickly, prediction, Jamaica Windward. Pick one, Stacey and Adams. Don't sit on the fence.
You're putting me on the spot. Can I sit on the fence for
no
this
fence sitting.
I'm going to go Windward Islands because Javar Royal said it, the conditions got better for batting. And as I mentioned, if they stick to their process, they know that they have to come out and win this game. If their batters come out with that same fearless approach as they did against Leeward Islands, it should be an easy game for them to win. But very important, that new ball burst by Marquino Minley and Javar Royal, I think that will determine the game.
You've got your expert opinion. After the break, we'll hear from a few Volcanoes on what this tournament means to them.
simply because I am just that kind of attacking player who likes to make a change for the team. Could be any form, bat, ball, or in the field. I just look to always change the game in some way in the favor of my team. Just to watch Super50 on the TV and seeing the other guys, and I really wanted to be there. But finally making my debut with the West Indies Academy was a good opportunity for me. I had a lot of learning and a lot of good people around me during that time. Going to other teams, it's been a little challenge to stick with different cultures, but it's been good, a good challenge, I must say, and a lot of learning also. The people that are around me and the people I speak to around cricket. In my career, I always wanted to be one of the best all-rounders. That's one of my goals. With work to do and a lot to learn. I'm quite young, so just looking forward to getting better in all aspects, batting, bowling, fielding, and looking to help not only my franchise, but West Indies and other franchise teams around the world to win championships.
I think my career is sort of a roller coaster, to be honest. I think not where I want to be at the moment, but it's a work in progress, and hopefully one day I could be back at the top and make my family and my country and Windward Island proud again. It's a different experience, one I enjoy. I know with captaincy comes a lot of pressure, and hopefully I have senior players around who I can go towards for information, so that's really helpful for me as a young captain. It's sort of easy to guide the younger players more than the senior players. I think the senior players is quite experienced enough to run their own show, so it's pretty easy for me to more focus on the younger guys.
I started my career at a very young age. I would consider the age of 14, school age cricket. I was inspired by a friend and cousin who coached us at the time, me, my brothers and some other young guys in the community, who taught us the game and the fundamentals of the game. And from there, I enjoyed the game, and I always wanted to see what was out there for me in the sport, and I just gave it a try, and in the end, it was something I see as a career, and I work hard towards it. For me, my strength is variation, so I always go to my variation and my strength, which is cutters into the wickets and not trying to seam it off and on. When we play against Jamaica, it will be important for me to get that victory. Obviously, they defeated us last year, so it will always be a good feeling to get back that revenge and secure this place into the finals.
Can we have that points table sometime early in the block, please? Amateur probably getting 14 points.
God,
How much do they have now?
17
No,
plus the 3.
no.
And he sent.
Second probably too.
Yeah.
Hello and welcome back to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy CG United Super 50 action. The Jamaica Scorpions up against the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Last day of preliminary action in this year's tournament. As a reminder, the Scorpions, they won the toss and they wanted to bat first, and they were in all sorts of problems, losing early wickets. But it was Javar Royal's maiden ton that got them up to 231. Look at that partnership for the last wicket. 76 the partnership, and just one the contribution from Redwood. It was all Royal. The bowling for the Volcanoes, 3 wickets for McKenny Clark, a couple for Discart and Demba, and 1 for Murray, 1 for Ned. Yeah, they got 3 bonus points, the Windward Islands Volcanoes, in the first innings. They need 232 now. Got a point in power play 1 for getting 3 or more wickets. They got a point in power play 2. And they also got 1 for dismissing the opposition. So they start the second innings with 3 bonus points. Johan Jeremiah at the top of the order. Didn't have too many opportunities in this tournament, but when he did get an opportunity, fell cheaply. So he will be looking to end off strongly. And alongside him, Stefan Pascal, right-left combination at the top for the Volcanoes. Right, importantly, Jimmy, they're 14 points adrift of both Trinidad and Tobago and the Barbados Pride, who are on 31 points. So bonus points, the currency. Opening the bowl in Makino Minley. What can we expect in this chase? He's not running.
Waiting for the umpires to
Candice Laborde in an 8th list day game. The presiding umpire from that southern end. And Makino Minley will start wrong the wicket. Very impressive so far. He has the ability to swing the ball into the left-hander alongside Candice Laborde, the man from Trinidad and Tobago and South Trinidad. Not too far from here, Lyndon Rajkumar in his 15th list day game. Yeah, Jimmy, what can we expect in this Windward innings?
Well, the first thing they're going to target is 231, obviously. But the first target, I would imagine, would be to clear 60 runs inside the first power play without losing wickets. That would secure another bonus point. So I think we're going to see a measure of intent from the Volcanoes openers. Minley, a bit of a banker for Jamaica. We've seen him in previous game here at this ground bowling extremely well in the first power play. And as he did then, he does tonight. He starts around the wicket, coming into the left-handed Jeremiah.
Yeah, just to give you folks an idea of what potentially is in store for us. As you mentioned, Jimmy, power play 1 get to 60 without losing 2 or more wickets. And then, as we see the contributions of Minley so far, then minimize the number of dot balls. So if they can overhaul this target with a dot ball percentage of less than 50, get the runs in a certain number of overs. We are working all of the calculations for you folks. Get the runs in a certain number of overs. If they can get 2 centurions as well in this chase, they can get that run rate in power play too. There is a statistical chance of them getting the requisite number of bonus points. Of course, they must go on to win, but they have to know what the equation is and what they need to do to achieve it. It's monumental, the requirement. 14 points, potentially 15 is what they need to get in this game to supplant one of those top 2 teams at the moment.
A lot of calculations, a lot of permutations. But you'd think that in aiming for them, you break it down into your simplest components. So the first landmark would be the first power play, the point that is available for 60 runs without losing more than 2 wickets. That could be your first target, and then if you get there, then you can start looking at other targets along the way.
Good start from Minley. 1 without loss.
So much they could potentially get. Possible, Amrit, to get 15.
Right, 14 points adrift, so they'll need maybe 15, because even if they get 14, that net run rate in the negative. I don't know if a win with what they need to do will significantly improve that to get ahead of the Red Force. So potentially 15 points we're looking at. So far, they have 3. If they win, they get another 4, that's 7. So they need 8 further bonus points. That's very, very tough. Javar Royal, the Centurion. What a blistering knock we saw from him. First the list A century. And the highest score this season. Batting at number 8, Jimmy. How impressed were you?
Massive. Massive innings from the young man. Just the way he managed his innings was a joy to behold. And he's been called into action right away, and electing to go around the wicket across the left-handed Jeremiah. He does have a slip in place, and he can get the ball to shape away from the left-hander. So this is good field placing from Captain Brad Barnes to support his opening bowler.
I'm just trying to figure out how can they get a further 8 bonus points. 1 for power play, 1 if they get 60 plus. Another 1 for power play, 2 if they get 5 runs, 7 runs per over, and not lose more than 3 wickets. And that's in there. And that will flee away for 4. Not totally in control, but Jeremiah wouldn't mind. Neither would Javar Royal as well, because it might have presented an opportunity. Backward point or perhaps in that slip region, but he went hard at it. Yeah, crossed the left-hander, going hard and speeding along for 4. We'll talk a little bit more about the potential bonus points in the next over. And this should be at least 1 more. Good running, hustle back for a couple. That's 6-7 now after 2 overs. Right, bonus points allocation. So power play 1, they can get 1. Power play 2, they can get another 1. And if by that stage, most likely they'll chase down the total because it's not 300 plus. If they win with less than 90% of the allocated over, they get another 1. A couple Centurions at a strike rate of 90 plus, they'll get another 1. If they minimize their dot ball percentage, they'll get 2 points. But they need to get 8. It's a lot of permutations. And sometimes that's too much to think about, Jimmy.
I'm confused already, but having said that, if what the Volcanoes would be thinking of, I would imagine at this point, is just breaking it down into smaller pieces. First one being get to 60 in the power play, get that first one in the bag, don't lose 2 wickets. And then if they achieve that, then you start concentrating on the other bonus points that might present themselves.
You're absolutely right. Take it into smaller chunks. Get yourself into the position where you can acquire those bonus points and then go for it. No sense thinking about all 8 points at the start of the innings. And then in the first power play, something goes awry and the entirety of that entire thinking goes out of the window. So, yeah, take it one step at a time. But these two must at least be cognizant of power play 1 and what they need to do to achieve that bonus point.
What both openers would have been watching very closely is the ease with which the Scorpions' last pair found the wicket. It would have signaled to them that it is a very good batting surface, that there are runs that can be scored here. And all they need to do initially is get themselves in, and then anything becomes possible after that.
Yeah, 2 young Windward Islands batters. The left-handed Jeremiah, I saw him recently as well in a T20 league in the US. He looked quite composed. Saw him in the breakout league where he had the highest individual score. And Pascal, a former West Indies on the 19 captain, who looked quite composed in game 1 when we saw them here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Really good prospects, but you want to turn that, I suppose, potential into performance. And as you so rightly pointed out, lots of runs on offer. Potentially your last game, you want to end on a high, on an exclamation point. No better time than now. Pascal just 20 years of age. And Jeremiah 26 years of age, so a little bit older, but still in the infancy of their careers.
Dot ball, outswinger from Minley to finish the third over, 11 without loss.
Come mash your axe. This thing's a mash. Guys, mash it. Yeah, do that.
They seem to have a change in bowling from the northern end. Just a solitary over for the Centurion, Javar Royal. And now the debutant, Andre Bailey, into the attack. Just taking a little warm-up run there, the right-hand medium, Andre Bailey. Have you seen anything of him, Jimmy?
I've seen him at a couple of net sessions back home in Kingston. What I would call an honest seamer. not genuine express pace. But we saw what good lines and links can do on this wicket with how the Windward Islands Volcanoes approached it in their innings earlier.
A little bit of shape there for Bailey, another youngster. We're getting a first sighter off in this tournament. Exciting times ahead with opportunities. You've been in a leadership position before, Jimmy, as coach, technical director, etc. When you come and you participate in a tournament like this, truncated in nature, lots of matches being washed out. Exceptional stuff. How do you evaluate a team's performance when they head back home and they do their debriefs? How can you evaluate what transpired?
Well, with limited opportunity, it means that the evaluation or the reflection period is going to be a bit limited as well. You can only go off what you've seen or what you saw. And for most of these teams, you can evaluate attitude, you can evaluate approach. And it's going to be 4 leg byes. Welcome runs to the Volcanoes. Umpire Raj Kumar indicating there. Takes a score to 15. It's very difficult. You don't have much data to work with, but you have to. You will look back at everything, every experience, every occasion, and take what you can technically, physically, mentally, and hopefully plug that into whatever program you have prepared for them going forward.
Good communication, good response, good. Easy single. You and I and a couple others were in the room next door talking about the investment that would have gone in preparation for this tournament since the first class season. Quite a few months these guys would have been preparing for this, and to come here and get limited game time through no fault of theirs, no fault of anyone actually. It's just inclement weather. It's very difficult. And some of these guys, no doubt, have ambitions of going on to the senior level, and they would have wanted to come here and to really showcase their talents.
I think there's another dimension to that as well. There's a financial dimension to that, because if you look at 6 territories preparing, let's give them 3 months, preparing for 3 months coming into a tournament like that. All of those resources come from one pot, the CWI pot, and that's a hell of a lot of resources across 6 territories to prepare 6 teams. Accommodation, travel, food, all of that, to not have any cricket. Dot ball to finish, 4 overs gone, 16 without loss.
Yeah, Minley will continue from that southern end. Yeah, just to build on that, Jimmy, it's a lot of investment financially and from a human resource standpoint. And ideally, you want to come and get all of the matches in. It's just the time of the year in this part of the world, rainy season, and we've been unfortunate to have so many matches watched. All of the matches at the University of the West Indies, for instance, abandoned, all 5 of them. When you have a match at the Brian Lara Academy abandoned, you know that it's a lot of rainfall because the drainage here is quite good. So maybe something for CWI to consider moving forward. If the tournament is to be played at this time of the year, maybe think about a different venue, different territory. But as you would know, having been in that position before, there are so many other considerations. What a shot from Jeremiah. The high elbows. And it seemed to have gone all the way for 6, but we just want to have a boundary check. Candice needs a little bit of support to make that final determination, but what a strike from Jeremiah.
That looks like a 6 from where I'm sitting. So the first maximum for the Volcanoes innings, Jeremiah punching Minley straight back over his head. And that takes him to 15 from 18. Takes the score to 22 now without loss. Yeah, just a little bit more on that point, Samuel. I just think that when you're calculating what the tournament cost in its entirety, you should take into consideration the preparation costs for each territory, because, as I said, it all comes from the same pot, and it's a lot of resources being invested if you're going to run the risk of there being no cricket.
And straight after this, these players will turn their attention to first-class preparations. And that tournament will begin early next year. A revised format there as well. So they'll be looking to transition from white ball to red ball. Test matches in New Zealand will begin in a few days' time as well. So we'll be looking on intently. Some good returns from the West Indies on the 19 against the England on the 19s as well. So lots of cricket being played across. Word coming out from the under 19s, Jimmy, that we have some emerging talent. So a left-hand orthodox, one clip in particular that went viral, ball pitching outside leg and clipping the top of off. Yeah, left-arm wrist spinner of a young English batter. So there is some raw material coming through the pipeline, as there always is, on the 19 World Cup early next year. 8 runs from that over, 24 without loss.
Right about for the next minute. Step by.
27 for 3, the Scorpions. After 5 overs, 24 without loss, the Volcanoes. So they, remember folks, for a bonus point, they need to get to 60. So maybe in these next 5 overs, we'll see a little bit of a different approach. The only way for them to stay in this tournament is to keep getting bonus points. Bailey will continue.
A solid start from Andre Bailey. You never know where a debutant will begin his journey. We saw a bit of a shaky start the other night from a young seamer, Tyndall from Guyana, really struggling in his first over. But Bailey here has hit his straps consistently, good line and length to this point.
And that's a huge shout. Is it going down the leg? Has to be, in my estimation, a lot fuller to get an affirmative decision. Let's have a closer look.
Angled in. And one could say that there would definitely have been some doubt in the umpire's mind as to whether that would have clipped the leg stump on the way through. But he's asking the right questions, young Bailey. Now in his...
Yeah, just from the 9 deliveries that he's bowled, he seemed to have that ability from around the wicket for that ball to hold its line and maybe with an angle seam towards the first slip to tempt the left-handers into a drive. Kemar Roach does that really well in red ball cricket to left-handers from around the wicket. So many wickets he's gotten, angling in and then straightening. And there's that angle in again.
He's certainly giving both batsmen something to think about. To the right-hander now, swinging the ball back in. A little bit too straight, but he's hitting good lengths and certainly not giving any free hits. That occasion, the ball just holding its own, which really, the top players will tell you that they really need only 2 deliveries. You know, with 2 deliveries and control in where you're pitching it, you can play mind games with batsmen. And all you want is a little bit of indecision for any batsman to induce a mistake. Wide signaled.
Right, so I'm giving them this over for them to sort of assess and get an idea of the conditions, but certainly from the next over, with only 4 overs remaining in the power play, and knowing that 60 is the target to get a bonus point, I just want to see how they approach the next 4 overs in power play 1. And then that will give me a clear indication as to what their mindset is in this chase. They're holding its line once again, Bailey. 27 without loss. Yeah, change in bowling from that southern end. Javar Royal switches ends. Yeah, just to give you an update on that tour match in Lincoln in New Zealand, the West Indies played a 2-day warm-up match against New Zealand 11. Lots of start for the West Indian batters, which is good signs going into the test series. John Campbell got a 68. Tejnarayan Chandrapal got 85. Brandon King, now welcome return to runs for him. He got 79. Kavem Hodge back into the test team, got a half century as well. So all of the batters seem to have gotten to a start. And that's in the tour match. The first test will start imminently. And hopefully they can take that sort of form into the real contest. Right, so there's a change in thinking. Blackwood now with the ball. Did see him bowl in earlier matches. And so Javar Royal has been replaced. And Blackwood will give us some seam.
Start with a wide, Jermaine Blackwood. He did bowl for the Scorpions in the previous game here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
He just learned that Javar Royal was off the field for a few minutes, and so he had to wait, or has to wait, before he can bowl again. And that's the reason why Blackwood was given this over. So if you just joined us and you're looking at your screen and you're seeing we're into the 7th over and Jimin Blackwood has the new ball and you're wondering what's happening, well, then that's a potential explanation. He has to wait a few minutes, Royal, before he can bowl again. And that's why Blackwood has this new ball in list A cricket for Jamaica.
With an average of 101.
Right, let's reflect then on the most wickets in this tournament. Truncated affair, so 7 wickets. Terence Hines out of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Kenneth Demba, who picked up wickets today. He has 7 as well. Carrier, Jaipal and Jordan with a 5-wicket haul in one of the matches. Well, he hasn't added any to that. And that's the top 5. I don't think they're going for that 60, Jimmy. Not from what I'm seeing here.
It's not looking that way. It was a bit of a long shot, to be fair to them. So maybe the Volcanoes have settled into just aiming for a potential victory. Take whatever points they can and call it a day. We're into the 7th over, 30 without loss. Needing 60 without losing more than 2 wickets to get a bonus point inside this power play.
Yeah, 15, the number of bonus points. They need to get 8 with the bat. So you're right, it's maybe a little bit unrealistic and not feasible. And so they've just buckled down looking for the win. And will not touch the pad on the way through, I think. And it will be a dot ball to end the over. 30 without loss.
$30 for none after 7. Andre Bailey continuing. Yeah, Shakir Salmon alongside Sally. I heard Samuel Badger and Jimmy Adams talking about the bonus points, and I must say I'm surprised. Surprised that you wouldn't try to get, at least try to be a bit more attacking and look for that 60 after the first power play. You've still got the luxury of losing 1 wicket, which they've not lost. These two seem quite content to just push it around. Don't know how, not sure how that's gone on to hit the stumps, but it has. And it's a maiden wicket for Andre Bailey, his first for Jamaica, special.
Yeah, deserving wicket for him. It's a result of disciplined bowling. He's found the length that has asked lots of questions of both opening batters. And somehow Pascal has managed to get that ball off his pad and onto the leg stump. Yeah, probably not his best delivery, but he deserves that wicket, Andre Bailey. Pascal Dismissed for 6, 32 for 1.
Number 3, Kenny Bishop.
Teddy Bishop, captain, got a start of 32 from just 28 deliveries in the first game here against the Leeward Islands. Some majestic shots in there. The question is, can he convert one of those 50s or a start into 100? Bailey's has a slip in place with deep square and a wide deep third. Certainly getting some inward movement with no assistance from the breeze.
He has a really good seam position. Andre Bailey. Yeah, probably getting too far across. Stefan Pascal trying to hit that one way behind square. Unlucky, you'd say. But good from Bailey. Played first-class cricket for CCC, Andre Bailey. He was the reserve for the Scorpions team last year. Yeah, rewarded all the hard work. Finally getting the cap for his country. Yeah, he gets a wicket on debut as well.
Seeing some similarities in him and one player just from the run-up. Very intelligent from Jeremiah, knowing where the two deep fielders were.
Yeah, good from Jeremiah. Playing with the swing, most importantly. Remember, Bailey's getting the ball to swing away from him.
Certainly getting that away movement to the left-hander. Can he start the ball on maybe middle? Maybe middle and off. Again, shape, 37 for 1. Save it for his next over. Two guys sitting at the top of this. Yeah, 195 runs for the Volcanoes to win, but they need to do a few other things, and that is to get bonus points. Scorpions dismissed for 231. They were 59 for 6 at one stage.
And Akil, I want to go back to that point you were making earlier about the lack of urgency from these batters. Halfway mark, you were certain they were going to come out intent on getting the bonus point in this power play phase. Scorpions have been good. Haven't really seen any real intent to get to those 60 runs. You understand? Perhaps reining it in after you've lost a wicket. Really expected them to try to give themselves the best opportunity to secure that bonus point and try to get into qualify for that final.
And And there was a stark contrast, Sally, if you compare the way they batted against the Leewards when they chased 324. They were 65 for 1 in that power play. And you could visibly see Pascal and Teddy Bishop. It was coming down the pitch, scoring behind square, trying to push bowlers off of that good length. Have not seen that intent today. I wonder if it's because they're chasing a smaller total, but are they aware that they need the bonus points? They've got to find a way to get 13, 14 points.
Yeah, there's been so much talk about bonus points. You mentioned during the first innings, there's that whiteboard downstairs. So certainly they're aware of how many they need, whether or not they decided at the halfway stage they could not get them and let's just go for the win. We're not sure. Certainly expected to see intent, especially from a confident side, back on, or at least back at a ground where you chased over 300 by showing that intent.
And I'm thinking, Imran Khan there, former Trinidad and Tobago leg spinner, I'm thinking, what do you have to lose? It's not like you miss out on the playoffs. It's just a straight final. So why not go for it with a young, electric group who have already shown they can pull off difficult tasks? That was a difficult ball to play.
Yeah, we'll never know the real answer as to why they haven't shown that intent. And although it seems as though they're content with just ensuring they finish this competition with a win.
Javar Royal is at a wide gully. Some swing there for Blackwood. There is certainly movement available. 39 for 1. The Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Final day of preliminary action in the CG United Super 50 Cup. There's again a wide gully. Jeremiah was caught at deep third in the first game, guiding a ball down to that region. So there's a deep third as well as a gully fielder. All right, Shakir Salman, I told you he reminds me of someone. I had to wipe my eyes when he delivered the first ball because this looks so similar. Can you guess who I'm talking about? Just from the run-up and delivery alone. Have a go, Sally.
You know, just from the way the arms pump back and forth, he reminds me so much of Carlos Brathwaite. You can tell me if I'm wrong.
Spot on. The only thing he's missing is the pinky finger being out to the side and panting like if he's just ran a marathon. Carlos is catching strays even from home. But they both played for CCC. Brathwaite captain CCC to a Super 50 title back in 2018, I think it was. But I can see, I could not believe it, especially the delivery.
Come on, Nikhil, give Carlos a break. Yeah, certainly Bailey will hope he can go on to do what Carlos Brathwaite was able to do for the region.
Some have swung in and some have held their line.
And that really tells you how difficult it has been for these Volcanoes batters.
I know Carlos, he's saying, yeah, he is similar to me after that delivery. When do you get Royal into the attack? Blackwood is also getting some swing, so maybe you persist with him. But we know Royal prefers to bowl that new ball, get that bit of drift. Royal may have just been a bit late to pick it up. Don't think Jeremiah nailed it, but gets the result.
Yeah, a little bit of aggression from Jeremiah. Hit on the up. Not a bad delivery. Just really flung the hands at it. Remember, Royal's going to his weaker side as well. Diving to his right. Reverse the pressure onto Bailey.
Under the power play, 45 for 1.
That's the over. End of the first power play.
Yeah, power play, that would have been very important for the Volcanoes to get a good start. Opening partnership was 32. And they were only 27 in the first 6 overs, so some increase in tempo coming in the final 4. End of that first power play. And here is Javar Royal.
Catch him!
Good as well, Carlos Brown. And imagine, Sally, they got 45 in the power play. That's 15 runs less of a bonus point. And 41 dots ahead of where the Scorpions were in runs and in wickets. But in the grand picture or complexion of this game and the bonus points needed, it's never easy to minimize your dots in the power play. Guys are in the circle, but could they have maybe been a bit more proactive to turn 2, 3, 4 more of those deliveries into run scoring options, get to the 60, maybe closer.
Yeah, you think without taking any real risk, they've gotten so close to securing that bonus point. And certainly you wonder if it could be more positive. As you said, Nikhil, maybe there were options for quick singles. Even though the fielders were in the circle, maybe you could hit the gap some more. Yeah, how far did the appeal? Obviously touched something on the way through, why not given.
Significant drift for Royal using that arm ball. They've just brushed the pad.
Working, boys! Working, Jared!
Catch him, Dad!
It's come off the edge, but soft hands from Bishop. Almost got a third.
Working, boys!
Yeah, the second one in the over, we've seen just grip in the surface. I think he slows it up. He does get it to grip and spin, Royal.
Deceptive. 49 for 1. 183 to get asking rate. Just around 4.5 runs per over. They had a huge rise to the end of that innings. Last 4 overs, or 21 deliveries rather, they got 40. Haven't had a lot of support, Sally, for the non-Trinidad games, but these two gentlemen love their cricket. Ali and Nero from Gasparillo. Been here for the entire day. Ali got here before me. He was that excited. They look excited.
Yeah, very pleasing to see the real diehard supporters of West Indies cricket. See those gentlemen come out, even though the right force aren't playing, they're supporting West Indies cricket, and they know these guys on display are the future of West Indies.
Mid-off going back to long off. For the left-handed Jeremiah. Deep cover and deep third as well.
Yeah, I wonder slightly about this field. Remember, we're outside the power play, 4 fielders allowed out. They've gone with long off. Just wonder if the ball doing so much still, and the angle coming around the wicket, if it's worth sending fine leg to the boundary. The length he's hitting, it's very hard to hit him over mid-off.
Yeah, you'd have to hit against the swing. And you think maybe with Bailey swinging the ball into Jeremiah, he can just clip it off the pads and get past that fine leg fielder in the circle. See long off right of screen, Jermaine Blackwood. Bottom right. Now out of shot.
Yeah, to be fair, he's taking it both ways. It's just the length he's able to hit. Makes it really hard to hit the ball on the up and clear the field out mid-off.
And this will just set some doubt into the mind of Jeremiah, because we've seen the ball angle in and we've also seen it hold its line. This one went away. Shakira Selman is very impressed as a seamer. Where is he angling that seam? Yeah, going to first slip.
And he has a really good seam position and a good wrist position. The ball just seems to be hitting the seam and going either direction. Yeah, certainly head coach Robert Haynes will be very proud of the start from Andre Bailey. And he will feel as though he needs to prove that he belongs at this level. No OJ Shields. So there are players coming back. And you get the opportunity, you want them to make the most of it. And certainly he'll be inspired by what OJ Shields has achieved, making that West Indies test team.
Yeah, and because of OJ Shields making that test team, that's what allowed the opportunity for Bailey to come into the team. Had a decent season for the Kingston Cricket Club. And I'm trying to remember, Sally, or trying to think about other members. I don't think there are many bowlers, seamers, Robert Haynes, head coach, who can move the ball both ways. A Shamar Joseph, for example, his natural ball is that scramble seam that goes into the right-hander. He can occasionally swing the ball away, but Bailey has shown us the ability to swing the ball both ways, which has been good. It's been a good 5-over spell. 51 for 1.
Give me one, both team.
Yeah, a couple days time, December 1st evening will be the start of that West Indies New Zealand series. Of course, OJ Shields, as Shakira Salmon mentioned, part of the squad for the first time. Given. And he's completely deceived Johan Jeremiah, who is disappointed with the decision.
Yeah, that's deflated. Doesn't seem to agree with the decision, Jeremiah. Yeah, he said no immediately. You can hear Javar Royal telling him the ball did turn. Yeah, goes back after start 30 and out, Jeremiah. 51 for 2.
Wicket number 2 is fallen for Volcanoes, Jeremiah, that before to Royal, 30. Incoming batter, Sunil Ambers, 51 for 2, 12.1 overs.
Captain in 2024, Sunil Ambris. Most runs for the Windward Islands last season, 3 half centuries. And one of them came against Jamaica, 59 off 60. 1950s, Shakira Salman, and just 100.
You know what you know. Anything hard you do, Ryan.
Yeah, most experience in this Volcanoes lineup. And you want to see players with all that experience convert. Can't keep Royal down though. 100 and a wicket.
It was the orthodox delivery that turned into him. He thought it was doing too much. What did you think, Sally?
Yeah, it did turn. And we spoke about the fact that every time he slows it up, he gets the ball to turn Javar Royal. And Jeremiah initially didn't pick it. You can see him playing down the line, expecting it to be the iron ball. You can slightly see leg stump, so you understand the decision. Fields are done, but you can understand what Candice LeBoer was thinking.
This has been a clinic exhibition from Royal so far. Using both deliveries, the arm ball that goes into the right-hander with the occasional orthodox delivery to supplement them. Keeping them guessing, that's for sure. 54 for 2.
Eat up, Mari, eat up. Last time 7 take things down on that. That's 2. 7 spits. About Thursday, bowling change right time.
Yeah, Ned Descartes, Dylan Douglas, Kurtzen Murray, rather, played as an all-rounder in the under-19 tournament, so he can bat as well. And so can McKenny Clark. So Bailey's 5-over swing bowling spell is complete. We'll see Tamari Redwood for the first time in this tournament. They started with Abhijay Mansingh as the leg spinner. Saw Redwood at the breakout league. Believe, Sally, he is eligible to play the next under-19 World Cup as well.
Yeah, played on the 19 this year. Tamari Redwood. And sometimes you forget how young he really is. Nikhil, I'm pleased to see so many wrist spinners. There is a dearth for wrist spin. I suppose Darren Sammy is looking for someone to fill that void.
He's pounced on that nicely, Teddy Bishop. Opportunity given, and he's taken it.
And you expect a few of these front wrist spinners. Some claim it's the most difficult art to master. With the Jew, you expect he'll bowl a few full tosses, he'll drag down a few. Different Teddy Bishop, capitalizing on a loose delivery. Putting some pressure on the youngster.
Just a correction, Redwood is 19 at the moment, so won't be able to be eligible. Joel Andrew is, though, playing for the Leewards currently, playing for the West Indies. Nathan Edward as well. I think he's too old.
And the word is there are some on the 19s who are taking part in that series against England that could have pushed to play for a few other teams. Van Lang from Guyana. He was impressive in the practice games. Had a good series against England as well. And you would have looked at Joshua Dorn.
Michael McKenzie is one. That's the wrist spin I was thinking about. He will be eligible for the West Indies under 19 next World Cup. 62 for 2.
A look at the test squad for the upcoming tour of New Zealand. O.J. Shields, the man standing out there for me. Stumped, gone. Dancing down the track was Bishop. And the shimmy didn't work. Redwood gets a wicket.
Shimmy didn't work for Teddy Bishop, but it sure did for Javar Royal. A bit of celebration after picking up that wicket of Teddy Bishop. Dancing shoes on, but he's a smart operator, Bishop. varies his length and lines really well. Getting some bonks. So really good take by the keeper. And Teddy Bishop has been found short. Look at that jig. Look at that jig, Sachin.
That's the jig we were talking about. Bishop goes for 13. It's 62 for 3. Javar Royal 2 for 13. Now this is what I like to see. Darren Ned, the inform man for the Windwards, now to face the pressure and the music. Can he change the situation?
Yes, Royal. Yes, Royal.
On point with the start. Officially. Good evening to you, Stacey and Adams. Cracked away beautifully. Pierced the gap with surgeon's precision. Off the back foot from Ned.
You are asking if he can change the situation. And he's going to play his shot, Darren Ned. Just a hint of width from Royal on that occasion. And just pierces it through that vacant gap through the covers.
The last time he would have batted was on a different surface, but that changes nothing. He was dismissed on 94, actually.
Oh, yes, Royal. Nice available.
Shoulders, arms in a very dangerous position. Royal is getting into things.
Yeah, good comeback delivery from him. Just slowed it down a touch. Tempting the batter. Well left though from Darren Ned.
He's having a dream night here, Royal. Already picking up 2 wickets for 17 runs and a century. Can he continue doing the good stuff for the Jamaica Scorpions? Only time will tell. 15 overs completed, 67 for 3. Batting card tells a situation where the Windward Islands Volcanoes could have accumulated or gathered an additional bonus point, but unfortunately missing out on the power play bonus point. So far, Jeremiah the top scorer, but much of the scoring chasing this total, requiring 165 more for the win, would be dependent on this pair between Ambrose and Ned. Ambrose, the more experienced, Ned. Yes, he may be a newbie or a newcomer to this situation, but he's certainly no fluke with the bat. That was the last wicket to go down. They continue to take it over. It's important to have that run rate taking over. No real rush or pressure to score boundaries. Singles and couples can do the job for the Volcanoes.
Some oohs and ahs there, shouts of catch it. It was a full delivery, he was reaching for it, Ambrose. Almost placed it in that man that's very straight. Very close to that pitch, that practice pitch.
Full toss, swatch it away. Just gets there over the ropes. 6 runs.
Yeah, much too full there from the young man, Tamari Redwood. Unable to land them efficiently so far in his spell. Been too short, and on that occasion, far too full. And a man like Sunil Ambris, with his ability, would never miss out on that.
Yeah, lots of dew gathering on the surface, Stacey, when you were during the mid-innings analysis. Nikhil showed our viewers, even in the period where the sunshine was just peeking out still, the dew was already forming on the surface, so it would be difficult for the leg spinner to continue gripping the ball properly. But there is an attack in field. Short cover. There is also a short mid-wicket in the circle and that first slip. So once he pitches them right, in those right areas, there could be problems for the batter.
Catch him! Going, man. Keep going, man. Right to them.
Singleton on the over, 16 overs gone, 75 for 3, and it's time for refreshment. Paints a picture of what has transpired so far in this second innings. At the top of them, Jeremiah Pascal, 30 and 6. But this is the partnership between Ambrose and Ned. Only 13 runs scored so far. The last wicket to go down, Teddy Bishop, the skipper. And, speaking of wickets, this is a look at the wickets tumbled so far. That was the first one. Completely bamboozled. Then this one, Royal. And then Bishop again, second wicket for Royal. And of course the jig to end things off. That very special dance that he always delivers. 2 wickets for Royal, 2 for 18 and 1 for Bailey. Really tells a picture of this game. I would think still hangs in the balance if they were to pick up a couple wickets here, Stacey. But if the Windwards were to push on, especially with this partnership, this game could be done and dusted very soon.
Yeah, and you throw the dew factor in there. Certainly can't finish in a hurry. So you look at the points table, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they're on top with 31 points. Barbados second with 31 points as well. But Trinidad and Tobago on top because they have the most number of wins so far in the tournament with 3 as opposed to Barbados 2. Windward Island 17 points chasing Barbados Royal And Guyana Happy Eagles with 9. Tough tournament for them. Leeward Islands with 8 points, and Jamaica in last place, chasing a victory in this tournament.
17 points at the start of this clash at the coin toss. Teddy Bishop was saying, looking for a possibility of gathering much needed bonus points, and there is a possibility of them getting into second position. But from this point of view, it's difficult, not impossible, but very much difficult to catch up here. Will be the skipper picking up the ball, taking the bull by its horns, seeing if he can break this partnership before it brews more runs. Brad Barnes, the captain, certainly is a very tall figure.
Catch it. Keep going. 2 wickets to the score, man. 2 wickets to the score. Keep going. Come on. Yeah.
There's certainly a definite ploy for that short cover fielder. There is a fielder in that short cover position. That's him on screen, Blackwood. First slip in play as well. Certainly lots of aggression being administered from here on for Brad. Straight to the man.
Yeah, particularly to Sunil Ambris. He tends to push with very hard hands to that fielder in the cover region. So having that fielder very close is a catching opportunity for Jamaica. Darren then now on strike. He tends to play with hands away from his body and pushes at it. I saw that he was dismissed like that in that game versus Barbados Pride. Just pushed at it, and that fielder who was around that region took a very simple catch. Some planning, I'm seeing some strategic thinking from Jamaica.
Working boys. 2 wickets to the score here, John. 2 wickets to the score here, John.
Don't forget, folks, you can follow the continuous action with us here on Saturday on ESPN Caribbean, ESPN Plus fan code, Disney Plus app, and the Windies YouTube channel. Those matches at the Queen's Park Oval and at UWI St. Augustine, those quota of matches would have been completed, so it really is the culmination of this tournament will be on Saturday with the grand finale. We wait to see who meets up in that finale. Single to end over number 17, 78 for 3. At this stage, Jamaica was 63 for 6, but eventually pushed on to get that total 231, thanks to that monstrous innings from Javar Royal, 124. Some massive sixes. And he continues to back it up with ball in hand, already taking 2 wickets.
Yeah, it's a type of innings that will make you feel good as a batter, especially coming in at the lower order. You're known more for your belligerent hitting. Yes, we did see that on display, but I think what he'll be really pleased with is the maturity that he showed in that innings to really guide his team to that total.
Yeah, the part of the innings that impressed me the most was when he switched on after scoring that 50. With just 1 wicket remaining, Redwood coming in strike, and that partnership of 78, 79 odd with just a single from Redwood. Placed in the gap, should pick up a couple. Will be completed quite comfortably in the end.
Yeah, just two, but nicely weighted there from Sunil Ambris to play it quite late past the man at backward point. But you're a man of action, Sachin. You really like to see the sixes being blasted all over the ground.
Yes, certainly. I do love the entertaining factor of the game. I do love a good test match as well, but yeah, test match cricket, very entertaining. We've seen all the entertainment today from that man on screen. Yeah, the umpire as well. Both men on screen. He raised his hands, what, more than 10 times today. For sixes, that is. Sharp single taken. We're talking a lot about the players, but certainly umpire Rajkumar would be very optimistic. He can continue to be there for quite some time. He's been recently placed at the regional level doing these matches. The standing umpire, Rajkumar, Lyndon Rajkumar, lives in South Trinidad, Siparia to be quite exact. He is a school teacher by profession and also a CrossFit fanatic. Lifts tons of weights. Probably need to get him to train me. In not umpiring, by the way. I'm not looking to be an umpire. 18 overs gone, 83 for 3. Look at the line graph, the wheel worm between the Scorpions and the Volcanoes. Very close in comparison. Can Brad Barnes break this partnership? That's the question. Or will Ambris and Ned continue to rebuild and score tons?
Jamaica will give it all they've got. I mean, just the way Royal finished things for them, give them a bit of hope coming into this match. Well, in this innings, knowing that they have a chance to win the game. They wouldn't want to come to this tournament without winning a match, Jamaica. And for someone like Sunil Ambris, Darren Ned, who started brilliantly in the tournament, he'll want to back it up. Yes, minimal games, but you've had a chance to bat, had a chance to impact the match. And you're in your set, have a start. We'll have to somehow find a way to push on.
Yeah, speaking of a consolation win for Jamaica, the rebuilding process continues with that country after the passage of Hurricane Melissa. So we urge you to please go support the various donation groups, the various fundraising links. There are multiple of them all over. Ripping delivery from Barnes. The rebuilding process will take some time, so any little bit of support you can give would certainly go a very, very long way. End of the over, 19 overs gone, 83 for 3. That comparison paints a picture of the recovery from the Jamaica Scorpions as they continue their best to try to defend that total they would have set earlier. The Windwards need 149 runs remaining from 185 available deliveries. Certainly missed out on that one. No protection on the leg side boundary. Any contact would have been four.
Yeah, tried to bludgeon that Darren Ned.
Oh, yes, Ryan.
There you go again. Trying to hit it very hard, Darren Ned. We've seen what he can do in that first game, but I think he's come out and he's trying to hit the ball really hard. In that game, was timing it a lot better. Ambrose loved that. Experienced campaigner, just having a word with the young man, letting him know that he doesn't need to try so hard. Just need to reset and refocus, Darren Ned.
Yeah, that's much better. His anxiety levels would certainly be high. Looking to get additional runs, knowing that he scored 94 runs here a few nights ago.
Working, boy.
He'll be hoping to get more runs on his name.
Catch him.
Brilliant bit of work there by the skipper. Yeah, remember this is a funnel situation. If you perform well in this tournament, selectors are looking on for the maroon colors. There may be spots up for grabs in the coming new year. So looking to not only get a victory for your team, but a personal victory as well, I'm sure would be on his mind. That's the end of 20, 84 for 3.
Yeah, that big hundred by Javar Royal, 124, 107 deliveries. Good starts from Clark and Descart, backed up by Demba and Ned, but all to do with bat in hand. And that fielder almost coming into play. That short fielder. They're gonna scramble too as well. But the plan almost coming together there for Jamaica.
Yeah, real disappointment from Captain Brad Barnes, showing very animated reaction. He says, I placed you in that spot to take a catch, he says on the stump mic, but very, very difficult chance. Let's see again. In the air, well.
What I'll also say though, there was a change of fielder. Blackwood was there, a more agile fielder, more experienced. A young man, Redwood, is placed there now.
It's called a baptism of fire. In the line of fire as well. Blackwood is now in that backward point situation, giving the umpire some company. Driven down to ground with some time in, should get at least 2. Will get to the boundaries. Footballing skills, well, a lot to be desired where that is concerned. 4 more runs though.
Yeah, much better from Darren Ned. Better timing on that occasion, straight through the line of the ball, and all he had to do was time it. And it was timed so well that the fielder didn't have a chance. So much better from him. He's been trying to hit the ball a bit too hard since he's come to the middle.
Working.
It's about controlling that extra bit of emotional impulse We spoke heavily on intelligent cricket, intelligent batting, but it comes with emotional intelligence as well. How do you control those emotions and utilize those impulses to your advantage? Sports psychology teaches about arousal levels, intrinsic motivation versus extrinsic motivation, various factors that play on the mind of a batter and a bowler, cricketer in general, sports people. So all these factors need to be considered. Certainly, he has controlled it so far. The emotional impulse, that is.
Yeah, spot on there, Sachin. That also has to remember that when he came in that game, they were chasing a hefty total. And this occasion, you can afford to have a bit of an attritional period because the runs required is far less than the balls remaining. And Jamaica will know in order to win this game, they have to bowl the Windward Islands out.
It's been a real composed innings so far from Sunil Ambrose. 21 overs completed, 92 for 3.
This partnership 30 from 41 deliveries. They'll want this to extend for a much longer time. 92 for 3 at the moment. Discard, Douglas can bat. Haven't seen the best of Sunil Ambrose so far in this tournament. A former captain, a former West Indies international player. Gotten some starts. Just sort of turns that one around the corner. Jimmy Adams alongside me. How do you see the state of this game, Jimmy?
I think Stacey said it well in the last stint at the back end, where it's wickets for Jamaica if Jamaica are to win. The Volcanoes could have a glorified net if they wanted to for the next 30 overs, knowing that if they keep wickets in hand, they will get there.
Working, boys! Working, guys. Keep working, boys.
You'd think that Jamaica would have to be the more proactive of both teams to get a result.
Working, guys.
Yeah, I think for all intents and purposes, the finalists have been decided. The Barbados Pride will be playing against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in the final in a couple days' time. Isn't any opportunity now for the Volcanoes to get the requisite points to challenge any of those two? And for the Jamaica Scorpions, they're even further down the list. So this game here now of academic importance, but you don't want to finish at the bottom of the pile. And so both teams still trying to advance their causes. And so upon reflection in a week's time, have some positives to take. Yes. Quiet over from Royal, 94 for 3. Scorpions have how many bonus points, Amrit? Scorpions have how many bonus points? Yeah, you can see the disparity between first and second and third, and so the Volcanoes can no longer catch those two top teams, but the Scorpions will be looking to elevate themselves from last position. A win will take them up the table. And like I said, you don't want to finish at the bottom of the log.
I would think as well, Sammy, that certainly individually there's still a lot to play for. These two batters and those to come have a really good batting surface. These two have a start. Ambrose on 19 from 32, Ned from 16. So they're in. And you think that with the runs left to be scored, there's an opportunity for one, at least one, of these two batters, if they get in, to go on and get triple figures, which will not hurt either of them. And certainly for anyone who is looking on, looking for potential players to move up the ladder, this is the sort of performance that they would be looking for.
Catch him!
Miss hit from Ned. Aiming deep, straight, and thick outside edge, taking it down to short third man for a couple. But there's a real opportunity tonight for more batsmen to score hundreds, to add to the one scored by that man in the screen, Javar Royal.
Remember too that this is televised, so an opportunity for Ned in particular, who we saw in that previous televised match, getting to 95, falling agonizingly short of a maiden century in this format. 94, beg your pardon, and I think there's been a lot of talk since that innings about Ned, the way he constructed that innings, the positivity that he showed, but you want to see consistency as well. So you're right, another opportunity for him to show his worth. Almost getting a wicket there, Barnes. 97 for 3.
Batters are bowling change right arm over.
A couple of wickets for the Centurion, Javar Royal, 2 for 26. Bailey on debut, picking up his first wicket for Jamaica. No one else amongst the wickets. Last ball of the previous over, almost getting the outside edge.
Beautifully bowled from Brad Barnes, pulling Ned forward. Ned playing a little bit inside the line, thinking it was going to turn back into his pad, and the ball ended up going straight on, agonizingly close to that outside edge. Brought a very good over to an end from the Jamaican captain. As we look at Marquina Minley starting his fourth over, having bowled 3 for 12 to this point.
Yeah, the other thing to consider is the prize money that is available. $200,000 US available as prize money for this tournament. 100,000 US for the champions. Who will that be on Saturday? $50,000 for the runner-up, and 25,000 apiece for third and fourth.
No, that's middle leg.
So 200,000 in total in prize money available these players, no doubt, would have harbored ambitions of getting that winning purse on November 29th. I was looking at a clip on the internet, Jimmy. Ricky Ponting was talking. He was talking about an A4 paper. Essentially, that is what he was looking at on the pitch. And if it was on either side of that A4 paper, he would play differently. If the bowler was good enough to hit that little marker, then all credit to him. He will respect the delivery and play it duly. If it was short of that, he trained himself so well that he can pull and play that pull shot so magnificently throughout his career. On the up and in the gap, that should go for 4. That is another little glimpse of what Ned can do. The 100 comes up.
It wasn't that wide, to be honest, but the replay might show that Ned just gave himself a little bit of room by stepping a little bit out and away from the ball to free his arms so that he could hit through extra cover. Really good shot, but again, it's a good surface here. Really good surface.
Yeah, just to come back to what Ricky Ponting was saying, so if the bowler was good enough to hit that little marker on the pitch, and it will change from surface to surface, right? He will make that assessment after spending some time at the crease. If he was short of that mark, then he would have trained himself to play that pull shot, a shot that was very productive for him. That's in there. Oh, doesn't manage to hold on, Javar Royal. He's done almost everything absolutely perfectly tonight. The first blemish, and Ned gets a reprieve.
Trying to force it through mid-on, getting more of an inside half of the bat, aerial and high to Royal's left, not able to either hold on to it or to palm it up and maybe take it on the rebound. He'd be disappointed, as you say. It's all gone his way from start of play today, and he's a bit disappointed. Minley certainly will be. But it's interesting. I actually listened to the discussion that you were referring to, Sam, and it's interesting. You talk about levels. Many times over the years, batsmen know when they talk about preparation, they talk about the amount of buckets of balls that they've hit, maybe about 30 to 50 balls per bucket. And it's difficult for people to understand that these players have hit thousands of buckets of balls before they get into their early 20s. 24 overs finished, 102 for 3.
Pocket.
91 dots so far in the innings, 102 for 3. Partnership 40. Ambrose and Ned 21 and 22 respectively. Barnes will continue, almost at a wicket off the last ball of his previous over. A little bit flatter, almost rushed through Ambrose.
Ambrose looking totally unbothered. Paced himself to 22 from 36. Both batsmen on 22, Ned also on 22. But Nothing really happening in the middle at the minute. Good wicket. The bowling not threatening. And it's just an opportunity for two batsmen who've gotten themselves in to go all the way. Ned showing us there what happened. Again, the ball going straight, not coming in.
Yeah, he's playing for that turn, but very quickly we realized, Jimmy, that there's not much turn on offer. And try to protect that outside edge. If the ball turns back, then tip your hat to the bowler. But for now, because of the moisture on the ball, moisture on the surface, don't play for too much turn. That's why Javar Royal is in that slip position, because they know that ball will go on, slide on with the arm more than anything else. Two is the call. Just a single though. Halfway stage of the innings, 104 for 3. Not much the difference between the two teams at the moment. It's at the very end of that yellow worm where you see that steep ascent. And that's when Royal was going absolutely berserk. And so the Volcanoes will have to factor that in and not necessarily rely on that type of finish to their innings, even though the Scorpions were bowled out inside 45 overs. So that required rate of just over 5 and over, very manageable. The partnership brewing nicely. Not too many issues at the moment. On the up again in the air, in the gap. Yeah, just to continue from what Ricky Ponting was saying, Jimmy, so that if the bowler bowls short of that marker that he had in his mind, imaginary, then he was able to pull, scored a heavy number of runs with that particular stroke. But he knew that if he was good at that, what the bowler will do next was try to be fuller. And so once they came closer to him, he was able to play on the front foot, down the ground, back past them. So it was very simple what his game plan was, but very effective. And it required months and years of training himself to be good at those two particular strokes. And that's the type of things that I want to see and hear of our young players and even our not so young players in our system, our professional cricket league. And that's what, 13 years old now, where players are paid essentially as full-time cricketers to train, to prepare, to get yourself fit and strong just to play cricket. I want to hear them talking about that. I want to see them being students of the game, more studious, and doing everything possible to give them the best chance of success at this level and higher up.
I think one of the things that we might lack a little bit of here in the Caribbean, at every level, relative to maybe 2 or 3 generations back, is the effect of having professional first class or even international players rubbing shoulders with players at club level. Given that most of us would have started club cricket at a fairly young age and have had mentors who were playing at the highest level, teaching us the game, and also showing us what good looked like if you were able to practice with them regularly during the week as well as play with them on a weekend. I'm sure Ricky Ponting would have had that in Tasmania growing up as well.
Yeah, one of the things that he mentioned in that very podcast was that when he retired the captaincy, he still played with the national team for a couple more years so that Michael Clark would understand what leadership was and that Ricky Ponting was in the team so that the younger players coming through the system would understand what it means to represent Australia. And sometimes we tend to discard senior players a little bit too early in our system who can add tremendous value to the younger ones coming through. So he said that, yes, he gave up the captaincy, but he still wanted to be part of that Australian dressing room to pass on some of the philosophies of that great Australian period so that isn't lost on the next generation. And I think that we've had quite a few senior players who we could have used a little bit better for that very reason. We'll see a couple of those senior players, no doubt, on Saturday. Craig Brathwaite will be with the Pride, and Jason Mohammed with the Red Force. 108 for 3. West Indies tour of New Zealand in the World Test Championship cycle. 3 test matches, one in Christchurch, Wellington and Mount Maunganui. Just on the cusp of Christmas, those players would be across in New Zealand, already there. And played that 2-day tour match in preparation for the first test. Wishing the boys all the best.
How's that? How's that? How's that? How's that?
There is an appeal. Even the bowler is appealing for the stumping. And I think that Lyndon Rajkumar will require some support. He does call for the television umpire.
I'm thinking to myself that this is a ploy to get away from being called wide, which I didn't see the umpire signaling, but which to me was a pretty straightforward call. However, let's see, is there a stumping involved here or not?
Well, they normally go through the protocols with the front foot at the bowler's end to make sure it's a legal delivery. And so I think they're satisfied that it is a legal delivery. Right, so let's make sure that it's legal firstly. Right, all good there. So we go to the next end of the 22 yards. I don't think that he necessarily left the crease. So you're quite right in your assessment, Jimmy, that it might be a ploy to get away from a wide. Let's have a look, though, a closer look here. All right, he's grounded. Still grounded.
All right, good one here, boys.
Does he time this well enough? Didn't even lift his foot, so no need for timing. But more importantly, does he get away with a potential wide down the leg side? So just wait for umpire Laborde to get back to her position. And let's see if he does, in fact, get away. She isn't in position yet. I'm looking at her from out of the window.
Is she wired to the third umpire? Because if I were the third umpire, I would be reminding her that she has some unfinished business before the next ball is bowled.
Well, it seems as though the business is over. So it is a dot delivery.
Brilliant tactics from the Jamaicans, Scorpions.
Yeah, a little bit of gamesmanship. Barnes stop, and now Ambrose stops him. I think now both of them are ready. No, Barnes isn't. Neither is Ambrose.
Catch him.
Yeah, I want to have a closer look at that ball, Jimmy, to see if they got away with one. The Jamaicans, that is, with that appeal. How wide down the leg side was it? Yeah, just, I would say, 50-50 with that line that she now has to work with.
Come on, Janda.
I think you're being kind, but nevertheless. The one thing that both batsmen have to be careful for, though, is being sucked into a kind of sort of very apathetic approach to batting in these middle overs, instead of making sure that they're batting with intent.
Catch him.
The last thing they want to do is to get into a mode, lose a wicket, and then the rest of the batting lineup starts to find themselves under pressure. So it's very important for Ambrose and Ned to continue showing intent, continue putting pressure on the Scorpions' bowling attack, so that they don't lose momentum in these middle overs.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you're right, and it will be a perception of pressure, even though there isn't any necessarily 5.35 that required rate. The last few overs have been very quiet. And so when that happens, usually the batters, and it's a natural thing for all batters, to sort of feel a little bit of pressure with dot deliveries.
Catch him.
Was that an outside edge? Just 11 runs in the last 3 overs. A maiden from Barnes, 108 for 3.
Very shortly. That's a maiden. Required rate at 5.3. 5.3 required rate.
If we stretch even further back, the last 6 overs, just 16 runs. And so it's been a good little period passage of play for the Jamaica Scorpions. What they wouldn't want now is to release that. So whoever is on the attack want to continue that little bit of stranglehold and suffocation. And that usually brings about a wicket. So maybe another over or 2 of quiet, and you can get an unforced error from the batters. Mainly now tasked with that responsibility from the northern end. Has that proclivity to hit the ball on the up, doesn't he, Jimmy?
Well, he does, but he's trusting the surface, which hasn't let any batter down today. Technically, he's doing what he needs to do. He's getting that front foot out of the way so he has room for his hands, and he's not afraid to hit the ball on the top of the bounce. And it's been a productive shot for him, not just tonight, but that first evening we saw him here. There were quite a few shots like that in that score of 94. Mainly using a straight mid-wicket, having had a catch put down there in his last over. The man in picture dropping the catch. Royal, his one blemish for the evening. He is a tall man, 6'3", 6'4". Went high to his left. Just not able to hang on to it.
When did he back up? When did he back up, fellas? When did he back up? Somebody got to take some risk. Somebody got to take some risk here, lads.
Another dot delivery for those of you who missed that innings, Jimmy.
Somebody got to take some risk.
If I had one word for it, it would have been muscular. He's a big unit, Royal, and he muscled that ball 11 times over the boundary ropes and really brought Jamaica back into the contest having lost a lot of early wickets, and he was severe on every bowler from the Volcanoes.
Yes, only one, only one. One more that ball, no nothing. One more that ball, no nothing. One more that ball, no
11
nothing.
sixes in that innings, and amazingly, folks, in a 76-run partnership for the last wicket, the other batter scored just one. So it was total domination from Royal, the way he shepherded the last couple batters, batted the majority of the over, and then got the strike back, maybe with one ball or two balls to go. And it's something that he will remember for a long, long time. Special, absolutely special. Another dot delivery, back of the arm, slower ball.
Both batsmen being reminded every ball that the dots are piling up. Run rate now has crept up to 5.5. Good work from Makina Minley into his, coming to the end of his 6th over, none for 23. Dot ball to finish. 28 overs completed, 110 for 3.
One 22 to get.
No, daddy one. Sweet, John, sweet. Hold this hard here, hold this hard here. Every that ball he run rate.
Darren Ned, after a strong showing in the Volcanoes' first game here against the Hurricanes, again with a start. Ambrose supporting him. Barnes into his 7th over.
That ball over and somebody got to take a risk. Working boys.
And Barnes himself surely can't be far away from attacking with maybe a Bailey who got the ball to swing early. Royal has got 3 left. He's been their best bowler. We've seen him going back to Minley from the opposite end, Shakira Selman.
Catch him.
He's very strong selling in that area. Extra cover, Darren Ned loves going through extra cover. In the 2 games, a lot of shots there, both aerially and on the ground.
Oh, yeah.
And Nikhil, a big part of that is because he loves to stay beside the ball just to open up that offside. Eventually led to his downfall in that first game played here. And I heard Jimmy point out the fact that he's trusting the pitch. It could be a run out here. He says against it, Darren Ned. Yeah, 50 partnership up between Ambrose and Ned.
It was just 5.1, 5.6
Want to
now.
have a discussion about Sunil Amber's next over.
Hey, them are wait for cherry.
Slip in place. 112 for 3.
Scorpions worm heading in the right direction.
Batsman, a bowling change, right hand.
Remember, the Scorpions did get 40 off the last 21 deliveries, and hence that spike. Barnes still looking for a fourth wicket. He's shuffling his deck, his change of ends for Jermaine Blackwood, who bowled a couple overs in the power play from the southern end. Does he take pace off the ball? Can he find that hard length? He can find the middle of Ned's bat all the way for 6.
He has something about him, you know, Ned. He really does have something about him. Good surface, assisting him with the way the ball is coming onto the bat. But he does have this confidence. Yeah, mixed with skill and ability to dispatch bad deliveries.
It's been a long wait, Sally. It's been a long wait for someone who had a taste of the highest level at the under-19 stages back in 2017 when he went to South Africa with the likes of Alec Athenaze. Emmanuel Short was the captain then and has had to wait a long time to get to this level. Another one through extra cover. Now that he's here, he's making full use. Thought he could have maybe done a bit more with ball earlier today.
Yeah, started out his career as an opening bowler, Darren Knight. It's really good to see the way he's evolved his game. Seems to be a decent all-rounder building. But yeah, just 3 overs today. Got a wicket in his first over. And you think perhaps that's one of the tactics they got around Volcanoes.
And his partner, Sally, Sunil Ambris, you know, it's amazing. He's still only 32 years old. He's not played for the West Indies since 2021. But our statistician has been tirelessly working, and he's found the last 3 seasons for us, Sally. He's averaged 36 with 6 half-centuries, Sunil Ambris, and not 100. We saw his career earlier. He's got 19 50s in List A cricket and 100. That 100 came in Ireland when he played for the West Indies some years ago. But at 32, Sally, I'm thinking, coming off of a 289-run season last year, is he one really big season away from breaking back into that setup, even if it's the A team? But the starts and the 50s, can he finally convert? That boundary will help his cause. 125 for 3, more in the next over.
Take all the wet rounds out. Take all the wet rounds out. Dry rounds, dry rounds. Yeah. Catch the ball. To it, Glenn. Yeah.
Yeah, after 30 overs, 125 for 3. 3 runs ahead of the Scorpions, but much better in the wickets column. And remember, folks, you can head over to the Windies Cricket YouTube channel to see the highlights of many of these games. We have exciting features, and you would see this shot as well. I guess what I'm asking Shakir Salman is, how, if you're Sunil Ambris, do you take your career or your game to the next level? Because you've been getting the 200-run seasons. Last year, he scored 350s. Couldn't make any of those into a big 100. What's it going to take for him to push that needle further?
How close on the back leg and given. It's been a long time coming for Brad Barnes. That one meant a lot.
Yeah, he's asked lots of questions, Brad Barnes. 7 overs before this ball only cost him 18 runs. He's really getting the ball to turn. Perhaps Darnell looking to hit that 1-2 square. Has to walk back after a start, though. 35 from 47, 125 for 4.
Fuck there. Fuck there. Fuck there. Fuck there. Fuck there. Fuck there. Fuck. Jangi. Jangi, I hear wicket this. Same field, man. Same field. Just make him lick over longer. I will see. Yeah, lick over there.
Shot right there, Scart. Man from Prale. Left-handed presence, so left-right combination and something for Barnes to work with, being able to turn the ball away if he can get any turn off this pitch.
Eat up your food, man. Eat up your food, no? All right, yeah. Oh!
Yeah, and the kid decided if he could get any turn. I think that one turn. Just a little bit, just enough. That's all you need. Yeah, Darnell clearly trying to hit that one way too square though. End up playing with half the bat as opposed to the full face.
Get him!
Yeah, I haven't forgotten your question though. Sunil Ambrose, still only 32. He may argue that last season he got 70 not out, and maybe that was the game he could have pushed on to get to 100.
Catch him!
He will have to do some soul searching and figure out the reason he keeps getting out after a start. Whether it is he loses focus, whether it is it's a case where he is trying to push on the scoring.
Catch him!
Yeah, there's clearly a trend. Doesn't struggle to get in, but once he gets in, he's found a way to be dismissed. Yeah, he has to figure out a way to push on and convert into centuries. It's what you're ultimately looking for, especially from your top and middle order batters. Being able to convert those into big runs.
Oh,
127 for 4. Red Force prominent on this list. Top 3, or 3 of the top 5 rather. Demba today working his way up there, and Brad Barnes, his 6th wicket, coming in that last over. And Sally, it's not only Ambrose, it is a lot of batters in the region, which is why it was so heartening to see Javar Royal not only get 100, but get 124. I know
circumstances. He was going quite hard and looking for runs, but how many times have we seen batters not only get a start of 20 and 30, get past 50, and then can't get to 100? But Ambrose has the ability to really change something. Bailey is back. Immediately some extra bounce. Because if he's averaging 36 across the last 3 seasons, Selly, with 6 50s, what is going on out there? What is going on? I think the fielder just held the ball for long. It allowed the Volcanoes to force the issue and get a second. Then it was almost a run out.
Yeah, 4 from the field at deep third. I was saying get the ball in. Look at the awareness from the 2 batters. But yeah, Nikhil, there has been a cry for batters to convert. So many of the batters look easy. They get in, but it's almost as though they get bored. Try to experiment. Go away from the process that got them to 30 or 60.
Is it a concentration thing? Why is it that they go away from that process? And Jimmy Adams said, I think the first game we did here, as mid-off comes in and long on goes back, he said a lot of it is done, the work, the grounding is done at the first class level. But you look at the first class level, the batters don't convert there either.
Yeah, you come up with a number of reasons for that. It could be the inability to focus for long periods. Some people will ask whether or not it's a fitness issue. I wouldn't know the answer. Clearly, if there's a trend, these batters and coaches will have to figure out why these things are happening. Look at when they're happening and how they're happening.
Windward Islands last year were the only team not to produce 100 in this tournament. You had Ambrose getting to 350s. You had a number of other guys. Alec Athene is getting a few starts. Dylan Douglas got a 90.
We saw Darren Ned get to 94, and then he got dismissed in that first game. And it wasn't a rash shot. But you wonder if maybe he lost focus, if perhaps it was a period of sustained pressure that he couldn't overcome. He started to go even further leg side of the ball when there was extra pace on the ball.
$131 for 4.
More than ball for us. Keep going. Need boundaries. They need boundaries from somewhere. They need boundaries from somewhere, fellas.
Yeah, 2 young teams. You could say 2 teams in transition with new leadership. Brad Barnes taking over for the first time after captaining at youth levels for Jamaica. And Teddy Bishop not only making his captaincy debut, but making his Windward Islands list day debut, as well as his captaincy.
Catch him.
So they would learn a lot from these experiences. Obviously shortened, Sally, with the rain. What do you think are some of the big things you take away from a tournament like this as a leader?
And you heard Teddy admit it is a challenge to captain at this level. He would have learned, or he would be learning how to manage more experienced players as well. I think that's a big part of it. How to manage his game while still leading. Not too much time for him to really get going or get settled. So it would be a difficult competition or period to really judge his abilities.
Catch him.
Yeah, well, as a captain, you're looking at moments. You're looking at decisions tactically, probably judging yourself on whether or not you were flexible enough to adjust quickly.
Catch him.
And certainly you won't just be looking at on-field decisions. How much of a leader were you off the field, keeping the team together, especially in a tournament that was affected so much, keeping the guys focused and encouraged.
A scream from Brad Barnes. The Scorpions are well and truly in this game. Broken the partnership and removed both set batters.
Seven overs without taking a wicket, and now he has two. He hasn't finished his ninth as yet. Yeah, how often have we seen Sunil Ambrose playing around that front pad? Elation for Brad Barnes. Result of persistence and discipline. Another batter has a start. Ambrose dismissed for 34. 1-3-2 for 5. And time for a drink.
.132 for 5. And what would disappoint Kenroy Peters and the Volcanoes is that 3 batters got to 30. Jeremiah, Ambrose, and Ned all dismissed. And the finger spinners of the Scorpions making an impact. Captain Barnes and Royal. 63-run partnership broken a couple overs ago. And then Ambrose following. Half the side down and another twist.
Yeah, wicket on debut for Andre Bailey. Got the ball to swing around very early. Yeah, Royal just could not keep him out. Johan Jeremiah after the start. And no one called Teddy Bishop. No chance to get back. Darren Ned got to 30. Dismissed to Brad Barnes. And the second wicket for Barnes in quick succession. Sunil Ambrose, the other set batter, dismissed.
2 finger spinners. Royal after his destructive 100. Following it up with 2 for 26. He's still got 3 remaining. And Barnes, captain with 2 wickets as well. Now the leading wicket taker, joint leading wicket taker in the tournament. Volcanoes need 100. Pretty much a runner ball. And 2 brand new batters at the crease. Dylan Douglas. His best list day score of 90 came here at this venue last year against the Harpy Eagles. He also followed up with a 50 in the first game, 61 against the Hurricanes. So he likes this venue.
What is that?
1-3-2 for 5.
Hey. Let's keep going, keep going.
No, just now.
Somebody put the chance down. I don't know how to do it.
100 runs from 17 overs. They need 6 and over. Should be manageable. Still batting to come. You just never know.
That's your mark.
Just 1 over for Andre Bailey. Barnes has gone back to Blackwood. Maybe a new batter. He feels 2 new batters. He can sneak in some overs.
Yeah, you think that's the thinking. But does he need to sneak in an over, or should you be looking to get a wicket? Bailey was good in that solitary over just now. Could you have given him an extra over? It's up again. We've seen that a few times today.
Yeah, the problem that Barnes is facing is that Redwood, who's supposed to be the Scorpions' 5th bowlers, only bowled 2 overs. So they've got to make up 8 from elsewhere. But yeah, another captain would have said, I'm going with my best bowlers to try to bowl them out. That's our chance of winning the game. We'll see at the end which approach. I suppose we wouldn't know the other approach, but we'll see if this approach works.
Yeah, there's no one way of doing it. Ultimately, Scorpions just want to win. Yeah, Redwood is going at 8. So you suppose he doesn't want to have to rely on Redwood to bowl. You just feel as though he could have given Bailey his 7th over, maybe try to take a wicket. You know how important this partnership is. Maybe then you have Blackwood and Redwood at the lower order batters, who perhaps will be less capable against less spin.
Blackwood, Redwood, need to have a yellow wood, a blue wood. I don't know why I'm just noticing that. I've never noticed that. Selwood. Shakira Selwood, that has a nice ring.
I'll stick to Salmon. If you didn't say something about that, I would have been surprised, Nikhil.
And as you said, Sally, there's no one way or right way to do things, but Redwood, who's fielding the ball there, he could have been an option to bowl. No, that's Kurt McKenzie, Nick. Wake up. Redwood could have been an option to come in now because maybe you feel 2 new batters are there. They will not take him on. He can ease his way in. But yeah, we're giving you 3 different approaches. You at home decide which one you would go with.
Yeah, probably doesn't want to bowl Redwood to the left-handed discard. Hasn't gone well against the right-handers. Not a matchup in his favor.
1-3-4 for 5. Yeah, first time that the balls are less than the runs, which is a good sign for the Scorpions. Asking rate above 6 now per over, 6 runs per over. And just discussing the ball and whether it is fit for play. There's a moisture out there. We thought maybe today, Sally, with the wind, it was very heavy this afternoon. I thought maybe it wouldn't come in, but the dew is certainly formed. One thing I've been thinking about, actually, in Guyana during the CPL, we had the anti-dew spray for the playoffs. It worked so well. There was minimal dew. The teams didn't have to worry too much about it. I wonder if that's an option around the Caribbean, but especially the climates in Trinidad and Guyana. You always get a heavy dew formation, especially at this time of the year.
Oh!
Yeah, Nikhil, I think it should be an option. And I'm all for anything to assist the bowlers. It's such a tough game for bowlers. All the fielding restrictions, better bats.
Catch him! Yes, man. Good. 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 Thanks.
Yeah, driven straight into Shadrach discard at the non-striker's end. See him rubbing there.
Not forget middle kick, Jangi.
Douglas is one of the players who likes to sweep. Denied him one there, Descartes, his teammate. But there's nobody at deep square. He's just got the deep mid-wicket with long on. So is that an option if he gets the length?
One that. Run him up, back up. You tell me. Come. Sleep on his tongue. Finish out your spell. 10 to 25. Come on, man. Can I give him on the run? Yes, that me attack. Wait and see.
Quality spell from Barnes.
You know hard me have to work to start today for the wicket.
10 overs on the trot.
Somebody gotta take a risk. Somebody gotta take a risk here, boys. Come on, somebody. Catch him!
Pressure building. And the release is straight from Dylan Douglas, who's a good player of spin. 1-4-2 for 5.
No. 7.
Brad Barnes on the receiving end. of a massive one to end his spell, but certainly has really stood up to the task. He's taken the bull by its horns tonight as the captain. Very emotional display when he grabbed those wickets, finishing with a spell of 10 overs, 2 for 29. Really, really exceptional stuff from the captain so far. He was very animated when things did not go his way. And also, the umpires are having a bit of a consultation on whether the white kookaburra ball can continue, of course, taking a beating. And they may have that bit of a ball change coming up as well. So, yeah, they're going to have a change in the ball again. They had a look at it. We'll have a change in this one. Certainly lots of time, lots of good things happening today. We've had good weather, we've had good cricket, and we've had good people in the commentary box, including Stacey and Adams.
Hello to you, Sachin. Thanks for that warm welcome. See the umpires deliberate on which ball to choose. But a word on Barnes, though. It's been such a spirited display from him, trying to keep his team in the game. Been impressed with his control. And I've been largely impressed with how the spinners have operated in this tournament, particularly with Dew on show. I haven't seen a lot of poor deliveries served up. So great control showed from them. Brad Barnes now top of the table with 7 wickets. Terence Hines also with 7 apiece, and Kenneth Demba, but probably by way of economy. And that display of economical bowling was on show a while ago. Yes, that last ball went for a 6, but prior to that, he had the Windward Islands batters in all kind of trouble. So Brad Barnes there, getting that wicket of Ned. Both batters are Judge LBW Sunil Ambris on that occasion. Full of loop, subtle dip, and the courage to keep attacking. Brad Barnes, wonderful from him, creating constant pressure on the Windward Islands.
Jermaine Blackwood to continue. Little bit of advancement down the track. And they're really getting excited here, the Jamaica Scorpions fielders. They're smiling, they're having a shy at the stumps, all sorts of things happening. They're drying the new ball as well. Not necessarily a brand new ball, but the replacement ball. Yeah, 4 matches, 7 wickets. Really impressive economy rate. 3.9 per over for skipper Brad Barnes. He would be very happy with his returns. He would have invested lots of time and energy into preparing for this tournament, and his ROI percentage certainly on the high. If you want high dividends, you need to be invested heavily into your craft.
Did he come back over to you, right?
Yeah, just hearing from the stump mics, Jermaine Blackwood says, let's settle down, hold it. No need to attack the stumps. No pressure whatsoever. They're just trying to finish this game and win on a high. Whether they win or they tie the match, it doesn't matter the result of this. They cannot qualify for the final. So just finishing this tournament on a high certainly would be on their cards.
Yeah, certainly that will be in the back of the mind of the Jamaicans. You heard Javar Royal spoke of just taking something back home to the people of Jamaica after that devastating hurricane. Yes, they're in no position to win the tournament, but they want to finish on a high. It's been a decent spell from Jermaine Blackwood. He's largely kept the stumps in play, and I think, yeah, good finish, a quick single taken, easily in the end. Looked as if he had to really hurry there in the end. Descart, 36 overs gone, 144 for 5.
Don't go far. No, all right, here.
Yeah, not much towering buildings there in the concrete jungle, but just one really standing tall there, 12 runs and over number 30. But it's been a real progressive type of innings. They've been consistent throughout, from over number 1 to now over number 36. Down the leg, and you're probably wondering, usually anything down the leg side in white ball cricket would have been signalled a wide, but there is that new line that they're experimenting with just to the left and right of the stumps. Yeah, the umpire on that occasion explaining that to the bowler, Javar Royal, that that's the possibility, that's the reason why. There we go. The batter just standing dead in the center of those guidelines, additional guidelines being placed. And once the ball goes within that guideline on the leg side, it will not be called a wide. Experimental stages, of course.
And it's unsure right away. Descart inquiring as to why that wasn't called a wide. Yes, right in the guidelines. Just saying, he should have gotten back onto it, Descart.
Catch him. What there?
Sweetly timed shot. Definitely a couple. Gets close to the boundary. Will need to probably refer coming back for a third. Very, very close, man. Inches away from the rope. If he recovers from that, that would have been a wonderful save in the end.
Yeah, you're going to have a boundary check, but nicely done, though, from Descart. Just punching that into the vacant area. Lots of space out there, the boundary check coming up. Yeah, that should be 4 runs. Good effort, though, by Tamari Redwood. Unfortunately, ball just hitting the boundary cushions before he managed to get his hand to it. So that's well timed there from Descart. A much needed boundary from the Windward Islands Volcanoes perspective.
Yeah.
Don't forget, you can be part of the fan community at Windies Cricket on all major social media platforms. Join the over 10 million followers. You can be 10 million and one. Go right now and follow. I'm on the Instagram page at the moment, and lots of content posted every single day. Most of us are not privy to the action that happens behind the scenes. You'll see most of the behind-the-scenes action on the social media platforms. 37 overs completed. The 150 comes up. 150 for 5.
Daddy, they ain't going to. I think I play the T20 West Indies. And I play a C20 game. Okay. I don't know where the pressure me.
82 more runs required from 78 deliveries. The fastest 50 being the first one. That one that took the Windwards to 150. A bit more composed. Comes down the track and drives nicely. Should get just a single. There is protection on the boundary. Very well spread field. 5 fielders in the circle, but lots of protection on the boundary though.
Yeah, I like that as well from Descard. I think they've been allowing Jermaine Blackwood to just bowl at them. He's bowled a number of dots in his spell so far. So good intent coming down the track. Didn't have to be a boundary, but just keeping the scoreboard ticking over. 81 from 77. All of a sudden, we have a very close game here. Loving the fight from Jamaica. Started with the bat in hand from Javar Royal. And they're backing it up with the ball in hand.
Stifled appeal, asking the question of umpire Rajkumar. How close was that? Well, well.
Nice shape there from Jermaine Blackwood. Just going straight arm and on, and Dylan Douglas just feeling for it outside the off stump. Ill-advised. Lucky to not get something on that.
Apart from following Windies cricket, you can follow Windies Regional, at Windies Regional, to see more of the more directed content for regional cricket. Of course, you're going to see action from the CG United Super 50. That's a good shot for leg before. The umpire saying not out. He's nodding his head, of course, responding to the question from Blackwood. Would that have been umpire's call, Stacey?
Look pretty close. Perhaps a case of if it's missing. That's the only question. Looked really close. An animated appeal from everyone, but the umpire has the last say, and he said not out.
Yeah, that was a really close one, but certainly the umpire in a much better position to make that call. Really showing why it's important to stay good line and length. If you're bowling at that pace, wicket to wicket is always very important. Not allowing the batter to free their arms, especially bowling medium pace like Blackwood. Advancing down the track and a brilliant stop in the cover. You really can't keep him out of this game, Royal. He's having a majestic game today. 38 overs completed, 153 for 5.
Boy, how job that? When's the job that? You job that?
The updated points table, 31 points apiece for the TNT Red Force and the Barbados Pride, with most wins separating both teams at the top. Windward Islands Volcanoes. They needed to get all bonus points possible to overtake the Barbados Pride. Would they have continued? We would have wanted to see lots of anticipation, but this game in particular, 79 from 72, could go down to the wire. Royal to continue. Yeah, really nice attacking offside field. 4 fielders in the circle, 1 short cover. This is really nice, aggressive captaincy from Brad Barnes, and also excellent bowling. Bowling to his field, Royal.
Yeah, he's known for that, Royal. He will bring that control for Jamaica. Does it very early with the new ball.
Catch him! Back up, easy job.
Yeah, just forcing that shot over the cover. Descart, pick up 2 runs. A good option. Not a lot of risk in that shot.
Don't forget, folks, you can follow Windies Cricket at Windies Cricket on all social media platforms. Stacey, what about your social media? The last time you posted was on June 23rd?
Oh, there's a mix-up. There's a mix-up. Luckily, the batters came through for that. Could have been disastrous for Windward Islands. Sachin, you're putting me on the spot here. I am the worst person with social media. I applaud anyone who does social media content for a living. It takes me about 5 days to post one picture on my Instagram. I'm the worst, Sachin. I cannot enter this conversation at all.
Out comes the reverse, but straight to the fielder. That's the excitement that white ball cricket brings.
It's an area of his game that he's been working on. Douglas knows that you have to be able to be innovative.
Down the leg to finish the over. 39 overs gone, 156 for 5.
That's okay.
231 posted by the Scorpions. In hot pursuit, the Volcanoes require 76 more runs to win from 66 deliveries. Can be done with just the odd boundary, but singles, certainly, singles and twos, good running between the wickets, can do the job for the Windwards.
Yeah, 76 from 66, and Jamaica will feel as if they're a wicket or 2 away from breaking this game wide open. They're doing the right things now, applying pressure on the batters with a number of dot balls, and Mindley is back into the attack.
Yeah, this is excellent. Excellent judgment, excellent running between the wickets. Good early calling as well. Yeah, the towels, the rags are out in their numbers. Almost every single player has one in their possession. It is heavy dew forming on the surface. Will always be present.
Campbell? Campbell?
The Windward's probably thinking, finally we get one down the leg side. There have been so many wides down the leg today. But of course, not confirmed, but that experiment, as explained earlier, with the guidelines.
And Mindley is ferociously trying that ball, which suggests it is wet out there.
Short and helped on its way. Poorly line delivery from Douglas. Correction from Minley. Yeah, the umpire asking the question, was it over the waist? They will have a check with that, but definitely a boundary still.
Just speaking about him drying that ball, suggesting that there is due formation out there. And he throws up a full toss. Dylan Douglas cashing in, and now there's an inquiry as to if that was over the waist. Could be a free hit for the Windward Islands Volcanoes.
Yeah, they will have a consultation again on that ball. Here's the last delivery. Yeah, no issues there where the front foot is concerned. Now let's take a look at the height. Remember, it's where the batter makes contact in his normal standing position. That's where the umpire will make the judgment on. We await the on-field decision. Confirmation just going to be a 4, so fair delivery nonetheless. You'd be happy that he did not get that penalization for that above the waist, no ball. But definitely considering again both on-field umpires, Laborde and Rajkumar, may have a change again in the white leather. So there will be another ball change. That briefcase being brought on by the 4th umpire. Vicky Daniel. I wonder how many used balls do they have in that leather box? The briefcase? How many?
I think I counted 12 or so. I tried. I did a really quick check when she opened the box. I may be wrong, but I think
12.
I counted 12.
Do you have built-in Hawkeye vision? That's impressive.
Yeah, perhaps the ball just a bit slippery. Probably slipped out of the hands of Makino Mindley. So they got to change. Jamaica. Let's see if this will be a better ball. Perhaps it could bring some luck to Jamaica as well.
So after a little bit of a delay for the change in the ball, it's now finally back to play. How does he respond now, Minley? The ball should be much drier. Responds with a short delivery. Gets the treatment it deserved. That's a colossal hit from Douglas.
Dylan Douglas is saying, new ball, old balls, you'll have to continue fetching them. He has smashed that over mid-wicket. Such power from Dylan Douglas. Full previously, too short. And that flow of the bat, just pure connection from Dylan Douglas. Sends it long and far.
Had he collected cleanly, could have been a different story where that sharp single was concerned. When that ball is so drenched in the dew or water, whatever you want to decide, you'd be the deciding factor what you want to call it. It's always very difficult to hit out of the park as well. It's much heavier. So that new ball will also ping off the bat much easier. Minley needs to be very mindful that this newer, drier ball will also soak up some of that moisture that you are seeing on the surface. Can't falter in his lines and lengths.
Yeah, certainly not. And both batters are set. What we've seen from Windward Island so far, number of their batters got start. No one continued, no one pushed on. Dylan Douglas, Descartes, now with start. Can they take Windward Islands over the line? Close-up shot showing you the due formation.
"40 overs completed, 169 for 5. Yeah, the final power play will begin where 5 fielders are now allowed a maximum of 5 outside of the 30-yard circle. And they've taken full advantage of that, the Scorpions. Only 4 fielders in the 30-yard. There is a cover, short third, backward point, and that mid-wicket who is now moving into a short fine leg position. Had so much dew here for the duration of this tournament, Stacey. So much dew. Speaking of dew, do you know that dew is formed through a process called condensation, where water vapor in the air cools and then turns into liquid droplets on the surface?
Yeah, I was curious about it, so I did some research on dew formation, and that is what I came up with. Thanks for reminding me, Sachin.
Yeah, so much to do with the heating, cooling process.
Aye, one. What about that?
Yeah, a bit of a misfield by Blackwood allows them to get yet another couple. They've been able to capitalize on these slight misfields, the Windward Islands. That's always very important. Can you capitalize on the miss-ups? Yes, Stacey, geography, always very interesting. I enjoyed my geography at my time in secondary school. I love the process of freeze thaw as well. Yeah, power play comparison. Losing 4 wickets to Scorpions in their first one, then that massive recovery in the final power play. Much better composed, the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Cracked away in the air, but vacant. Will get to the ropes. Powerful shot from Douglas again.
He's looking to get this done in a hurry now. Intentional from Dylan Douglas. Splits the 2 fielders. Picks up 4 for his efforts. Looks as if he's on the charge, and he's the type of player, when he gets going, he's very hard to stop.
My goodness, how did he miss that? Missed the batter, missed the stumps, missed the wicketkeeper. My, oh my. He was slipping and sliding like a ballerina.
I told you he's in the zone, Dylan Douglas. He was looking to make something out of that shot. Looking to work it to the onside. Quite ill-advised. Lucky to still be there and lucky to get that shorter delivery and put it away as well. So a wonderful way to end the over for Douglas. 181 for 5.
Yeah, your head-to-head comparison really tells a picture that it's still anybody's game. Has been there since the start, continues to be in the 41st over. Who will break this partnership? Is it going to be Minley? Will it be Blackwood? Will it be Redwood? Someone has to take the mantle from here on and push on in terms of the batting conditions. 51 needed from 54 balls. Which one of these two, Stacey, will be the one to take some risk?
You say that they're in control of this run chase so far, Windward Islands. The key thing is not to lose a wicket here now. Almost did in the previous over, Javar Royal, a miss-stumping. So it's just about holding your nerves and taking the team over the line. Don't want to throw away another start. Don't want to send shock waves through the Windward Islands camp. Don't want the other batter to come out to have to face up to the bowlers. Jamaica, though, will be thinking who can get us a breakthrough. And then perhaps another wicket after that, which will really put them in the contest.
Yeah, that single from the Scott brought up the 50 partnership. 50 from 51 deliveries. That's excellent calculated innings from these two. The Scott 21, Douglas 32. Again, some issues with the ball in hand. Lots of drying activities happening. It's been exciting cricket so far. And of course, the grand finale on Saturday. If you are viewing us locally here in Trinidad, be sure to come on down to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy at 2 p.m. Full toss, gets the treatment. That is massive. With the wind and another sixer.
Yeah, that was absolutely bludgeoned from Dylan Douglas. The sweet song off the bat when he connected. Full again. Hasn't found his line or length tonight, Mindley. And my, that was a big hit on the banks.
Play that shot on repeat, please. Certainly will make the highlights real. Speaking of highlights, the CG United Super 50 Cup. You can look at those highlights on Windies Cricket YouTube channel. You will see shots like that, the lovely fours, the wickets that have tumbled today. Our editor is already hard at work putting together some of those clips. And make sure to check out the Windies Cricket YouTube channel for highlights of not only this encounter, but all the clashes that would have gone by since the start. See all your favorite players in action. How does Minley respond? Misstopped and will get through for a couple. This is excellent running between the wickets from Descartes and Douglas.
Yeah, he wanted to strike Douglas. He looked up, saw that there was a slight fumble, and right away he was on his heels, looking to get back on strike. Did it nice and late. It's a shot that he plays very well, Douglas, looking to beat the fielder at backward point. On that occasion, a nice diving stop but the slight misfield allowed them to get back for 2.
It's been a real exciting period of play so far in the last 2 overs. Very entertaining. Boundaries, almost a wicket. Full toss again, but driven straight to the fielder. Speaking of excitement, Stacey, very exciting times for your fellow countrymen and women.
Yeah, I think they love seeing the way Dylan Douglas, man from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, backing up a half-century from that first game. Brilliant from him.
That's the excitement I'm talking about. Let's see the continuation of Windward Islands cricket on the rise. They'll be glued to their TV screens. That's a lovely shot. Play that shot on repeat. Certainly will be on our highlights Instagram reel tonight.
And that's what I'm talking about. Players standing tall when they're given a chance and capitalizing. And Dylan Douglas, Mindley offering him width. He tried that shot previously. It was stopped by the field at backward point. This time, getting it past him with ease. And it was so important for Mindley to come in and bowl well. So important to the chances of Jamaica. Unfortunately, he hasn't delivered for them an economy of over 6.
Final delivery in this over has been an expensive one for the Scorpions. Already 13 coming off it. Is this going to be a chance? It is. Taken in the deep, mishit, and a wicket. The 62-run partnership is broken, and Mindley has the final say. Real nothing delivery, but didn't get full hold of it. Was hit high on the bat. The fielder coming around from the boundary had to run in about 20 yards and completes a diving catch. And Douglas has to make his way back to the pavilion for 44. Brings an end to the over though. 42 completed, 194 for 6.
Every time this game has seemed to go in one direction, there's been a twist. And that partnership, you would have certainly thought this was the Volcanoes game to win. Probably still is, needing 38, but Jamaica may just have a chance after that wicket. I think they're just checking the legality of the catch. After he did take the catch, did that hand with the ball inside of it, did it make contact with the ground? Seen a few of these in world cricket, so we're just checking to make sure. I think they also want to check the front foot. And that angle is not telling us a lot. The Jordan Douglas is waiting at the boundary edge, not leaving the field just yet. You have to see it from the other. Everybody waiting, everybody looking. I'm trying to utilize the angles that we have available. Not easy for the umpire. What can he tell from that? The problem is the fielder was right in front of the landing area at the normal cameras we would use to check the front foot. It's certainly close. I wonder if the benefit of the doubt goes with... Who does it go with? The batter?
Well, I would,
Doggy, come on. Doggy.
Still waiting, Douglas. Now he goes. Given. It took a while to get there, but we did eventually. So it does bring McKenny Clark to the middle. Bailey. And when they chased that 324 Jimmy Adams, McKenny Clark finished the game with 22 not out in 12 balls and a couple of sixes.
the Volcanoes might be hoping for a little bit more of the same tonight. 38 required from 47 balls. Big edge for a single down to third man. That was the last wicket to fall. Douglas not managing to get enough bat on it. And in the end, a really good catch from Carlos Brown at the mid-wicket.
Probably the worst ball he bowled in the entire over and produced the wicket. Mainly maybe struggling with the Jew formation. And if you're the Volcanoes batters in the middle, you've got to be thinking about 2 overs that the Scorpions have to make up. Blackwood has bowled 6, Redwood has bowled 2. The Woods still have 2 more. Royal is done, Minley 2 left as well. Glad you're here, Jimmy. Don't you find it interesting that there are 2 guys in the team, 1 Blackwood, 1 Redwood? I want to find out, is it a Jamaican, typical Jamaican name?
Land of wood and water.
You're being serious or you're joking?
Fact. Fact. It's what the Spanish called it way back in 16.
One.
And now with Minley struggling, although Douglas has been dismissed, does he go back to Minley? Is this now the time with Clark coming to the crease to go to Blackwood? All becomes a chess match now with moving pieces and decisions for Brad Barnes to make. Very good from Bailey. Exactly what Barnes would have needed. 198 for 6.
Javar, there's one approach the rock. You can't run nobody again. Yeah. Huh? So, how did you run last time? You can run? Yeah, we tell him. You can run.
Minley with 2 left, Bailey 3. So that's 5 of the 7. And then you still need 2 from somewhere else. Blackwood, Redwood. No other woods available. I'm done, I promise I'm finished. .34 to get off 7. As a batting group, how do you approach this? 2 out in the middle.
Mainly to continue. No Jaffa's being bowled at the minute. The batting conditions are very easy. The bowlers struggling to grip the ball. Everything now is in favour of the 2 Volcanoes batsmen at the wicket, Descartes and McKenny Clark. Just a case, I would think, of just batting through, taking no risk, taking the runs on offer, and having a relatively risk-free march to the finish line, which would be 34 more from the 42 balls left.
I want to see the field for the left-handed Descartes, but for McKenny Clark, he had 3 deep fielders offside. Now for the left-handed Descartes, there is a deep third going back, long off and deep cover stay in position, right of screen. So does he continue to maybe search outside the hitting arc? You can see Descartes rehearsing a scoop with fine leg up. Can he get across off stump and premeditate the line if it is indeed wide? It is wide, it is just 1, but I think there may be another twist. Oh no.
Bit of indiscipline here from Markina Minley. Very unlike him. But that no ball has brought up the 200 for the Windward Islands Volcanoes in the 44th over, as we look at that front leg of Minley just sneaking over the front line. So a free hit to the Volcanoes.
Hit well, not well enough, but remember, not out because it's a free hit. Did go pace off, Minley.
Good bit of out cricket from Jermaine Blackwood, completing a catch. In the end, just the single from the free hit that was awarded to the Volcanoes.
That 450 coming in 39 balls, and yet again, Dylan Douglas has played a significant role in a run chase, potentially in a winning run chase. He was overlooked, Jimmy, in that game against the Leewards because Darren Ned was special, but he got 61 off 46 then. Today he's come in and got 44 off 30. And not only the runs, but the way he scored the runs. He shifted the scoring rate.
Both innings very valuable in the context of when he came to the wicket, what was happening around him, and he certainly has kept up the momentum here tonight. Take the pressure off the batter at the other end. And although he's gotten out, he's left them in what you would think is a winning position. 29 now to get from 39 deliveries. By any means, any stretch of the imagination, a gettable target.
That is what Minley can produce at his best. Buckle up, folks. This game is far from over.
Extra bounce from Minley, hitting the wicket hard. McKinney Clark coming forward and never in control of the shot, and a fairly easy catch through to Romain Morris. McKinney Clark goes for 4 from 6, 203 for 7.
Coming back to Kenneth Demba.
Kenneth Demba, leading wicket taker, joint leading wicket taker in the tournament. And coming ahead of Cyrus and Kurtson Murray, who added at 5 in the Rising Stars tournament for the under-19s.
Huh? Yeah, that's middle. Thanks. Coming right down over to you. You have 2. Thank you.
Take another look at this wicket. Coming forward to a ball that was bowled hard into the wicket. Left his hands hanging, McKinney Clark. Faint tickle through to wicketkeeper Morris.
I wonder if he's holding the ball cross seam. Yes, he is, for that extra bounce.
Could also be that it helps him to grip the ball with it being as wet as it is, the amount of dew that they have, and they have been having. The Volcanoes do not want any more surprises in this run chase. They'd be happy for this pair to see it home.
Deep third in play, so it'll be 1. 6 from the over and a wicket. 204 for 7. From 35 for 4 in the power play, the Scorpions got up to 231. Back of a magnificent 100 from Javar Royal, his maiden list day 100, and second of the CG United Super 50 Cup. And the Volcanoes require 28 more for victory. And Barnes persisting with his best options. Goes to Andre Bailey. If you're the batter and you're Demba, where do you anticipate him to bowl? Mid-off is coming in the circle. There's a deep third, deep point. And 3 fielders leg side, right of your screen. So does he go for his Yorker straight with protection? He has the option to go wide as well. Goes into the pitch. Singles will win it for the Volcanoes though.
I think at the very least you want your two wingmen at cover and mid-wicket being as tight as they can to prevent what would probably be Bailey's best deliveries being scored from by way of singles.
Blackwood gets a hand on it, but can't prevent this a couple of runs.
Right off of the stump, make a stump.
They're on track, Jimmy. They're on track for these 25 more. The real question comes now if they lose a wicket. That makes it really interesting.
I'm just thinking, do you take a chance and maybe put a slip in and have your bowler who was getting the ball to leave the left-hander, albeit with a new ball in the power play, to bowl for a wicket, because they will not be able to defend these runs.
Oh, yeah. I thought it was something else.
The overall approach by the Volcanoes, yes, they probably, well, not sure, but they could go on to win this game. But they came in with an opportunity today of trying to get 14 points and trying to go past one of Barbados or Trinidad at top of the table, qualify for the final. Didn't really look like they were trying to or had the intent to it with the bat at least.
Should be two. Two is the call, two it will be. 22 now from 32. I just think that once they got through the first half of the game and they looked at the situation of how many points they'd got bowling and how many were required, it was going to be a big ask to get 15 bonus points from a batting.
Needed around 10 in this innings. They got 4 in the bowling portion. Yeah, it's not easy, but I thought, given that you pretty much have third place guaranteed, they started there in third. Thought maybe we would see this young team go after it, but Teddy Bishop's men saw it differently, or so we think at least. Fine leg comes in the circle. The field suggests maybe wide. Goes back to his stop ball, hard length, and just 6 from the over. That's what they need, to be fair. 210 for 7. .22 from 5. Then Barnes had a few options here. Minley has got 1 over remaining in his quarter. He bowled the last over from this northern end, but he's going to Jermaine Blackwood. With a deep square, long on, long off, deep cover and a deep third. So wide is an option. He's got protection with 3 deep offside. He can also go to his slower delivery with 2 fielders leg side. He does go wide. He does have the deep third, who does extremely well, Javal Glenn. Every run valuable at this stage.
Brilliant bit of ground fielding by Javel Glenn. Good to see his commitment this late in the game. Running around from third man and throwing himself to prevent a boundary, and getting off a quick return into his wicketkeeper. So 20 from 29 now the equation.
Now we look back at that passage in the first innings. The last 15 balls, Javar Royal got 40. And the Volcanoes may have thought at that stage, 231, still gettable, a good total, but just imagine if that was 20, game would probably be done. So small moments. Oh, some innings from this man. Blistering.
Blackwood looking a bit confused, counting the men he has in the circle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Everything legal currently. Jamaica could well be ruining that chance that they gave to Douglas when he was only on 24. A wicket at that point could have definitely put the cat amongst the pigeons for the Volcanoes. Missed opportunity.
No. Two more.
And searching for a first win as captain of the senior team, Brad Barnes. Needs 3 wickets to win this, unless he can defend 19. Just gets it past.
Bit predictable at the minute. Blackwood, military, medium pace. This could have been a time to put 2 men back on the leg side and take the attack to the Volcanoes, maybe a short pitched bowling approach, everything up neck height or above. This is all too easy. This car in the air. And has he held on to it? What a magnificent catch in the deep. Brad Barnes, the captain of Jamaica, fully outstretched. And that is definitely one of the moments of tonight's game. Fully stretched, managing to get a hand to it.
Shady up still.
So the players currently waiting to see if the umpires are happy with the catch. The Jamaicans are confident. Barnes is confident.
Brad Barnes has taken 2 catches of the tournament. One against Trinidad and Tobago at extra cover to dismiss Jason Mohammed. He was on 87. A big moment in that game. This one, similar. The pace that is traveling at, the judgment, supreme. And on the slide, did he do well enough to keep that ball from making contact with the ground?
Never easy taking those catches on the run. Running at full pace, outstretched to his left. And the end result is the Volcanoes losing their 8th wicket with the score on 214. As we take another look at one of the moments of this game tonight at the Brian Lara Academy. Well, in my book, that's a safe catch. Excellent bit of cricket from the Scorpions captain.
Your book is not the book of Ryan Banwari, Jimmy. He still wants another angle to be sure. Ball firmly in his hand. Great awareness, just great awareness from Brad Barnes to take the catch and still be aware of that. Nice slide as well. Slide time. We did get there in the end. Scar departs. 31, 214 for it.
Those of you interested in St. Vincent Benedict selection, change has arrived.
Kurtzon Murray. Shatter Deskar is livid. He hasn't moved. He's fully padded up. Feels he should have won this game. The one thing they did get in playing Kurtzon Murray today was someone who's an all-rounder. In the Rising Stars tournament earlier this year, showed his batting ability. Again, boundary fielding, excellent. Has a twin brother who also plays the game.
Getting another look at the excellent bit of out cricket from Brad Barnes, with the Volcanoes needing 16 now from 22. Jamaica Scorpions needing 2 wickets.
Where are you going next over? That man, Jermaine Blackwood, or are you going to Menley for the final?
I'll be going to Minley. I'll take a wicket next over and then hope that whoever I have left could break a last wicket partnership.
Or maybe just take 2, win the game.
Even better.
And if you're the Windwards, don't allow them to take any and wait for that over of Blackwood. Pressure building. Quietly. It's been a good debut for Andre Bailey in the phases that he's bowled in. A 5-over spell up front where he got the new ball to swing. Had to come back in the middle for an over when the game was slipping away. And now at the back end, and is executing.
Kept it very simple. Hit good links. Been very consistent. Bit of swing to both left and right-handers. He's hit, it's gone high. Who is going to get underneath it? Will it be taken? And it is taken. So the Volcanoes are losing another wicket. Safe hands of Javar Royal. Cannot keep him out of tonight's game.
It's so good from Royal for a number of reasons. He looked at the keeper initially, thought the keeper would go after it, then realized it was his catch. Still composed enough to complete it. Massive moment in this matchup. And a second wicket for Bailey, who's deserved it. How this Volcanoes team have collapsed. Murray gone for none, 217 for 9.
217 for 9. Still required 15 runs. 90 balls available.
Left or right hand?
Darryl Cyrus in at 11, the final man. They were 203 for 6. They're now 217 for 9. Pressure. Two 1-8 for 9.
One right.
Bowling with Jamaica Scorpions from the northern end, Aquino, Windies.
They needed 33 of 42 balls, folks, the Volcanoes, when McKenny Clark and Descartes were batting. What a critical moment we look back on. Mainly getting Dylan Douglas to break that partnership with a full toss. Then they got Clark, Descartes. Trouble. And here is Minley for his final over.
It's been a real challenge for everybody, including Minley, in this last passage of play. They've changed balls. The balls that they're using have been a challenge to grip them. We see Minley putting the rag in his pocket, wiping his hand in the dirt. What will he be able to do in this, his final over?
What a difference a week makes. This Volcanoes team at this ground, about a week ago, chased 324 inside 44 overs. And tonight they struggled to chase 231. Still a chance though. They're still winnable this game. How many can you keep that final over where Jermaine Blackwood will bowl? How many can you nudge and steal as this pair? There's gaps. The leg side, nobody's close in front square.
I'm not sure I agree with this field. I think if you're bowling to a last pair, I would think a deep mid-wicket. I would want him to try and hit me over deep mid-wicket. I'd be trying to save a single every ball that hits bat and rolls into extra cover or mid-wicket. I'd want that single saved. If they're good enough or brave enough to go aerial over mid-wicket, fine. Good shot, well played.
Suppose that's the consideration for Barnes, trying not to give away a boundary, which could then really put the Volcanoes close. They need less than 10. Again, he goes in that area, then, but this time he gets one. And even the close fielders can't stop one.
Third man being put back on the boundary. Deep cover, long off, long on, deep mid-wicket.
And for all the struggles he's had tonight, mainly gripping the ball, he's gone to that Yorker quite often. In fact, both him and Blackwood have found execution with that Yorker. It's worked. Couldn't have asked for a better finish, folks, to the Sage United Super 50 Cup preliminary matches. Trinidad and Barbados will be watching this. Perfect, nail-biting excitement. Just one. They need 10 now, the Volcanoes. What about those in St. Vincent, Jimmy? They'll be watching the election on one screen and watching the cricket on the other.
I wonder if the elections are as nail-biting or as this game is turning out to be. This one going down to the wire here. 10 required from 2 overs and 1 legitimate delivery. Demba on double figures, 10 from 15. Cyrus, 3 from 3. Minley's last legal delivery coming up.
Who will gain power? Jamaica or the Windward Islands? 2, 3 for 9. So 2 overs left, less than 10 the equation, and runs needed. And the Volcanoes will know that Minley's 10 has been completed. Another couple of wickets for him. 7 in the competition, most, joint most. And what a time it is for 27-year-old Andre Bailey. From Kingston, playing for the Kingston Cricket Club. Wonder if he thought at the beginning of this day he'd be one inserted to bat with Javar Royal in a critical partnership which he and Royal put on, helping resurrect that innings. And now he's got to bowl the all-important penultimate over with a deep point, deep third, and the rest protecting the leg side boundary. That is excellent from a Volcanoes perspective. 1, 8 to get. Four bowlers on 7. A couple of pacers, couple of finger spinners. And the carrier, the wrist spinner as well, he's on 6. We'll potentially see him on Saturday. Is Bailey brave enough, Jimmy, with a deep third and fine leg to go to his Yorker? Wrap the game up, 1 full on the stumps. Haven't seen many of them from him today. What are the nerves like when the games come down to this stage?
It's not too bad for anybody who is actually involved in the action. So the batter facing bowler bowling tend to be okay because they're actually doing something. Might be a little bit different for maybe one or two in the field. Certainly for the coaches sitting in the dugout, they'll be biting their fingernails at the minute on both sides.
Just wide of that deep cover. He's looked assured, Kenneth Demba, and you cannot give away additional runs, overthrows at a critical time.
That's poor cricket from Jamaica. Really, really poor cricket. Everybody should have been backing up that throw on the leg side to prevent that extra run. Really, really poor cricket. However, it brings it to 6 needed now from 9 deliveries.
How the pendulum has swung. It's in the favor of the Volcanoes. 1 hit away. Again, good positioning. Coming back for a second as well. A better throw there, and Kenneth Demba could have been in some serious trouble.
Well, bowler and wicketkeeper would have been thinking, run out here. Everybody looking for a good throw. Wasn't to be. So another couple. Jordan Johnson, the man in the deep. And it's been poor out cricket from Jamaica in this over. An overthrow for an extra run. And getting 2 there when they should really only have gotten a single.
No third in the circle. Still has his 5 fielders out. When does Brad Barnes start bringing guys in? Because they only need 3 now, with 1 delivery remaining in this innings. Over, rather. His heart will be pumping, really. What a first game. 1 magical delivery. Can he find it? Windies that extra cover in the circle. That could have easily clipped the stumps. It will be 3 to get from the final over. 2-2-9 for 9. Number of starts, no one able to really get deep into the innings and win the game for the Volcanoes. But they've got a great chance thanks to a small cameo from Kenneth Demba. And there was talk about Jermaine Blackwood bowling more in this competition. But if you told him Jimmy Adams with 1 wicket in 79 list day games, that he'd be bowling the final over, trying to defend 3 runs and give the Scorpions their first win this tournament, don't think he would have imagined that scenario. And there are 2 fielders outside the circle at mid-wicket and long on. Everyone else is in, trying to protect and save the single. He's got it through. Kenneth Demba, a hero on this day for the Windward Islands. What a dramatic finish. And the Volcanoes, who at one stage looked down and out, have found a way to construct a victory. Yeah, real disappointment for the Scorpions and that man, Javar Royal, who tried everything to win this game for Jamaica.
Well, Demba hung in. He kept his head, he kept his cool. And in the end, he was given enough width and length from Jermaine Blackwood, and he cut well, and happy faces in the Volcanoes dugout. They won the first game here at the start of the tournament, and they've come and won the last game of the preliminaries as well. Handshakes all around. So they go on to win by 1 wicket here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Yeah, Teddy Bishop will be proud of his men and of himself as well. First tournament for the Windward Islands in List A cricket. First tournament as leader, picking up 2 wins, but they don't progress into the top 2, which was required for that final for Jamaica. Well, a lot to ponder with an experienced team. Finalists in 2024, bottom of the table in 2025. But Royal will be a big positive coming out of this Super 50 with both his batting and bowling.
Big game for the man in screen. 100, a couple of wickets, a good catch under pressure. But not enough. Not enough. Jamaica scoring 231 and a successful chase from the Volcanoes, losing 9 wickets, making a job of it, but getting there in the end. A lot of starts from the Volcanoes all the way down, with Douglas with 44 from 31, a pivotal innings in the lower half, and Demba keeping his cool, 19 not out from 20.
Yeah, that partnership, 62 from 56 deliveries. It was the one that you thought, had it continued, Volcanoes would have cruised to victory, but wasn't to be. The Scorpions fought their way through their bowlers, particularly Javar Royal, who again stood out with a couple of wickets. But 2 for Minley, Bailey on debut, as well as Brad Barnes, the captain, the most economical, and 1 for Jermaine Blackwood. 1 wicket win for the Windward Islands Volcanoes, a second in this year's CG United Super 50 Cup, and 1 they will be proud of. All right, we'll head to a break. When we return, we'll hear from the captains.
We are back at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. It is the CG United Super 50 Cup and the Windward Island Volcanoes. It was a nail biter in the end. They get over the line by 1 wicket. The CG United moment of the match today. It could only be one man. He won the moment and gave his team a great chance of winning the game. 11 sixes from 54 for 6. The Scorpions battle to 231 off the back of Javar Royal from Old Harbour, Jamaica. Same place as Russell and Rodman Powell. Well, he had the strength of his countrymen today, that's for sure. Right, let's go down to Sacharam Subaik, who's got the captains.
Hey, welcome to today's post-match presentation ceremony of the CG United Super 50 Cup, match number 5. And we say congratulations to the Windward Islands. We would like to say thank you to our sponsors for making this entire series a possibility. CG United, the title sponsor, Betcage Sports, Dasani, Quartz, Macron, Coca-Cola and Powerade. First up, we would like to introduce today our CG United player of the match, and that goes to someone who took 2 wickets for 47 runs but also scored 124 from 107 deliveries. Javar Royal getting his player of the match check of 250 US from Anila Kulanjan, underwriter at CG United. We say massive congratulations to Javar. Well done today. Impressive batting, especially at the end. What caused you to change your gears?
We was running out of partner, obviously, so I know I have to up the tempo. I did that. You have to sit on the wicket too. I think I played well early up for my first 50 runs, and then batting with the number 11, you know, you gotta push on, and I think I did that well today.
It was an impressive partnership, but your other partner only scored 1 run. You did extremely well to finish off the innings. Tell us about the emotions going through when you got to that 100.
Firstly, I think he did well. I asked him to bat at least 1 or 2 ball over, and he did that for me. Emotionally, it's very special for me. It's my first one, so you know, it's very emotional, and I'm grateful for it.
Very quickly, if you were to talk to the people of Jamaica right now, which you are, what would you say to them?
Cricketers keep going. People in the west side, I know it is tough. You just got to keep going and keep fighting, and heads up. Better is coming.
Congratulations. All the best moving forward.
Thank you very much, sir.
It's time now to have a chat with the captain coming second today. Brad, unfortunately, you did not pull off the victory that we were chatting about at the coin toss, but you yourself did quite well. How do you think your captaincy was in this particular match?
I think my captaincy was okay. I would say it's great if we won, but I think it was okay.
And when you were bowling as well, you were very emotional. You're driving your team to possibly pick up this victory. Tell us about that motivation factor.
I mean, obviously it's tough for us. We played against Trinidad and then we had 2 washout games, so it's always difficult to get a rhythm. So that was just me trying to motivate the guys because it was a bit tough. They weren't feeling it much, but I tried to get them up.
If you were to have a quick summary of this year's tournament for you and your team, just tell us quickly about that.
Well, for me, personally, it's a frustrating tournament. We hadn't played any. We had played only 2 full games out of the 5, so that's always frustrating. And we've been working hard for the past couple of months, and then we come here to play 2 games. So it's been very frustrating for me and my team.
Your team has done remarkably well in representing Jamaica after a very difficult time. What would you like to see done differently, though, in tournaments to come forward for your team?
Well, obviously, try to schedule the tournament a bit better so we can get some cricket because, I mean, it's not only Jamaica games drawn out. You have Guyana who hasn't completed a game at all. So I just think they should schedule it a bit better so we can get some cricket because all of us have been working hard over the Caribbean and we want to do well for ourselves and our family. So they should just schedule it a little bit better.
Well, commiserations to you and all the best moving forward.
Yeah, thank you very much.
That was Brad Barnes, the team coming second today, and Teddy Bishop, our winning captain for today. Teddy, great victory to end your tournament, unfortunately. Not getting as much points as you would have wanted, but, you know, well done to you and your team today.
Yeah, thanks. It always feels good to come out on the winning side of things.
Did you have your bonus points in mind before the start of the game and also during the duration?
Yeah, I think we all had sights on bonus points. So I think at the end, we just wanted a win. So we're grateful for the win.
Did that message ever come your way that you need to get some additional points when you were batting, that you need to put something on the cards?
Yeah, but I think at the moment, the way the wicket played, it was sort of difficult during that middle phase, and it didn't change in the second inning. So just all we were thinking, just win.
Let's talk personally on your captaincy, coming in as a young captain into a pressure situation like this. What did you gain out of this tournament?
I think I've gained a lot for the past 3 games. Obviously, I would have loved to play more games. However, still grateful. I think there is a lot of learnings coming from senior players and also opposition. So I'm grateful for this tournament.
Well, all the best moving forward. Thanks for sharing some time with us.
Thanks.
Yeah, good to hear from Teddy Bishop there. He will learn a lot. And there we have our final standings. 17 bonus points for the Barbados Pride, 15 for the Red Force. They will meet in the final, but the Volcanoes coming third and no one else getting more than 10 points. And to be fair, they've not all gone their way in terms of the weather, inclement weather around. But the top 2 have qualified for the final. Red Force up against the Pride. That will come to you Saturday live from 2 p.m. We'll be on air at 1:45. The Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Who will win the CG United Super 50 Cup? We'll find out in a couple days.
Right next spinner.
Catch!
Basketball, mate.
Who's on here exactly 100? I think it brings up 100 for Javar Royal.
Right next spinner.
Catch! Catch!
I think it brings up 100 for Javar Royal.
Catch him now! Jerry! Catch him now! Jerry! Catch! Catch it! Yeah!
What's that?
Oh, fucking hell.
Second half of the United Super 50.
Tempo.